Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Valencia. It is the IAME Winter Cup 2023, and the racing is about to get underway. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Graham Alvarez in the commentary box. Graham, good morning. Welcome back to Valencia. It's a beautiful day, and we've got some beautiful racing ahead of us.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias a todos. Welcome back indeed on the Carta de Romo Lucas Guerrero of Chiva on the east coast of Spain, a few miles down the road from the beautiful city of Valencia. What a perfect context, what a perfect environment to have the first international event of the IAME international season. Martin Bean, our race director, on your screen with both his eyes open on the first grid of many qualifying races to go through today, Saturday. We're going to start, as we concluded yesterday's racing, with the senior class, with more than 100 drivers competing this weekend. This 8th edition of the IAME Winter Cup, brought to you by RGMMC, is the most successful ever in terms of entries, with 204 competitors split in 3 classes. This is the top entries that we've had since 2016, with more than 50 drivers in junior and mini and more than 100 in the seniors. So plenty of new faces, plenty of new names, established racers as well in junior and senior, former IAME Euro Series winner, former IAME World Final winners. We also have a couple of drivers that we've seen in the FIA Karting Championships over the years. So we couldn't have picked up, of course, a better place, a better weather. The Spanish coast is under the beautiful sunlight. Still quite cold, 8 degrees Celsius, but still a clear sky as we're waiting for the first green flag of the day.
Yes, indeed. A little look at the circuit there. 1,400 metres in length. It is a clockwise direction, and I have to say this circuit really does promote very close racing. Like you say, 8 degrees right now, but the forecast, I think, saying it's going to get up to nearly the 20s today. So it is going to be a warm day today. So drivers are going to have to watch out for that one, because I don't think they're expecting it to heat up quite so much. Again, there's another view of the dummy grid area. You can see the first race of the day just getting ready. That is qualifying heat C and F. But yeah, plenty of action that we're going to see coming up today.
One of the drivers to keep an eye on is Evan Gilter on your picture, ladies and gentlemen, starting in the CF qualifying heat race that we're going to have in just a few moments. As you can see, the drivers are getting themselves ready to go for the show. The driver on the left side of your picture, the 293 with the Tony Kart colors on his suit and kart, is Urbels Moore. He will be starting from pole position for this race. He was one of the fastest drivers in yesterday's qualifying practice. Let's hear for Urbels Moore. So Urbels Moore, walk us through this last session. It was a bit of mayhem from our point of view, because a lot of you out there in the last lap, but still you managed to finish at the front.
Yeah, it's too difficult to make the qualifying because it's only one lap, but we find the space and we make it finally.
How did you do it actually? Because there was not enough space, but still the opposition seems strong out there.
Yeah, we make a plan with my mechanic. He make the signals and I look to him and we make it.
What do you expect for the rest of the weekend? Because there's a lot of you out there who can go for the win.
Yeah, it's a difficult weekend. Many races, 6 hits, 5 hits and the super hit, and we try it. We wanna try it.
Well, great to hear there from Beltsmore, the man who is on your screen right there, like we say, in the 293, ready to get his race underway. Like we say, it's about a minute or so's time away for the first race. There you go. You can see the board up there in the pit lane. And I've got to say, first race of the day, it's not the first race that these drivers have done. Obviously, they had their first heat yesterday evening. That went okay for a lot of them, you know, not too bad, was it, in Heat 1? I mean, Aaron Garcia took the win in Heat 1. Ruben Moy was Heat 2 and Ian Enkerman's in Heat 3. So it was a very mixed up field of drivers. Of course, they're all going to be racing in different races and against different people today. So a big change up for a lot of these drivers. But you got to think, first race of the day, drivers, they've got to get in their mindset early on, haven't they?
Absolutely. That's an early start, and that's going to be a busy day, because in total they have 6 qualifying races, including the super heat tomorrow morning to go through if they want to make it to the final. Only 36 of them will be able to compete in the most important race of the weekend. And there's more than 100 with that idea in mind. The C versus F, the first group's on track as the green flag has been waved by Ross on the pre-grid. Our race director Martin Bean checking everybody if they can make their way to the track. Let's have a quick look at the grid in full. On pole position, you heard from him, Urbans Moore, the 293. He had a P4 yesterday and is more than willing to establish himself on top of the classification. He's going to have Riccardo Cirelli by his side. Round number 2, we'll see Daniel Masia and Aaron Garcia. Round number 3, Miguel Silva and Yuta Suzuki. Round number 4, Jules Caranta and Evan Gilter. Round number 5, Rimer Blanc and Jan Puchu.
Row 6, Jona Lup, he finished P8 yesterday, P11 he'll be starting today. Lens Nice, he will be starting alongside Tibor Glade with Eliska Babičkova, who did not start yesterday. Hopefully she is on the grid today. They go from row 7. Andrea Martinez and Oliver Martinez go from row 8 with Lucas Flusha and Kyo Lee going from row 9. Row 10, Calais Atkins and Hugo Besson. Atkins finishing in a P13 yesterday.
Then row 11, we have Daniel Antunes and Danny Briz, followed by Enzo Tan van Ischel, a familiar name to those of you following the world of karting, as is the reigning FIA Karting OK World Champion. Freddie Hallum by his side on row number 12, row number 13, Solanic Knoll and Paul Villeton, followed by Miquel Cardozo and Hugo Martiniello, P3 last year on this very track for the Winter Cup on row number 14. Row number 15, Alex Moore and Luca Federich. Then we have Enrique de Oliveira, Alex de Schepper and Rai Decourt. A total of 33 drivers, and I do think that we have everybody in onto the track. Let's check that out. Oh, Eliska Babičkova is still missing.
Yeah, not gone out again. Now, this was familiar. We saw this, I think, at the iGames as well. Not sure what the cause was, but very interesting. So hopefully all is okay with Eliska, the team, and the karts as well. And hopefully we do get to see out later on today, hopefully so. But yeah, like we're saying, only one driver missing from the grid. A great turnout, though. Over 100 entries this weekend for seniors. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's the best entry list that we've ever had in the senior class and in the Winter Cup here in Valencia since 2016. So another proof of the growing success of the IAME X30 classes all throughout the world. This is the first proper event of the international season. IAME Euro Series, of course, IAME World Final and the IAME Games will keep us busy in 2023. Now, as you can see, the drivers are slowing down. Urbans Moore, your pole sitter for this race, has to show everybody how it's done. He has to pace the field down, and once they cross the red line in just a few moments after the long back straight, when they go flat out on the way to the chicane, once they pass the red line, well, this is everybody at the same rhythm, and they have to keep it steady and keep it together on the way to the start-finish straight. And if it's not deemed good enough by Martin Bean, then we'll go for an extra formation lap. Let's see if they can do it good on the first attempt.
Let's see that indeed. There's the red line that they come up to now, denoted by the cones at the side of the track. And really, they should be side by side by now and all bunched up. They're coming into the final chicane now. They're looking pretty good in my eyes, but we'll have to see as they go into the tram lines. The first time today. Are we going racing? We are. Green flag, and it's a great start from the inside row. Urbans Moore streaks into the lead, and just behind as well, Daniel Mesia follows as well, and it's 1-2 all the way around, side by side in the background, but everyone getting through. A couple of karts going wide onto the dirt there, one going very wide. It's the 241 that's gone wide, and that was Enzo Tan van Ischel, and a big coming together into the first major braking zone of turn 3.
Yeah, and this is already beginning, sorry, with two drivers out of the race by the look of it. They're out of the cart, the 306.
That's Danny Britz.
Danny Britz, indeed. We have also missing Hugo Besson. Enzo Tan van Ischel got into a bit of trouble. Drivers losing time as well, including Miquel Cardozo, Hugo Martiniello, Luca Federich, all the drivers involved into the tussle in the long turn 1. We did expect that to happen. We've seen it yesterday, but already at the first race, trouble for some of the drivers. Enzo Tan van Ischel was the first one who had to go wide on the exit of turn number 2 with his Car Republic machine. But this is one lap completed already, and Urbans Moore was able to keep the racing line steady and keep the lead in the meantime. But Daniel Masia stepped up to P2 and is putting pressure already on the Tonica driver.
Here goes
and it's going to go for the move.
Yeah, down the inside through turn 3. Great move, well calculated. Gets it early, but instantly fighting back comes Urbans Moore straight back into the lead. That's what you need to do. You don't want to let them break away too early. You have to get the position back as soon as you possibly can, and that is exactly what he's done. And luckily for them, the group behind has not managed to close in. So you've got Miguel Silva, Jules Caranta, Ricardo Sorelli, and more action kicking off here.
Yeah, and there's another switch for the lead with Daniel Masia back in the lead in front of the Tony Kart drivers, so they're gonna keep battling certainly for the majority of this race. Look at how close they are. This is only lap number 2 as we have Miguel Silva down in P3 with the cosmic colors into the chicane. Watch out for the racing line onto the curb. A bit of a technical adjustment for the leader Daniel Masia on home soil. Urban's more. This is a 1-2 from Spain, split by pretty much nothing, observing each other at the moment. Ricardo Cirelli managed himself up to P3 in front of Miguel Silva. Joe Caranta is P5. Then we have Adrian Mustienes, Reimer Blanc, Luca Flucha, Kali Atkins, and Yuta Suzuki running up the top 10.
Fastest driver on circuit at the moment is Len Nice, currently in P19, just showing that you don't need to be at the front to be setting the fastest times. You know, everyone in this field is incredibly quick, so expect drivers to move up the field as the race progresses. Like you say, we're on lap 2 at the moment, and I've got to say there's quite a gap now being opened up at the front, the two breaking away from the main pack. So Daniel Masia and Urban Moore breaking away from the drivers behind, and Ricardo Sorelli leading that second train, and you can just see there on your screen, looks like Sorelli's actually dropping the train behind him as well, as Andrea Mustines now under pressure, and a little further back as down the inside goes the 273. That is Andrea Mustines, and gets that move done through turn 1 as Tarvanechkel gets a warning flag.
Yeah, not the best news for Enzo Tarvanechkel. Unfortunately for him, this is his first ever race in the X30 senior class, in preparation as well for what comes next. Oh, beautifully made, the 249 on the inside. This is Reimer Blanc on Miguel Silva, the Cosmic driver, trying to fight back on the inside. That was a bit tricky, wasn't it? Looking over his shoulder. He's going to have to keep it steady to keep the position, but battling along, and there he goes. Find a bit of space into turn number 10. Turn number 11 it is, before the long, never-ending turn number 12 on the way to the back straight. There it is. From this point on, you go flat out into the double curb of turn number 13, and then a heavy braking zone into the chicane. Something that you have to master at the end of this very challenging lap of Valencia. And one who has been able to master this layout so far is Daniel Masia. He's been keeping Urban's more at bay for the remaining of the race. Lap number 5, but still a long way to go, and a couple of places for Urban's more to be able to attack.
It's a little further back, or further forward, I should say. This is Caloi Atkins on your screen, the 224. 13 positions gained, and another one there as well, as Andrea Mustines sets the fastest lap of the race, 56.606. But yeah, Caloi Atkins, a cool, calm, collected driver from the UK. Brilliant driver in the UK as well, and coming out here in Europe, he did great in the IAME Euro Series. I think he won one of the first qualifying seats out there as well at the iGames at Campios. But again, showing that he's got what it takes here. Great start as well.
Look at him, the 224 further back indeed. Caloi Atkins put in a pressure. This is for P5 as we're back with the leaders coming across the line in front of our position. Urban's more, no, that is still quite early. On the inside of turn number 1, there he goes on the 249. And that was Caloi Atkins making the move up to P5. Now it's down to yeah, indeed, Reimer Blanc and Caloi Atkins. Miguel Silva having to respond to the attack. The Portuguese driver Silva down in P7. Evan Gilter, the fastest man on track at the moment. Where is Evan Gilter? He's P10 at the moment. He started P12.
Here's a replay of the start. Yeah, that interesting there. What would you say that was? Just the concertina effect? Too many karts going for the same piece of track?
Yeah, I think that might be it actually, because the fields, when they went together, get squeezed so much into the middle sector of the track. You know, everybody is trying to find a bit of pace, a bit of space as well to gain position as quickly as possible, but sometimes it doesn't go according to plan, unfortunately, and that's what happened there. But Gilter trying as well to come back. Didn't have the best of qualifying for the back, but is now knocking at the door of the top 10.
Back here at the lead, Daniel Masia under pressure from Beltsmo, who's closed that gap and had a cheeky look down the inside through turn 1. Couldn't quite make it work there, coming into the braking zone now of turn 3, avoiding that heavy inside curb as you exit out of turn 3 through turn 4. But down here, and again, Gilter with the fastest lap, and who's that retiring? The 275, Miguel Silva.
Yeah, Miguel Silva, we had lost him inside. Oh, the 254 from VDK.
That is Hugo Besson.
Hugo Besson, the Frenchman, unfortunately, and seems to be, by the look of it, a technical issue with his Car Republic machine, and you can feel his frustration And at such a early point in the weekend, having a retirement is not something that you want to have otherwise, because it means that you're going to have a pile of points to try to recover, a lot of positions to try to climb. And with so many drivers and such a high level of racing, or a bit of a contact in the chicane, it's never easy to recover from a retirement at this level.
No. There again on your screen, just whizzing past, that is Riccardo Sorelli. Still got the company of Rima Blanc just behind. Again, train starting to form as Atkins has cleared this group, now up into P4. Miguel Silva again just talking with the team mechanics, and yeah, again, very frustrated. You can understand it. First race of the day, you never want to be retiring.
Yeah, absolutely. As in the meantime, the gap has been building a little bit between the two Spanish at the lead. Daniel Masia and Nubels Moore now almost half of a second, as we're here back with Cirelli. Riccardo Cirelli up in P5 with the Victory Lane Racing team colors on this machine. Victory Lane has been quite efficient over the past few years in the IAME races, and you might see actually this black livery quite often fighting at the forefront of the field. Cirelli doing a good job at keeping Rima Blanc behind him in P6, with still Adrien Mustienes and Cali Atkins in between in third and fourth, and beautifully made on the inside, the 204 and the 255. This is Evan Gilter getting ahead of Yuta Suzuki for P7.
Yeah, nice move there from Gilter, really making his way through the pack here now. Gilter up into P8, obviously back where originally started, but it fell back a little earlier on. Now is coming back through the field, which is good to see. So a few laps left to go. It's a nice recovery drive. You're not losing anything, so it's just one of those things. Keep your head down. It's early stages still. You've had one race yesterday. You've got second one today. You've got lots more to go as well. So if anything can happen, it's still early days.
Anything can happen indeed, and with some of the groups in the field still quite closed. With Cirelli under the pressure of the 249 now. Rima Blanc is going to go for the move.
There's the replay of that overtake.
Yes, indeed. Evan Gilter with new colours for this season. He used to be VDK. Now he's with PB Court. Brand new challenge for the reigning IAME World Final winner last year in Le Mans. And he's keeping a steady line. Cirelli having a bit of a trouble. Look at what's happening, because Rima Blanc is being blocked a little bit. That might actually go the way of Gilter, and further back with Suzuki as well. Might have a 4-driver battle for the later stages of this race. This is the penultimate lap already.
Gilter already communicating with the drivers behind now. Just managed to get that move done through turns 7 there. And again, fighting back. They're all squabbling for position there, but you need to kind of work together to try and close those gaps up a little bit. But like you say, positions means points and everything like that, so it's crucial where you need to finish. But this is good stuff there, as everyone just slotting through. UT Suzuka, fabulous start, really making that kart work well. Across the line, we start the final lap, and there, your current race leader, Daniel Masia, leading the way. No dramas whatsoever. Had to battle a little bit at the start of this one, but as the race has progressed, luckily the stress has fallen off the shoulder just that little bit. And you can see now, barely any input on that steering wheel. A little look further back now. This is Cali Atkins, still got the pressure of Andrea Mustienes. So Atkins now up into P3 in this race. Brilliant drive from Mustienes. Cirelli very defensive there, even on this final lap, really trying to stop any positions being lost here. But no one able to touch the Spaniard here at Valencia. Daniel Masia with one more corner to go then for the first racey of the day. We'll see the checkered flag, and no dramas for Daniel Masia, who crosses the line. He takes the first heat win of the day. Erbelt Moore crosses in P2. Cali Atkins, a brilliant drive, 16 position gained to finish in a comfortable P3 from Andrea Mustienes, who comes in P4, also 11 positions gained. Evan Gilter, 3 places gained at the end of that one. He finishes in P5 from Riccardo Sorelli in P6. Yuta Suzuki will take 7th place in that one from Rima Blanc, who takes 8th. Jules Caranta, he takes P9 with Aaron Garcia, moving up into P10, rounding out the top 10. But there on your screen for AC Motorsport, Daniel Masia, after 11 laps of racing. The rest of the grid now will slot in, and they'll get themselves all sorted out. There you can see the 204 just squeezing past Gilter, wanting to get back to the pit lane sooner rather than later. But everyone just looking where they will go. A brilliant first race with some interesting highlights as the race went on. And of course, who could forget the start of that race as well. A look at the classifications with the top 10. Lucas Flusha finishing in 11th place from Daniel Antonez. Enzo Tavanechkel with that warning flag as well, finishing P13 on track, but will fall down the grid a little bit more. Not the best start to the day. Jona Lup will take 14th place from Hugo Martinello for the 2N Racing team in P15. Frederic Rodriguez takes 16th place from Koyu Lee, the South Korean driver, finishing P17. Juan Puquiu finishing in 18th place from Len Nice. Henrik de Oliveira takes 20th place, 11 positions gained from that one. So again, a good finish. Turbo Glade will take 21st place from Miguel Cardoso. Alvaro Martinez will take 23rd from Freddie Allen, who had a good qualifying but not a great one in the race today. 24th place in this race from Alex Moore, Selen Canol and Ride Decor. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race. Again, the start fairly tidy through turn 1. No dramas really, a little bit of concertina in that mid-pack. It's when we get to the exit here, you see that kick of oversteer just on the inside there, looked like Riccardo Sorelli. Then we came in towards turns 3 and 4, the major braking zone, and that's where it all went a little bit wrong. The 273, Andrea Martinez, fantastic start to the race, coming through the pack here as well as Evan Gilter, Calai Atkins, also Jules Caranta getting involved in a nice scrap also with UT Suzuka, who had a little bit of drama in this one, did drop down one position at the start of this one. And again, you see here Evan Gilter finding any gap to find a gap through the track and gets that done as Suzuki again just squeezing down the inside. Again, brilliantly calculated moves just to try and gain as many positions. But the checker flag, of course, went out to Daniel Messia. And I believe down in the pit lane, we will have Guillaume Alvarez, who will be chatting to our driver. So we will pass down now to Guillaume Alvarez in the pit lane. Guillaume.
Welcome everybody, live from the Parc Fermé, as we will be giving you as many interviews in live action as possible, starting with Evan Gilter, one of the heroes of the IAME international races for the past few months now. Evan, good to see you. P5 today. You had a good race yesterday, unfortunately a penalty, so victory maybe yet for the taken today.
Yeah, it's we are really fast this weekend. Only yesterday the qualifying was a bit hard with the strategy, you know, with the slipstream. Everyone don't take a lap, so me too. And yeah, the heat yesterday we were really very fast, 3 times faster than everybody. And the front fairing, it's like this. And this one, big shunt at the start, back to P15, and then we came back from 5th, I think, yeah, 5th. And yeah, the kart is very fast. The PB kart 1 is very fast. The engine is perfect, and yeah, we are gonna get the first one for sure.
Yeah, in the end, I'm sure you're gonna get it because the road is still long before tomorrow's final. You have a new suit, new colors, a new team. Last year VDK, this season PB. What can you tell us about this change and the perspective for this season?
I changed because I didn't do kart this year. Normally, I did only wear this year, this race, a newer series. And you know, Bertrand from PB Kart is the one who helped me all of my life, and I have to help him for win this race also and win international race. So I'm really happy to be with PB this year, but I'm still in good company with VDK also. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. VDK is family to you, and there's one big program coming up for you as you're making your step to a single-seater.
Yeah, I passed to Formula 4 French, so we will see what happened, but I'm confident for this year, yeah, also.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, shall we say. And have a good day. I'm sure we'll see more of Evan Gilter. Back to you, Anthony. We might not have time to talk to some more drivers, but we'll come back later for some more interviews with some of the other protagonists of the senior class, as well as the juniors and the minis.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Brilliant to talk to Evan Gilter there again, a fabulous young driver who is really making the scene shown. Whistle blows and the next race will start. Blink before your eyes, and it is qualifying heat B and D that's heading to the circuit. 33 drivers taking part on this one, and again there are some names in this one. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup for this one. Clément Autran, the French driver, starting on pole position. He didn't have the best race yesterday, finished P14. He's got Andy Rattel, his fellow Frenchman, alongside, who did have a good day yesterday, P3 finish. Natalia Granada, who had a crash in her race yesterday, finishing P34, starts on the second row with Ruben Moya alongside. Eloy Gonzalez and Leviwi Sambudla will go from row 3. Peter Stiller and Sita Van Mert will go from row 4. Teresa Babechkova and Brandon Carr will go from row 5, rounding out the top 10 with Louis Laveau. And Ellie Goldstein will going from row 6. Lewis Bird and Eduardo Dominguez will go from row 7 with Otto Pukkanen and Emilia Kari on row 8. Dino Carlson and Aaron Ferenzano will go from row 9. Dylan Bakker and Paul Hamburg rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Olivan Fayette and Jamie Sands go from row 11 with Er Harun and Kevin Latinga rounding out the top 12 rows. Alex Caralto and Mark Lopiccolo, they go from row 13. Adrian Marguglio and Francisco Costa round out the top 14 rows, from Angelo Melli and Santiago Malba on the top 30 spots. The last three then are the last 2 rows. Jim Ringelberg and Yoshimasa Kanu on row 16, and Kiyoshi Umegaki rounding out the field in 33rd place. Had a good race, did Kiyoshi. Finished P25 yesterday. So hopefully today can have a good run. So as the drivers get themselves all warmed up, ready to get this first race underway. Like I say, they've just seen the first seniors go out. They've seen what happened at turn 3 and 4. Hopefully, they're not going to copy that one. I'll knock on wood, because commentators' curse is a real thing. And we don't want that to happen. But there you can see on your screen, your front row, Clément Autran and Andy Rattel, the 2 Frenchmen who, in this one, have got a challenge ahead of them. Natalia Granada, hopefully that car all fixed up and ready to go. Obviously yesterday, like I said, had that coming together at turn 1. We don't want a replay of that as well. So a lot of action in this one. A lot of drivers who finished well and drivers who didn't. A real shake-up in the field that we've got here, Graham.
Yeah, absolutely. And the first of many to come, certainly, with the level of the category being so high. I mean, to be honest, the list of protagonists is endless. And you can count up to certainly 15 drivers who can have a go at the podium. And a podium with this year an extra prize, an extra cash prize up to 1,000 euros for the top 2 drivers finish on the podium in each category. So that's another carrot to try to look for, along with the glory of victory in this year's Winter Cup. But let's see. Clément Autran against Andy Rattel on their way into the chicane. Clément Autran with the VDK colors on the left side and Andy Rattel on the right.
Here we go then, into the tram lines. Who's going to get the whole shot in towards turn 1? Great start from the entire field, and it's still side by side. No one's going to give up that position, but Rattel has to give it up as they go through 3, 4 wide in the background as well. But Clément Autran goes into the lead, and this time a great start from Natalia Granada. Up into P2 as well. Ruben Moya up into P3, and it's a good start. Everyone through. Little bit of dust kicking up in the backfield, but crucially, no one stopping.
Yeah, that's much better this time around, and already battle happening with Andy Rattel not so happy about his first couple of corners, down from 2nd to 4th at the moment. And look at Granada, she's trying to go as well for the move, at least protecting herself from Andy Rattel. You can see the dust, and in the meantime there's the move from Ruben Moya on Clément Autran. So the 265 in trouble, I'm afraid. This is Jaime Sanz Torrijos, one of the Spanish drivers competing on almost all this weekend. Had a bit of a trouble over there, we'll get back to that. But in the meantime, Ruben Moya lost no time at all to take command of this race at the end of the opening lap.
Big kick of oversteer there just in the background. The yellow car with a hand up there just to say, yeah, sorry about that. As down the inside, 3 wide once again as the 319 of Teresa Babičková coming through for the Thames Racing team. Great overtake through turn 1, but a big oversteer moment into the braking zone of turn 3, and now getting swamped by the pack and contact between the two of them. Amazingly, everyone keeps it on the straight and narrow and keeps it on the island. Great racing at the start of this.
Yeah, you might have seen it. There's a lot of gravel on the trajectory on the racing line outside of turn number 1, so let's be careful about that in the meantime as well. In this part, coming to turn number 10, on the inside goes a 243, beautifully made by Eloy Gonzalez on Clément Autran for P2, with the VDK driver losing a bit of momentum in the process, and that goes of the advantage of Ruben Moya is extending his lead already to up to 0.8 of a second, and certainly close to the second once he crosses the line, as Andy Rattel is glued to the back end of Clément Autran. These are the two drivers starting in the front row. No battling for P3. Andy Rattel moves in and goes for P3. Beautifully made from the former winner of the iGames 2 seasons ago. Now with the Alonso card on his chassis. Beautiful livery, one of my personal favorites, I must say. But diversity of colors once again, absolutely beautiful, as it keeps on battling as well further back. The 222. This is Lewis Bird on Brandon Carr battling along for 7th.
Yeah, the two Brits don't take each other out, chaps. Work together on this one. I know you're not teammates, but you can be frenemies until the end of the day, as Teresa Babičková comes through the field. And again, looking to the inside of Brandon Carr, not getting the move done as they go into the heavy braking zone of turn 10. They then come back out into the never-ending right-hander of turn 12 as you reel in the power, squeeze the throttle as you tuck into that slipstream to gain as much momentum as you can. And Teresa there recovering from that earlier little mishap there. Now goes for the move into the final chicane and gets past Brandon Carr, leads this train further back as they go across the line, 7th all the way back. Here though, still heating up as Lewis Bird now getting swamped by the rest of the field. Who's that coming to? It's the 239. Yeah, Sam Budler now through the field as Goldstein sets the fastest lap of the race.
Goldstein indeed one of the fastest, and one of the teammates, former teammates, still teammates, should I say, no, former teammates, I'll get to it. Sita Van Meer from the RGP Racing team doing a good job.
Dear.
Oh, and one driver out, I'm afraid. I try to see that this is just in front of us, the 233, could this be? Yes, indeed, Santiago Marmer, I'm afraid, was driving at the back end of the grid, and he will go no longer this race, and he lost one of his front wheels. Actually, the left front is missing by the look of it, so I don't know if it's a result of a technical issue or contact. We then didn't get a chance to see that. Now, lap number 4, back into the chicane with Clément Autran now under the pressure of the 263. This is further back, Natalia Granada indeed going around the inside and takes advantage of the French driver. French driver indeed. So Natalia Granada, a much better start to a race than yesterday with the pink color, and she makes a way up to a 4th place.
Ellie Goldstein, another fastest lap of the race, looking to get through the pack. It's a big coming together. This is that battle on screen, and it's getting a bit tooth and nail, I've got to say, side by side. Everyone trying to find a piece of tarmac that may or may not exist, and there could be someone else on it at the same time as well, but all making their way through. And again, nice dives down the inside there, the 239.
Ooh.
Of Sam Budler, just trying to find any sort of gap to try and get through, as well as the 244. That is Peter Stiller trying to get through the pack also. And again, look at the train that's being formed here, and everyone's just fighting for one position, but as soon as you try and do it, you then end up outside of that train. You just get swamped by the pack. It's so difficult.
Yeah, indeed. And here we're back with the leaders, with the 243, and there's a change indeed, with Ruben Moya dropping a position to Eloy Gonzalez. So one spined for another. Now the battle is on as we're halfway through the qualifying heat, opposing those two groups, B against D. Eloy Gonzalez, confirmation of his form in those later stages with the best lap in this race. And now he takes command. But the big question is, can he keep up and keep Ruben Moya at bay just after him until the checkered flag? Andy Rattel still in the 3rd place over there with the Alonso Kart colors, battling along with Natalia Granada. So the Spanish driver might want to take advantage and get past Andy Rattel. Is going to give everything that he has to keep his position alive. Further back in the classification, we have Ellie Goldstein making his way up. On the inside goes Granada, beautifully made. She didn't wait any more second, and there she goes for P3 on Andy Rattel, who still has a couple of laps to fight back, but he's going to have to keep it steady and keep his focus on.
Fastest lap of the race as well for Natalia Granada, 56.332, and using that momentum to her advantage, like you say, getting past Andy Rattel into P3. This is good stuff from the Spaniard. Here's a look at a little earlier on. This was Teresa Babichkova just trying to look down the inside of Brandon Carr earlier on in the race, not managing to get that one done, and this was going through the chicane. Everyone clipping that inside curb. You've got to be so careful. It doesn't look comfortable, does it?
No, not at all. I love that kind of footage when you see them all squeezed in one line, pretty much like one driver. But this particular part of the track is not easy at all. Only the brave dive at the on the curb, on the entry of the corner, try to make advantage and get a position, because that's not easy at all. And last year we've seen some mayhem and the finals on the Sunday in this particular chicane. So expect that once again for this season, as we're back with the leaders, split by 0.2 of a second. Oh, and the 253 of VDK just passed by us. This is Olivon Failly, I'm afraid, the Belgian driver that seems to be having a technical problem. Yes, indeed, he's about to retire on the entry of turn number 1. There he is.
Yeah, never nice. Looked like sounded like the exhaust had come off slightly there, and Marshall's quickly on the scene to get the kart recovered. But yeah, disaster for himself, and yeah, again, not the way you want to end, and clearly very frustrated there. But like you say, he's got to crack on with that one. Back at the front, though, chopping and changing, is it? It is indeed, as Ruben Moya back in the race lead. Every time we look away, they have a change. How dare they? They need to do it when we're watching them. Fighting back, though, Gonzalez looking for the gap. But crucially, I've got to say, I think Natalia Granada is closing in here. We could have a three-way battle for this race lead with a couple of laps to go. Yep, there she is, just in the back of shot.
There she is, and if Andy Rattel wants a shot at the victory, he needs to stay within distance of Natalia Granada and try to be as close as possible to the leading duet. That's the sort of situation I'd like to call racing ballet, because they keep on dancing around each other and giving us a beautiful show. But at the moment, Ruben Moya seems to be having the upper hand. But after that, there will be 2 more laps before checkered flag, so anything can still happen. As we can see now, the move on the inside from the Spaniard from Pantano Racing Team, one of the most recent teams to join the grid in the IAME races, as we got a couple of drivers competing this week in Valencia, including the Belgian Taron Kinar, that was for his first race with the team in Campillos, where you were, Anthony, made it to P2. Beautiful result for one of the Pantano drivers. And Ruben Moya, certainly the strongest asset of the team, created by Giorgio Pantano, who needs no introduction, of course, former Formula 1 driver and one of the legends of the karting history.
Yes, indeed, and Ruben Moya showing his worth here. Good overtake as well. We saw that replay there, so managed to get it squeezed through. Looked like that was through turn 7 that overtake was done, but you got to keep an eye on Gonzalez here, because eyeing it up now, it's now a group of 4. This is where tyre play comes into it, of course. They've already had a heat yesterday. These are going to be used tyres. They're starting to fall off a little bit. You've got to be careful. You've only got 2 sets throughout the weekend, but there's still a lot of races left to go. So you've got to look after it. And again, look at that. Gonzalez just trying to find any gap to get through. And now it's heating up as we go on to the final lap. Here we go then. 3 defensive. Natalia sweeps to the outside. Gonzalez defends it. Moya defends it. Down the inside goes Rattel. Rattel and Granada side by side as they go in towards turn 3. But Natalia has that inside line, defends it. Now here comes Gonzalez on Moya. Moya defends it as they go in through turns number 6 and 7. And again, just all fighting for that position. Ellie Goldstein now at the back of this pack as well. Goldstein has joined the fray and has managed to get past.
Contact.
And oh dear, so close. Moya manages to keep it going, but Gonzalez now under pressure. And Goldstein, look at Goldstein here around the outside. 2 for 1 through turn 10.
And Granada is in trouble. They're dropping pace as well. I'm afraid that might be retirement, unfortunately, for Natalia. Let's see what happens. But Goldstein, no, she's still in the race under pressure from Outron. But Goldstein, can he try something in the chicane around the outside? This is a tricky part, as Ruben Moya is on his way to the checkered flag to win. Let's wait. Victory for Ruben Moya. Second place for Gonzalez. Andy Rattel still keeps third, and Ellie Goldstein is going to have to make do with P4. But what a beautiful end of a race already. And Natalia Granada, hopefully for her, made it to P5. But I didn't get to see clearly what happened to her. Here's Olivon Failly getting back to the scale. but maybe it could have been a contact, maybe a bit of losing drive on the outside of one of the corners. But the thing is, and the good news for her is that she made it to P5 and she was able to keep Clément Outran behind. But in the meantime, that's another victory for certainly one of the strongest protagonists this weekend. Ruben Moya win on home soil.
Yeah, indeed. That was an exciting qualifying heat. If that's anything to look forward to in the super heats and the finals, maybe. I'm looking forward to it. We'll have to see what happens throughout that one. But yes, a huge congratulations there to the Pantano driver, Ruben Moya, who makes his way into the pit lane now. And Eloy Gonzalez really tried to go for that move throughout that last couple of laps. You just saw, as I think they went through turns 8, just trying to squeeze down the inside. It just didn't work. There's a look then at the provisional classifications. Of course, scrutineering may determine if this changes, but Moya takes the win from Eloy Gonzalez. Andy Rattel finishes in 3rd place with Eli Goldstein in 4th place. Natalia Granada finishing in P5. Getting that result still. Clément Outran finishing P6 from Teresa Babichkova. Sita Van Meer and Kevin Latinga from Lewis Bird rounding out the top 10.
Then we have Stille Peter in 11 from Louis Leveau, Brandon Carr, Louis Samdula, Eduardo Dominguez in P15, followed by Marco Lopicolo, Otto Pikkonen, Dylan Baker, Aaron Farazzano, and Emilia Carri running up the top 20.
Adrian Marguglio finishing in 21st place. 6 places gained, so a good race nonetheless. Eheron finishing in 27 from Kiyoshi Yomageki. Again, 10 positions gained, a 23rd place finish, so a good running for the Japanese driver. Jim Ringelberg finishes in P24, also 7 positions gained from Yoshimasa Kanu, who finishes in P25. Christian Hamburg, Alex Quiralto, and Angelo Mele finishing in P28. Francisco Costa rounding out the 29 finishers. Oliver Veit, Santiago Malma, Dino Carlson and Jamie Sands all retiring from the race. Here's a look at some of the highlights from this one. The start was pretty good, Graham, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very clean, and all the drivers managed to keep themselves on the line. It's always tempting, of course, to try to try something different into this never-ending turn 1, because everybody's losing momentum and trying to find the best place to go to open for the rest of the lap. But it was clean, but not so much afterwards for some drivers. Natalia Granada in pink had a great start and managed herself up to P5, but the early battle between Ruben Moya and Clément Outran, then once again one of the best overtaking spots on the way down to turn number 1, with Andy Rattel battling along on the inside. Gonzalez making a beautiful comeback in front of Clément Outran. Further back as well, the 222 battling along as well. These are the Brits drivers that we had over there with Lewis Bird. And Andy Rattel did anything that he could, but Granada was there for the taking, as was Ruben Moya, taking advantage here beautifully on Eloy Gonzalez. That was one of the decisive moves for the win, but the end of the race was certainly very, very exciting. You can see Andy Rattel clipping the curb on the inside. Granada on the outside trying to take the best advantage. That's what happened to her, unfortunately, on the way down to turn number 11, where Goldstein took the inside line, and you could see clearly the contact that pushed Natalia Granada a little bit on the outside of the corner. She lost momentum as a result, but was able to keep the position alive in front of Clément Outran. So not the biggest of damage, unfortunately, for Granada. She could have gone for certainly higher than 5, but good potential for her.
Yeah, indeed. So, still a good result, better than yesterday, obviously ending with that one. Of course, qualifying was yesterday. We had 3 sessions, but the the first place finisher in senior qualifying, Dimitri Mativ, we caught up with him earlier yesterday.
Dimitri Matveev, first of the first group of qualifying. Can you talk us through your lap? Because now you P1. How does that sound?
It was a perfect lap for me. I got the gap from the group to get the perfect slipstream in the end of the lap. It was quite fighting in the front, so I thought I needed to slow down a bit, so I have a free lap in the end, and I got a free lap in the end, actually. First sector was clean. I forced inside in the first corner, so I got a good braking point, and after I got a good exit, first sector could be perfect for me, and then second sector tried to do it as clean as possible. It went good, so I just kept head down till the last sector and just force into the chicane, make it clean, and did the fastest lap.
Quick word about your position in the senior class. There's a lot of you here in Valencia. How do you feel about what comes next?
I will see. I never fought with X30 senior guys, so it will be fun for me and great experience as well.
Well, great there to chat with Dimitri Matiev, the driver who's on your screen right there and starting on pole position for the third of the senior races this morning. This is Group A versus E, and again, some big names in this one. This is going to be quite an exciting one.
An exciting one indeed, with a couple of names that already had some strong results yesterday. Dimitri Matiev, P3 for his first race with quite an easy, recognizable crash helmet. Look at that color. I mean, the silver sort of livery. Very, very nice indeed for Dimitri Matiev with the Car Republic racing team. On the right side of your picture is Malo Bouillet, who managed a P4 yesterday, but some of the names in this qualifying heat, shall I say, will be, of course, to be kept inside, including Ian Hickmans, Ruben Volt, and some of the others. Let's go through the grid in full as the green flag is waving. The whistle, you might have heard it, but this is the signal for the drivers to make their way onto the track. Dimitri Matiev on pole position with Mayo Boye by his side. Round number 2, Ian Hickmans and Ruben Volt, followed on round number 3 by Francisco Macedo and Paul Cheos. Then we have Hugo Lerouin and Gabriel Stilt. Round number 5, Arnaud Mazilia and Marc Granada.
Row 6 will be Johan Aluja and Jan Rothen, who go from row 6. Marcos Luzio and Santi Valvi go from row 7. Sam Balota and Hugo Trichard will go from row 8. Mika Voss and Charles Lambert go from row 9. Rounding out the top 20, Maximilian Lodman and Matteo Giaccardi.
Then on row 11 we have Zakaria Replay and Petra Babichkova, followed by Julian Kamen and Alexander Ruta on row 12. Row number 13, Bart Harrison and Rafael Rajani. Laurit Sace and Gilles Remans on row number 14, followed by Enrique Oliveira, Benjamin Jones, Francisca Queiroz, Anne Weber and Wilgot Leek. Another 33 drivers on the grid, and we do have everybody on track for 2 laps in. The first one to get the tires up to temperatures, to get a proper grip and feel of the track, and the other one, as you might be familiar with the procedure, to get the formation of the grid in order. But as we said, a couple of big names in this field, one to keep an eye on, and the starting for the back end of the grid is Julian Kamen and Bart Harrison. Bart Harrison is first year in the senior class and is a two-time Winter Cup winner in the junior category, so one to keep an eye on. He knows this place, he knows this event like his own pocket. Julian Kamen, very strong name from the AGP racing team. He managed P4 yesterday, and some of the names that I've seen battling along as well in the IAME Series of Benelux as well. Sam Balota, Marcus Luzio, last year's winner in this very class, is starting only P13 on the grid, so not the best of qualifying, and is not the only one into this field to have been through a difficult qualifying effort yesterday.
No, definitely. It's been a tough day for some big names out there. I'm not sure, again, if it was just looking after tyres or just it was a bad session, but we did see that, you know, in qualifying 3, it was a very busy session. It was very bunched up, and it was hard to actually get a clean lap in, which is probably another reason why we saw drivers struggling to set a decent time. But, yeah, I feel this is going to be a very interesting race. Like you say, some fantastic names, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
Definitely. Gabriel Stilt, 2-time IAME World Final winner for the past 2 seasons on row number 4 from P8 from the outside line of the track. That's an interesting position to find yourself in, the outside of turn number 1, because it allows you to go a little bit longer outside of the racing line and to surprise your opponents and have the advantage on the chicane that follows. So we've seen that with Natalia Granada, for instance, in the previous heat, trying a bit. That worked pretty well. So watch out for turn number 1 and the drivers on the outside.
Yes, indeed. But for now, here we go. Round the final chicane. Back into the tram lines. Matiev on the left. Belay on the right. Into the tram lines we go. And it is green flag. Here we go. In towards turn 1. And again, great start from the entire field. And streaking round the outside there. Belay trying to squeeze the position. But unfortunately, falling back into the pack and dropping majorly down the order. And who's that's come through into position? Is that...
Ian Hickmans.
It is Ian Hickmans who's come through. So from the second row and up and round and half spin there, it was that Ian Hickmans again who was just struggling for position as the whole field concertinas up, and the 288 there going very, very slowly.
And we had the 288 indeed. This is Rafael Rajani, the Portuguese driver, and another one getting squeezed out over there in the turn number 7 and 8. So not the easiest start for everybody. But Ian Hickmans was able to get in front, but now he's being attacked pretty much by the number 60 just behind. This is Paul Cheos indeed going for the bid. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer, but he's there for the taking. Yannick Mens, unfortunately, and there he goes around the inside. Paul Cheos, watch out, they're side by side. Oh, contact, and Mathieu is out.
Mathieu round at the final chicane and facing the wrong way. The driver who put it on pole position, and he falls down the order, and that's a disaster. And I think that nose cone may have had a knock, and that's not what you need as well.
No, that's not what you need, and it's certainly not at such an early start in a qualifying heat. The weekend is only getting started, and already Mathieu, one of the protagonists of the class, in trouble. But sometimes, you know, you want to be a little bit too greedy in the chicane. It's easy tempting, of course, to dive on the inside and try to, you know, get the best launch on the start straight, but sometimes it doesn't pay off, and that's just what happened. There were just too many drivers on the racing line when there's just room for one, basically.
That's why we love this circuit, though. You know, it does promote close racing, and again, you can just see there one of the drivers retiring, one of the Cosmic drivers by the looks of it, in the pit lane. Back here, though, and it's all action nearer the front of the grid as the rest of the field has opened up a little bit. This is third place backwards as they go through. So it is Santi Valvi who's at the front of this one and has got the close company of Marcus Luzio and Malo Bellet, who are going through and just squeezing down. Luzio gets that move done and is now up into P3. And again, just over that curb, it looks like they get a huge knock from the driver behind, but it's not that. It's just that curb is so high, isn't it?
Yeah, curbs are high on this very track indeed, and you want to try to avoid them. Couple of drivers, one out as we've seen, and Marcus Luzio managed to get himself up into P3 with the Vidic colors, a new team and a new challenge for Marcus Luzio. But look at the battle with the 259 just in the middle of it. This is Juan Aluya battling along with Arnaud Malaysia, Gabriel Stilp, Julian Cameron as well. Fantastic recovery once again with the yellow color. You can see him on the screen, the 211. He just climbed 11 places up to P12. So qualifying was a disaster for Julian Cameron, who's one of the protagonists in the Benelux Championship. But this time around, the pace is here and he wants to be at the front, and he keeps on climbing those positions, climbing those fields. What's going to be difficult for Julian Cameron? Keep in mind that still climbing, but he needs to he needs to manage his tires, because, you know, those soft tires provided by MG can last, but not so much in terms of performance, and they have to go through in total 6 races before having to switch to the next set for the final. And most of those drivers will keep as many fresh tires as possible for the big one.
Yeah, exactly that. It's probably the strategy that most of the field are going to go for, save the new tyres for the superheats and the finals later on in the weekend. But again, so far this race has simmered down a little bit now. They've all slotted into a position I think that they're relatively happy with. Whether or not it will stay like that is yet to be seen, but still, Podcast leading the way, 5 positions gained and no dramas whatsoever. Ian Enkerman still there in second place from Marcus Luzio, 10 positions gained, who we are watching on your screen right here. The 266 leading this trio has got the company of Santi Valvi and Maleo Bollet just behind Bollet in the orange and blue race suit you can see there. And again, drivers just in the pit lane as Francisco Macedo with the fastest lap of the race, 56.440, very, very quick as Bart Harrison receives a warning flag. The 277, the driver who's won this event twice in juniors.
Ooh, on the inside, beautifully made by the 236 of Santi Valve. It was a battle with Malo Boye on the inside, and one of the drivers, this is Dimitri Matveev that you can see at the scale looking in despair. Around the inside, the battle is raging over there as well, the 315. This is Milo Boye, my apologies, with still Santi Valve. And while those two are battling along for position, well, Marcus Luzio, you can see him, has been pulling away just a little bit. That might be enough as we are halfway through this qualifying heat. That might be enough for Marcus Luzio to make it to P3. Oh, and one driver, the 291 from Pantano, is in trouble, I'm afraid. This is Alexander Ruta by the look of it, and he's going to have to retire. Yes, indeed, just near a commentary box on the start-finish straight. So another driver joining the retirement list, Alexander Ruta, as we already have on the sideline Hugo Erwin that you've seen on the picture, as well as Dimitri Matveev and Rafael Raggiani, unfortunately not able to finish this race. You can see here Matveev talking with his mechanic, debriefing already about what happened, and already yesterday we can remember that Matt Vive, he wasn't shown on screen, but he had a bit of a struggle to keep the field behind. As you can see what happened, the contact, boom, being pushed outside of the circuit. Might not be entirely his fault, but is the biggest victim.
Now, the contact there looked like that was with Ruben Volt in the 2.76, and again, race control, I'm sure, will look at that one, what happened exactly. But yeah, it just shows that final corner, very, very tricky, isn't it, for a lot of these drivers. There's the recovering Pantano car just being pulled off the circuit. Malo Ballet, though, with the fastest lap of the race, as the 2.59 has just pulled into the pit lane. That is Johan Aluja.
Yeah, another one joining
in the pit lane.
Yeah, that starts to be quite a list of unfortunate drivers in this heat, as we're about to conclude lap number 7. Paul Cheos, the Spaniard with the Birla MDC colors, is pulling away for 4/10 of a second. Not quite the gap that you would expect to have built at this point of the race. Ian Hickmans is still very much in his shadow. Marcus Luzio further back, the 308 on your picture. This is Arnaud Malizia and Sam Balota just behind in 6 and 7 respectively. Here they come the leaders. Ian Hickmans, winner already of one race yesterday in P2. Still something to say in this race. Watch out for the Belgian driver. Further back, Luzio. Then we have Boyer, Valve, Malizia, Balota, Francesco Macedo, Ruben Volt and Julian Kamen now into the top 10 after 13 places recovered.
I've got to say, Marcus Luzio's done a fantastic job here of closing that gap up to Ian Enkermans and Bolkas, who have not pulled away. I mean, they've got an advantage still, but the gap has come down considerably, and it could be because they are now starting to scrap, because you can see that gap has closed up considerably. It's now about 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second, as again, Aluja not overly happy there with what he's pulled in for, but hey, you know, it happens, it's racing. This, though, is racing, and it's still kicking off both for first and second and third and fourth. You can see on your screens, there's again tighter line there for Paul Chaos, who just looks to the inside, and down the inside goes Malo Ballet. He managed to get past Marcus Luzio. I think Luzio was caught napping there slightly through turn 1, so that's not going to help catching up to these two unless these two start battling. Plenty of time still for that to happen, though.
Yeah, and if it can happen, then something you don't want is a contact, of course, because that would mean all your efforts be teared apart. But Marcus Luzio caught napping. Let's see if he's going to be awake very soon to try to counter-attack. He still have a bit of time on his hands, and we know that Luzio has the pace. Demonstrated it last year with a dominant weekend. He wasn't supposed to compete in the first place with Danolan Racing, which you might remember, but still managed to win the event. Here is with another strong team, well established in IAME X30 in VDK. Let's see what he can do, and let's see what Ian Hickmans, look at him being aggressive on the inside of the chicane, trying to get the best exit possible on the way to turn number 1, and that might be paying off. Around the inside goes Ian Hickmans for P1.
Yeah, that was a nice move there. Just pulled out of the slipstream. Kind of last second move there. Again, I don't think Porthouse was ready for it. Giles then just slotting into second place. No drama there. Not flustered by it. Still there in a good position. Not dropped off completely. So will be able to potentially go for another attack. There is still time left in this race to get that done, but they've got to be careful. If they battle a little bit too hard, Ballet and Luzio will close in behind, and as much as we love a 4-place battle for the lead, I don't think these drivers want a 4-place battle for the lead, do they?
No, absolutely not. They're aiming for glory. They're aiming for the first positions, because the higher you finish, the less points you collect, and the higher will be in the overall classification and the best position for the super heats. But we'll get to that in more details later on. This is the final lap. Remember that once he was in the lead yesterday, Ian Hickmans was very strong at keeping the rhythm and actually pulled away, taking advantage of the battles behind. That's one thing, but that's the other, to keep it steady on the way to the checkered flag. That's what he's doing right now. He just built himself 0.4 of a second of a gap, taking advantage of the fact that Paul Cheos is having Evan Boyer trying to catch up behind.
Yeah, Cheos here under pressure from Ballet. We are on the final lap as well, so if Ballet is going to go for a move, it is going to be on this lap in towards turn 10. Is it going to be under braking? No, defensive goes Paul Cheos, but he just keeps that position from losing it. Now out of the corner though, side by side, and now Belay gets the move and gets it done through turn 12, and again well calculated and instantly goes to the defensive down the back straight in towards turn 13. Not a corner you really want to make an overtake on, but into the last braking zone out of the final corner. Enkmans is going to take the checker flag, but it's going to be a run to the line for second, and it will be Belay by absolutely not the skin of his teeth. 1/100th of a second across the line.
Yeah, beautiful finish indeed. And another victory, the second since yesterday for Ian Enkmans, certainly one of the protagonists with the win. And the fastest lap goes to Ruben Volt, actually, at the end of this race. So it was a strong end indeed, and you could see that, unfortunately for Chaos, his exit outside of turn number 11 was a little bit not precise enough. He went a little bit wide, and that was enough actually for Malo Boyer to go around the inside of the number 12. As you said, he just went defensive straight away. There was no way to go, unfortunately, for Paul Chaos. In that case, the chicane might be your last option, your very last option, but we've seen before that, it's unlikely to pay off every time. But still a couple of races to try to counter-attack. Ian Enkmans and Malo Boyer, as well as Paul Chaos, your top three at the end of this race. The classification in full in just a moment, as we're going to switch our attention to the junior category just after. Here it is, Ian Enkmans in front of Malo Boyer, Paul Chaos, Rivero, then Marcos Lucio, Santi Valve, Sambalota, all three having climbed 9 positions up to the top 6, followed in 7th by Ruben Volt, Francisco Macedo, Julian Kamen, one of the kings of recovery in this race, 14 places up in front of Arnaud Malizia, running up the top 10.
Arnaud Malizia and Ferrer Canada topping the 10 and 11. Loret Sasha, 15 places gained in this one, finishing that race in P12. Matteo Giaccari crossing the line in 13th place, also 7 positions gained. Bart Harrison, 11 positions gained, but with that warning flag will drop a few positions, so that is unfortunate for the British driver. Hugo Trichard finishes in P15, 1 position gained from Petra Babachkova, 6 places gained, finishing P16 from Mika Voss, Maximilian Lodman and Zacharias Ripley rounding out the top 19. Charles Lambert rounds out the top 20 for the French team.
Then we have Enrique Oliveira classified in P21st, followed by Gabriel Stilt. Not the best of race for the Formula World Final winner. He lost 14 positions outside of the top 20. Then we have Benjamin Jones, Jan Rottens, Gilles Reinmans, Vilgo Leek, Francisca Quero, and Arne Weber in the list of retired drivers. As you can see some of the replays of the race, we have Johan Aluha, Alexander Ruta, Hugo Erwan, Dmitry Matviv, and Rafael Rajani.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the start of this one pretty calm. There was a little bit of dust that kicked up, and then we had this contretemps that happened as they exit down. Not what you want to see. 4 karts all squeezing for the same piece of track at the start. Not what you want to see. This was Dmitry Matviv being, politely escorted off the racing line, I think, out the final corner. Yes, I think so. And unfortunately, that did end his race. This was the battle further back, as we saw Lucio and Belay coming through, and Belay again just trying to squeeze that gap all the way through, and again a good scrap for these drivers. Then it started to calm down a little bit. The race kind of simmered down, everyone found their position, until then it started to get a bit interesting, as again one of the
Pantano drivers retire.
I think it was that one as well who went off. It was Rafael Regini, I think, but again the move here for the race lead as Enkmans gets past Bolkhaus, and the move a little further back as well. And this is where Belay got that great drive out of turn 11 and just squeezes it down the inside again. It looks easy, doesn't it, on the screen, but I can tell you right now that that was not an easy move to pull over. And again, Enkmans winning that one quite considerably as well, managing a good gap at the end of that one. It was 1.4 seconds the gap, but it was side by side, and it was a lot smaller for the other gap as well.
Yeah, good result indeed for Ian Enkmans, with a second victory for the Belgian driver of the GP Racing team. The grid is set as we can switch to the junior category with drivers between 8 to 12 years of age in the junior category. 12 to 14, shall I say, the youngest being between 8 and 12 in the minis. That will come a bit later after that. 50 drivers from 15 nations have gathered this weekend in Valencia in the junior class, as we're going to start with the position between Group A and B. And one of the fastest drivers in qualifying yesterday, is going to be starting from overall pole position. We talked to him. This is Thomas Kinsey from France. Thomas Kinsey, voilà la première séance qualificative en junior et ça s'est plutôt bien passé pour toi avec 3 dixièmes pour l'instant en pole position provisoire. Raconte-nous un petit peu ton tour, comment tu es parvenu à trouver cet écart?
Bah, c'est bien passé, j'ai mis beaucoup d'espace derrière les autres pour claquer un temps parce que je savais qu'ils allaient se batailler et que ça allait être comme ça. Alors avec l'équipe on s'est dit on se met loin et on va essayer de revenir et ça a marché et je suis vraiment content.
Qu'est-ce que tu penses du niveau du peloton pour l'instant? Pas mal de pilotes d'un peu partout avec tous les niveaux, mais comment est-ce que tu le sens ce week-end?
En vrai ça va, il y a beaucoup de niveaux je trouve. Par exemple les fusions ils étaient vraiment vite aux 2 premières. Je pense qu'ils ont eu pas de chance avec le peloton mais en vrai il y a du niveau ce week-end. Ouais.
Great chat there with Thomas Quince, and there you can see Quint on that front row, the number 41, starting on pole position for the IAME Racing team, and you can see cool, calm, collected, and just getting himself prepared for this first race. And again, younger drivers this time around. I don't want to use the word less experienced. They're not. You know, they're still very experienced drivers. They've been in the sport for a very long time. But of course, there is still lots of things that these drivers can learn from the seniors that they see out there. And, you know, when they watch the starts of those races, you can see the seniors go 4 or 5 wide and they can all come out the corner at the same time. But, you know, these guys here do have some fantastic races. The engines fire up. They head out on circuit. It's Junior X30 qualifying heat A and B. Here is how they will line up. And it is a very busy and competitive grid we have out there. Thomas Quint starting on pole position with Sandro Perez alongside Toby Gale, and Raul Zanzaren will go from row 2. Freddie Lloyd and Marius Berryberg will go from row 3. Harrison Mackie and Javier Broeska go from row 4. Angelina Porenka and Darren Kinnard, they round out the top 10 on row 5.
Then we have on row 6 Elvis Krasoskas and Alexis Constant. Row number 7 Austin Gale and Hugo Marti. Row number 8 Tag Buckley and Daniel Dalakian, followed by Senna Meunier and Dominic Kakkonen. Row number 9. Row number 10 Harry Bartel and Sasha Van Pat Bosch, followed by Thomas Pradier, Bertram Sace, Thomas Fernandez, Filippo Donazan, Giovanni Tarazzona and Arthur Wang. 26 of them onto the track. On the grid and to the track, we have everybody for 8 laps, not 11, 8 for the juniors, as the race will be a 7 lap long for the minis. The minis that will be taking to the track a little bit later after those 2 races of the junior category. And a couple of names to keep an eye on, of course, in this one. Some protagonists of the IAME Benelux in Senna Meunier that we can have a good look at, as well as Alexis Constant, Sandro Perez, one of the fastest yesterdays, with Thomas Kinsey. I've been told by Anthony that Harrison Mackie is coming into this event with some sort of a challenge.
Well, yes, I was in the Fusion tent earlier this morning and I was chatting to the team, and it suddenly came into conversation. Obviously, Harrison Mackie's brother Lewis Mackie is on the spanners for him this weekend, and they have a bet between themselves. If Harrison can win this weekend, Lewis has to shave his head bald. If Harrison doesn't win this weekend in the junior category, he has to shave his head bald. So either way, one of the Mackie brothers is leaving this weekend looking a little bit like they've had an accident. But yes, it's going to be an interesting one. Do you think, who do you reckon? Do you reckon he's going to do it?
Did they say that they would shave their head on track or after they leave the circuit? Because there's no guarantee.
I didn't clarify that. I will.
We need to clarify that.
I'll clarify that, yes.
But to be honest, it's going to be starting from P7 on the grid on the inside, so quite an interesting position to fight yourself in. So I do hope, for the sake of his hair, that he will be able to make it up there and have a good starting position for the final. But remains to be seen on Sunday, because the opposition will be strong as ever.
Here we go then into the tram lines. It's a false start. It looked a little bit spread out. Yeah, you can see some of the cars in the background not even in the formation yet. So good call there to go round again. Obviously, they've got the option here. They're running the slightly harder compound of tyre. Are the juniors. They're running the red MG tyre versus the seniors on the yellow softer compound from MG. But, you know, so a little bit longer time to warm the tyres up. Probably a preference for them. Maybe this is a benefit to them to maybe get a better start and maybe a better and safer run through turn 1 as well.
Yeah, longer to get up to temperatures, but longer to last throughout the race, on theory, because you never quite know from one track to the other, sometimes from one turn to the other. As you can see on the left side, some of the marbles of the tires left on the side, quite spectacular actually on the outside of turn number 12, where the outside tires are put under a lot of pressure as they make their way onto the long back straight. So that's something to take into account here. Once again, a lot of marbles outside of the racing line. And we're going to see a lot of them getting there through the course of the qualifying heats. Pretty much there will be no rubber left at the end of all those qualifying races for those drivers. But what's important is to keep your head cold and your tires, unlike your head, up to temperatures.
Yes, indeed. Tram lines, this is looking better. Green flags out. Here we go in towards turn one. Great start from Thomas Quince, who keeps hold of that lead as he dives to the inside line. 3 wide in the background, and again, they all get round that first corner, the never-ending first corner, all well. One of the carts going off the track and all the way to the back of the grid. We'll find out who that was as down the inside and another coming together. That's Tyron Kennard, who's come together and gesticulating wildly there that wasn't his fault.
Yeah, I think the driver in trouble was the number 12, Alexis Constant, the young Belgian, if I've seen correctly. There's another Belgian, Tyron Kennard, as you said, in trouble. One of the strongest new assets of the Pantano team. Let's see if he can recover through that field into the opening lap. Always very important as the Fusion drivers. You might see a lot of this livery at the front, especially in the minis, when they have a lot of drivers and a lot of young talents able to fight at the front. But what's important as well between the teammates of Fusion Motorsport is to work together at some point, because at this point Thomas Quince was able to keep the position ahead. And the question is, can he extend this gap 0.3 of a second after one lap? Very, very soon in this race, as you can see behind Freddie Lloyd and Harrison Mackie making his way up to third. So that's a good start indeed for Harrison Mackie. Don't forget the bet and the challenge that he has on his head. But now he's gonna start working along with his Fusion Motorsport teammate Freddie Lloyd to try to put pressure on Thomas Quince, and join to the party can be Sandro Perez, who lost 2 positions. Sandro Perez up down to P4. And watch out for the first move, maybe coming your way. Yes, indeed, run inside by Freddie Lloyd, taking command.
Yeah, Mackie follows as well. So Thomas Quince now down into P2, and it's a Fusion 1-2 then. Lloyd and Mackie who break away from the rest of the field, and Lloyd there instantly saying to his teammate, let's think. And again, it's the right thing to do. You know, it's early stages in the day. This is their first qualifying heat for the juniors. And again, if you can just get away, break away, keep the kart nice and clean, not use your tyres. If they finish first and second like that, no drama whatsoever. But the drivers behind, Quince and Perez, they've got to work together as well. They've got to become teammates, even though they're not, to try and keep with these drivers. Because if they don't, they are just going to lose them. It'll be signed, sealed and done if they don't.
Yeah, it looks simple on paper, but it's much harder in practice, as the Jenna driver in third position is having to defend. And still not anymore in third place, as Sandro Perez made his way through the Spaniard. Austin Gale under investigation, fighting back from behind, and this is Austin Gale, isn't it, trying to get involved. Yes, indeed. Or was it the number 19? Paul Zaren.
Yeah, Zanzaren, who's coming through. The number 18, the Spaniard, moving up the field now into P4. So Quince is struggling here now. Started on pole, but it's slowly dropped down the field. Hopefully it's just, you know, a matter there, and we'll get back in the zone and we'll see him come back through the field. But in a bit of clean air there, so hopefully he can latch on to the back of Zanzarin and hopefully get up into that position again. But still, the 2 Fusion drivers working together here, but they've not driven away from the pack. Perez is still there in third and with the fastest lap of the race for Zanzarin.
Yeah, it's fair to say it might be a bit of a lacking experience when it comes to Thomas Quince, even though we've seen him compete at a very, very good level. But it's never easy when you start from pole and you have like a lot of drivers behind attacking as soon as lap number 1. On the inside goes Perez, beautifully made, and is up to P2. And Thomas Quince once again.
Oh, is Mackie got a problem?
By the look of it, maybe, because it's dropping a little bit of ground. And around the inside, look at what's happening here with the 21 trying to get around.
Well, he's dropped way down the order here. He's down in about 13th, 14th place now. He's just fallen off the back of the grid here, and yeah, he has got a problem. Harrison Mackie, who was running in second place, is dropping down the order, and it's a disaster for the Fusion driver as the rest of the field go through. Toby Gale, you could just see there, side by side a little further back. Here is the number 27. This is Dalakan, who is fighting fierce for about 10th, 11th place on track as they go through the infield section, this tight, twisty section. There you see the 52 of Elvis Krakauskas, who's battling away as well. He's got the close company of the number 18 as well as they go through. That is Zanzaren. Has Zanzaren dropped down the order a little bit now?
Yeah, quite worrying indeed, but that's too bad for Harrison Mackie. But Thomas Kinsey is still very much in this race in fourth. The number 18 on your picture.
Sorry, I don't know what I was watching earlier on. No, they're battling for second still, and so yeah, apologies for that.
It's all right. Still early into the day. There's going to be a long program for both of us as well, Altari.
Coffee's not kicked in yet.
Yeah, you're fully excused. As here the 51 on your picture, your leader Freddie Lloyd, Raul Perez in second. The battle is raging as there's a battle for second place with Freddie Lloyd trying to pull away 0.3 of a second, not quite able to make himself enough distance to be entirely comfortable in this race, as we're going to have 2 laps after this one, and you can see a 3-driver battle taking form. That could even lead to a 4-driver battle if Thomas Kinsey is able to reduce a bit of the gap. It came up to 1 second for the Frenchman, unfortunately, having to defend against Tag Buckley in P5. Then we have Austin Gale, Sacha Van Paddock.
Oh, here we go into the final chicane, and it's a dive down the inside there from Sergio Perez. Sergio Perez, wrong one. Sandro Perez. I thought he'd appreciate that. He did appreciate that, and as he takes the lead now, and now Freddie Lloyd is under pressure here because he's dropped back into P3. He lost his rear gunner of Mackie, and now he's a lone fusion driver in this quadruple set of drivers. The 18 Zanzaren up into P2 as well. He's managed to get that one sorted, and crucially Thomas Quincey has not dropped off these ones. He's still with these top 4.
Yeah, that was one of the cleanest moves that we've seen in the chicane so far, so well done to Sandro Perez. Now he needs to stay ahead and keep his head cold, because there's a lot of drivers behind trying to reverse the situation. Let's see what Raul Perez behind can do in second. Freddie Lloyd, as you said, the only fusion driver. Then we have Thomas Kinsey, Buckley in P5. That's going to be one interesting last lap on the way down to the chicane. This is where you have to shut all the doors, keeping the inside line, going defensive, trying not to lose too much momentum. A bit of curb for Sandro Perez, your leader. He lost a bit of momentum as a result, unfortunately. Entering the last lap, shutting the door into turn number 1, but you can see Perez going around the outside, but opening the door as well to Lloyd. Watch out for no contact at all on the way to the chicane. Everybody stays steady. Oh, that's a tricky part. There's a bit of contact.
God, was that Zanzaren who tried to go around the outside of turn 3? That would have been an incredibly brave move to get that one done. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and now Freddie Lloyd back up into P2. Still Sandro Perez, who's leading the way, checks over the shoulder, can see that Lloyd is there and goes defensive in towards turn 10, and now Lloyd can get the switchback here, going through turn 11 and retakes the lead. Crucially, Zanzaren comes through as well, back up into P2. That's allowing everyone else to close up now, as well as the number 77, I believe, that's gone through. No, it isn't. It's the 11 of Tyke Buckley, who's joined the back of this pack now and back down the inside and squeezed a gap that didn't even exist. And off the track goes Lloyd. But wow, Zanzaren tried to get that move done, and crucially, Sandro Perez takes the win on that final lap. I would love to see that overtake into the final chicane again, because that, well, I don't know if it was alongside it, just saw it out of the corner of my eye, but goodness me, Lloyd there having to take evasive maneuvers and avoiding any sort of contact there. All drivers doing a fantastic job to stay on the track as best as possible, but Sandro Perez here from Spain for the MDC competition team takes the win after 8 laps of racing. And you can think he's going to be happy with that one. First race of the day, signed, sealed, and done. You can be happy with that one as he'll make his way back into the pit lanes. And Zana at the end of that one did cross the line in second place from Freddie Lloyd. Thomas Quincey did cross in P4 after dropping 3 places. Tyke Buckley, the Irish driver, coming into 5th place, 10 positions gained from 15th on the grid. So a great start there for Tyke Buckley. Austin Gale with 7 positions gained, finishing in P6 from Hugo Marti, finishing in P7, both 7 positions gained. Javier Baraska finishing in 8th place, no positions gained from Sacha Pan Bosch, just behind. 11 positions gained with Thomas Prader just behind as well. I think those two worked together all the way throughout that one to try and gain as many positions, because they both gained 11. Angelina Proenka then crosses the line in P11. From Dalacan, who finishes in P12, 4 places gained. Marius Barryberg finishing in P13 at the end of that one, unfortunately losing 7 places from Harrison Mack, who didn't retire from that race, but finished that one in P14. So not sure what happened to the young driver, but not the best start to the weekend. Elvis Krasauskas finishes in P15 from Toby Gale, who was under investigation at the start of that race. We'll have to see whether or not that comes through at the end of it. Finishing in P16, Alexis Constant and Tyron Kennard, Marina Senna and Terazona Bartel and Sasha finishing 21st place. Here's a look then at some of the replays from that race. The start was okay from the majority of the field. One of the drivers did go to the back of the grid. I'm not sure who that was in the end of it. I think it could have been Fernandez on the recovery. This is where Quint started to lose the positions, and this is where Quint started to fight back a little bit as well, as Sandro Perez was squeezing his way through. A little further back in the order as well. This was the number 27 just getting involved. That was Dalacan, who was having a nice little scrap. Back at the front though, and it was all kicking off between Zanzaren and Perez. This is where the overtake between Lloyd just happens, and there you can just see everyone managing to keep it on the track, but it's so easy to lose so many positions there. The battle still heated up all the way throughout, as then Tyke Butley got involved in P5 and closed in. Lloyd, though, fighting back, and Freddie getting that position through turn 11. Zanzaren following as well, and this was the move. It was a late lunge then from Zanzaren. He didn't actually make the corner himself. Both drivers losing out, and Sandro Perez coming through to take a first heat victory at the end of that one. The top 5 separated by 1/10 of a second between themselves. It was 7/10 of a second as they crossed the line between themselves. So a very close end to that race. But of course, we will be speaking to some of our drivers. So down in the pit lane, we'll hand over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Welcome back, guys, from the Parc Fermé. Sandro Perez with us. Beautiful race, Sandro. That was quite difficult out there on the track. Can you talk us through the performance and how it went from your point of view?
Yeah, it was clearly a difficult race. We were fighting from the start. It was a difficult start because the second position, and in general when you start outside at this track, it's very difficult to get a good position. But we went overtaking each lap step by step, and finally we could get the first position, but we did some mistakes.
Yeah, some mistakes still early into the day, so a lot of corrections to be made. What can you tell us about the tires? Because it's always a big talking point, especially in the heat of Valencia and the track being tricky in some parts.
The tire is very difficult to manage because you have to know how to warm up, because it's a very hard tire. So it's hard to drive because it's not the same than other tires. You have to turn much aggressive, and it's another type of driving.
Absolutely. In terms of setup, are you happy so far about the little things that you've been able to find with the team?
Yeah, we are so satisfied with the team and in general with the chassis. So now we're gonna have to keep working, and let's see the next hit.
Fantastic. Gracias. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of the races. I believe we might have a couple of minutes before the next race of the X30 Junior class, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you can see behind me, we're here in the Parc Fermé, where there's a lot of things happening, generally speaking, with the scale. As you can see, the drivers quite busy with the mechanics. They have to go through, you can see behind me, the scale into the Parc Fermé, where they have to stand with the helmet, with the full equipment and their carts, and the weight is being controlled, and they have to be, above a certain measure to be within the rule book. So pretty much everybody is, but that's part of the regulation that those drivers have to go through. So there's always a lot of activity happening in this part of the track when the drivers behind me on my left come back from the circuit through a little list of chicanes on the in-3 of the pit lane, making their way here. This is certainly one of the places when there's the most activity. On the other side of one of the main garages, there's the starting grid as well as the other Parc Fermé, when the drivers make their way before being authorized to put themselves on the grid waiting for the green flag. So this is certainly the heart of the Winter Cup, the heart of any kart race at this level. a lot of people involved, a lot of action, a lot of activity happening. So let's see if I can maybe have a quick talk, if we have time, with another driver that we've seen competing. Some of the protagonists have left us already. The time for us to talk to Sandro Perez, but maybe if I can have a quick word with Senna Meunier. Let me try to grab is available. Interview samen? Ah, français, bien sûr, on peut faire une petite interview en français, viens, accompagne-moi. So, we're going to do a close interview in French. Voilà, Senna, raconte-nous un petit peu cette première épreuve, comment ça s'est passé de ton point de vue?
Un petit peu dur pour le départ, c'était stressant et j'ai fait un petit crash dans le départ.
Voilà, une première course, une première expérience, mais avec encore des progrès à faire de ton côté?
Oui, beaucoup quand même.
Ok, bonne chance pour les autres. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Senna Meunier, one of the young Belgian drivers. Thank you very much for talking to us. As get back to you, Anthony, as we're ready to go racing for one more Junior Heat race.
Thank you very much, Graham. Yeah, man of many languages there. That's why he goes down to do the interviews, just in case, because I can only speak English. I will be learning other languages as best as I possibly can. Like we say there, yes, the next qualifying heat is about to get underway. It's the Junior X30. This time it's Group C and D that are going to be taking to the track. Cathal Clark starting on pole position there. You can see him there on the left-hand side of the screen, the number 6 for the Victory Lane team, running on the Red Speed chassis. He's got Sebastian Mins alongside it. These two drivers both raced in the British Kart Championship. He's also got Jensen Graham just behind, another driver who's a familiar face in the British Kart Championships as well. So starting on that front row, here's how they'll line up then for the second junior race of the weekend. The first for these drivers, Cathal Clark and Sebastian Mins, starting on that front row. It's an all-British front row lockout from Thibaut Ramekers and Jensen Graham on row 2. Noah Monteiro and Arthur Didonka go from row 3. Vilmos Svan and Mary Berryberg going from row number 4. John Helder and Sam Woolley, they go from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Romeo Russell and Thomas Gomez, they go from row 6. Joseph Smith and Alexander Dahlstrom, they go from row 7, with Timo Kompmans and Mickey Blaskos going from row 8. Matis Reiber and Mikael Malmer, they go from row 9, with Daniel Mota and Rocco Coronel, they round out the top 20. Nikita Nikashov and Hugo Manas, they round out row 11, with Enzo Ruggiero and Matt Corby rounding out the 24 drivers on row number 12. Again, 8 laps of racing for this one, slightly shorter than the seniors, but the same, of course, as all the juniors. These drivers will have plenty of time to get themselves warmed up. The field at the moment still pretty spread out. The first driver going in towards turn 1, the last driver who's still currently going around turn 13. So quite a bit of real estate between the field. So hopefully Cathal Clark will start rolling it back and see those yellow flags that will come out and slowing the grid down. I think he has he's come off the old loud pedal now and is starting to bunch the field up just that little bit. So this is going to be an interesting one, of course. None of these drivers have had a race yet. They've had their qualifyings, they've had practices, warm-ups and all of that, but this is their first race heat of the day for these groups. Not for the class, though. Of course, we just had the first junior race before this one. If you are only just joining us on the live stream, welcome one and all to the 2023 IAME Winter Cup. We are at Valencia. It is beautiful, sunny sunshine, and we are midway through the morning sessions, I would say. Are we midway through the morning sessions? Yeah, we're race 8 of 9. We've still got a long way to go, haven't we, Graham? You're back in the commentary box.
Yeah, once we get into it, time flies like never before, and we still have quite a lot of races on our hands. But stay with us on IAMEEuroseries.com, on YouTube, Facebook, and on Motorsport TV, not to miss any piece of the action. Kart racing at its best in IAME X30.
Yes, indeed. Into the tram lines we go. It is green flag, and off they go in towards turn one again, side by side. Cathal Clark holding that inside line and squeezing Sebastian Mins. Will have to defend, but down the inside goes Thibaut Ramekers, who goes up, and a bit of concertina and drivers coming off the circuit. That is the 46 that's come off the circuit there,
After
but back
Dodonker.
on. Yeah, Dodonker now back on the track. All is well, though, in the back of the field as down the inside there goes the number 3 of Ramekers, who tries to get a position there on Clark but fails to do so. But crucially, a nice big gap that those front two have got now.
Yeah, they're on their own right now, their own planet, and they have all the time to start fighting. Thibaut Ramekers in second place, the Belgian driver. Then we have further back as well one of the Car Republic, the 29 third place. This is Noah Montero, used to be part of the Victory Lane car. Oh, and one driver in trouble outside of turn number 12. Let's try to see who that is in a minute, as Thibaut Ramekers stays behind, waits for the big moment as the leader Cathal Clark is clipping the curb, closing on the opening lap. So there goes the move, the door is open, and that was enough for the Belgian to dive through. Thibaut Ramekers takes the lead in front of Cathal Clark, who didn't oppose much of resistance. This is only lap number 2 out of 8. Oh, and one driver in trouble on the start finish straight, the number 36, that unfortunately will have to retire. This is Barry Berg, one of the sister of the two Mary Berg that we have this weekend on track. There she is, the number 36, and that will mean certainly a retirement. I've seen that she might have lost a technical part, and as the marshals are being right now on the scene with Barry Berg. She was driving at the back end of the grid.
Back at the front here, though, as Ramekers now leads the race. Managed to get past Cathal Clark. We were talking about that happened at turn 1. Going through now, they'll have obviously caution through this section as they sweep past the start-finish line, and no positions gained or lost then. A little bit wide there from Clark. Looked like he carried a little bit too much speed trying to hit the second apex through turn 1, but managing to close it in. Noah Montero still there as well. Sebastian Mins still there in P4 as well. Had the, the outside line, when you start these races, it can work. Sometimes it doesn't work. If you can hold it round the outside, but you've got to be careful because there's a lot of marbles out there. It's dirty. Yeah, you've got to try and bring it into the tighter line. But so far, these 4 working well. Yeah,
there was a bit of a push from Cathal Clark on the back end of Thibaut Ramekers. So was it like something of a brake test? I don't know. But the pressure is there on the Belgian driver's shoulder. With the Chetila Racing colours, is part of the VDK Racing team. Thibaut Ramekers, for the first time this year, part of the selection of drivers in Belgium of the Royal Motorsport Federation. So a big push for Thibaut Ramekers, deserving of all his efforts for the past few years. As a switch for third place, beautifully made by Sebastian Mins on Noah Montero. And there he goes for the taking. Third place for Sebastian Mins, a Brit in front of Noah Montero. Means that, if you might remember, didn't have the best of start. He went flying a little bit, going cross country and putting a bit of dust to the track. I thought for a minute that it was going to be pretty much game over for Sebastian Mins, but he managed to stay right up there and now back in full speed. No, P3 for Sebastian Mins, Montero down in P4. Then you have Vilmos Van, P5. Here's a replay of the move for P3. Sebastian Mins waiting for the good moment to attack. The door was wide open by Noah Montero, or maybe he wasn't expecting, but you always have to expect on that track overtaking coming your way in turn number 1. But there was plenty of space for the move, and still plenty of time for Noah Montero to give his money back.
Yes, indeed. Tucking into that slipstream, Thibaut Ramekers, and out of the slipstream goes Cathal Clark down the inside through turn 1, and Sebastian Mins follows as well. Calculated that perfectly down the inside. The driver gets that move and moves up into second place. I didn't think that was going to work out, and I think it was just one of those things that, the gap's there, I've got to go for it. I've got to go for it early doors because we're slowly running out of time. We're already half race distance. 8 laps can disappear very, very quickly for these drivers. They're still lapping 57s. Sometimes they're lapping the same pace as some seniors earlier on in the day in warm-up. So, these are still very, very quick karts. But the fact they've got less laps means that the races end just as fast.
Now, observe the driving position of Sebastian Mins. That's interesting, the driver in second position, because if you're considering the other positions of the other drivers, Sebastian Mins seems like he's lying down a bit more in his chassis on his seat. We'll talk that as we see the replay of the move from Cathal Clark on Thibaut Ramakers. This is where Sébastien Mins was able to go for P2. Look at the position he's driving. Reminds me of some of the drivers that we've seen in the past, like Kars Havercourt, the Dutch driver a couple of years ago, used to have the same driving position. Quite unusual compared to the rest of the field, but certainly helping in terms of, the separation of masses.
Well, I do know Sébastien Mins. I've known him for a while. I do know the reason why he has that. While he was young, he had a trampolining accident and actually very badly damaged his neck. So he's still recovering from that one even now. So you may see his head bob to the side here or there. It's not a style. It's more... that's how it sits. So he still does an incredible job with holding on to it. And now in the lead of this one, you just think he's doing a brilliant job with just maintaining that pace. And the positions that he's gained through this one, his overtakes are spot on as well. He calculates them really, really well. And looking over the shoulder here, look, he was waiting for that one. And still, Ramakers got it done. But crucially, Mins didn't fight it too much. If you defend it too much, you're going to get in trouble.
Good move indeed from Thibaut Ramakers, up in a position, back into second place. In first place, shall I say. Sébastien Mins second, Cathal Clark third. Mins the fastest on track. Noam Montero is back in the picture. Watch out as well for Jenson Graham. We had lost sight of him. Jenson Graham, he was one of the fastest yesterday, client in this category. And there goes around the inside for the move. Yes, it does. Beautifully made by Sébastien Mins, back in the lead. We're going to enter the last lap of this race. It is more than one driver with pretty much his one hand on the victory in this qualifying heat. Going defensive, Sébastien Mins on the way to the chicane. Maybe shall we wait? No, he's not waiting any longer. Thibaut Ramakers opening up the door and he goes through. That was tight, wasn't it? But this is moving made by Ramakers on the way to the final lap. That might be the key move for him as the others keep battling along with Cathal Clark taking around the inside line, and he takes Noam Montero with him.
Yes, indeed. This is starting to heat up now as Montero, under pressure, gets overtaken by Jenson Graham, who's come back up through the field now. Montero back down the inside, and it's still side by side as everyone trying to find a piece of track between themselves, and it's just not working out. The 15 also coming into this one. This is Vilmar Sven, who is joining the fray as well. The Swedish driver now up as Graham back down the inside in towards turn 10, gets that position done once more. Ramakers still leading the way. Sébastien Mins dropping back now into P3 as Cathal Clark is on the hunt for the Belgian driver.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of hectic last meters, but I think that Thibaut Ramakers built himself enough of a gap. If the exit of the chicane is good enough, that might be even a photo finish. This won't be this time. Victory, the first of the weekend for Thibaut Ramakers. Cathal Clark for just 700 of a second on the line. One more lap, and this could have been an entirely different result at the end of this qualifying heat. Sébastien Mins takes P3 in front of Noam Montero and Jenson Graham. But another beautiful race, the first of a couple to come for the junior category. As same for the seniors and same for the minis, they have to go through those qualifying phases in order to be qualified for the superheat on Sunday morning, and only the 36 best of them will make it to the final. But Thibaut Ramakers, the new one of the new official drivers in Belgium of the Real Motorsport Federation, now showing off once again his talent and skills onto the track. He was part of the Belgian selection in the FIA Motorsport Games a couple of weeks ago in Marseille. Didn't go particularly according to plan, but still showed good things out there. And once again, he's starting this IAME Winter Cup on the good foot.
Yes, indeed. Drivers make their way back into the pit lane then, scrutineering calls, and of course the race isn't over until they've cleared that section. So here's a look then at the provisional race results at the end of 8 laps of racing. Thibaut Ramakers from Belgium takes the race win from Cathal Clark. Sébastien Mins comes in 3rd place with Noam Montero finishing in P4. Jenson Graham with a good recovery after dropping back. He comes back in towards 5th place from Vilmar Sven, the Swedish driver, finishing in P6. Romeo Marcel crosses the line, the French driver, in P7 with Arthur Tidonka crossing the line in P8. Rocco Coronel finishes in P9 with Joseph Smith rounding out the top 10.
He's followed by John Helder in P11. Then we have Alexander Dahlström, Matt Corby climbing 11 places up to P13. Then we have Hugo Manas, Temo Koopmans, Daniel Motta, Samueli Thomas Gomez, Matus Riba, and Mikel Malme-Rios running at the top 20. Then we have, following Nikita Nikishov in P21, Miki Blaskos, Enzo Ruju Giro, and Mari Barryberg, the only driver having to retire into this race. 8 laps in, as we're going to switch our attention to the youngest drivers into the field as we take a look at the replays of this race.
Yes, indeed. This was the start then. Sebastian Mins and Cathal Clark on the front of this one. Sebastian not with the best start, got squeezed down the inside as Ramikers came through to eventually take the race win in this one. Up into P2, like you say, kicking up that dust and coming back onto the track. And unfortunately, that pushed Dodonka off the circuit. No fault of his own, of course, as they came back onto the track. A little earlier on, this was the move for the first of many race moves for the race lead as Ramikers down the inside. This allowed the drivers behind as well of Montero to close in. This was Barryberg, the sister Marie, unfortunately retiring, and yeah, debris coming off that car. It looked like the battery maybe had come out or come loose, which was a big shame. Sebastian Mins once again down the inside there, getting back up into third place past Noah Montero. He did that move successfully many times throughout that race, as again the race just continued all the way throughout with drivers chopping and changing, getting positions done. This was Cathal Clark back for the race lead from Ramikers, and this was where Sebastian Mins as well found a cheeky gap to dive it down the inside to retake second place as well throughout this one. Again, chopping and changing once more as Ramikers and Sebastian Mins did the same on Cathal Clark a couple of laps later to retake first and second, and a very late lunge here from Ramikers to make that move for the race lead. The race came to an end very briefly. It came to an end quickly after this one as Sebastian Mins retook the lead a little bit later on, but again, that final move down the inside, that gap just existing, and Sebastian Mins having to relinquish that spot, and Ramikers taking the win at the end of that one from Cathal Clark and Sebastian Mins. Nothing between the two Brits as they crossed the line. A brilliant end to a junior section. Mini is coming up next. The next group, we spoke to our first place qualifier from Mini, the driver you can see on your screen. We spoke to Novella Hernandez.
Congratulations, bravo, pole position, ¿qué piensas?
Ha sido bastante difícil, bueno, he podido salir con buenas posiciones y poder hacer la pole. Es muy buena suerte.
Y para mañana el weekend, ¿qué puedes hacer por la competición?
Pues ir a por todas y a ver si podemos ganar. Si tenemos suerte, a lo mejor podemos estar por delante. Pero bueno, haremos lo que podamos.
Great to chat there with Novola Morales there. And qualifying on pole, not an easy job to do in minis. Again, this is a very tough and competitive class. Some of the slowest carts that we have here this weekend, but they're certainly not slow. They are very quick out there, still lapping around the 1 minute area. So very competitive grid that we've got out here. And what do we think that we're going to see from this one? Are we going to see trains start to form? Are we going to see people working together? Or is the field going to spread out?
You know, to be honest, there's always something unexpected to have in those races of the X30 mini class, because we have for this year, as we do for pretty much each season, a lot of new faces, fresh faces and names being part of this class. This weekend, we have 53 drivers, including Nuvora Morales Mendez, the young driver that will be starting on pole position. You just heard him with my struggle in Spanish to have a good conversation with him, but lovely kid and very fast on track. But there's so many new names and so many different protagonists that can fight at the forefront. Ever since the start of the weekend, we had a couple of different names being fastest in non-qualifying practice. The likes of Andrea Mani, GC Phillips, Zenek Babisek, that we've seen for the past few seasons fighting at the forefront. Nivola Morales Mendez, our pole sitter, was one of the fastest in qualifying. That was enough for him to start on top of the classification. The question now is, in this category, with the experience still being, somehow limited because of, that category at such a young age, between 8 and 12 years old. So the question is, will he be able to stay in pole position, to stay at the forefront with all the drivers pushing along behind? So that's one of the challenges, of course, at the weights. Nivola Morales Mendes. Archie Lovat was impressive as well against the clock yesterday, but we got a couple of names like GC Phillips, or Stig de Rademacher, to keep an eye on. GC Phillips, of course, that has been part of the field of the mini class last season already. He's done some good things last year. You might remember that he left Oliver Roland Motorsport to go to Fusion, and he took a pole position in the IAME Euro Series 2 seasons ago, a championship where he came to be fourth, and he also won last year's iGames in Campos where you were, Anthony. So a pretty strong start, a strong end of the season, shall I say, last year for GC Phillips, and certainly more than willing to emulate that performance in Spain here in Valencia.
Yes, indeed. It's always one of those challenging things to move teams, and it's part of a racing driver's career. You're always going to chop and change teams. Some drivers do like to stick with the same team throughout their career, but yeah, if you do move teams, different chassis, different engine. Well, it's the same engines, but different tuners or anything like that. So it always becomes a different skill, really, to learn how to change team. Really, it is a skill.
Yeah, especially at such a young age. You need to find your pace. You need to learn the craft of being a racing driver. And sometimes that can be challenging to go from one family to the other, because at this age as well, even though those drivers, have the support of their family members and friends who sometimes are with them on track, the team, more often than you would think, become a second family to those kids learning how to drive and how to be a performer on track. So, these are the people they spend most of their time traveling from races to races. So that could be challenging, but by the look of it, GC Phillips, through this change of team, has been able to manage himself quite good. But as you can see, the drivers are now waiting for the green flag to be waved and the whistle to be blown. Nivola Morales Mendes and Archie Lovat will be on the front row of the grid. A lot of Spaniard drivers in this mini class, more than willing to shine on home soil. Talking about the weather, this should be absolutely fantastic until the end of the weekend, as it was last year. Sometimes we have had rain in Valencia, but the forecast says that this should be dry and lovely until the finals.
Oh, don't say the R word. Don't say the R word. The mechanics will have a frenzy. Here we go then. Mini X30 qualifying heat A and B. The first time we see the Mini X30s heading out onto track. Let's see how they're going to line up for the first race of their weekend. Nivola Morales will start on pole position with Archie Lovett alongside Ivan Gonzalez and Mateo Rivals. They go from row 2. Angelina Simmons and Andrea Mani, they go from row 3, with Jesse Phillips and Zach Zhu going from row 4. Manny Novellini and Max Cruz, they round out the top 10 on row 5.
Row number 6, Stig de Rademacher and Malik Likea. Then we have Minje Kim and Stefan Michuna. Row number 7. Row number 8, Aritz Ferry and Alexander Turner, followed by Jack McLaughlin and Mason Robertson. Row 9. Row number 10, Rafael Simon Varela and Alvaro Perello. Row number 11, Jamar Oft and Mason Brooks, followed by Levin Barbier, Daniel Sabogo, Aurélien Lemaire, Jorge Miquel, and Francisco Lopez Estrada. A total of 27 drivers on the grid, and we do have everybody on track. This is the shortest qualifying heat that you will have today, with 7 laps to go through from start to finish. Not a lot of racing for those youngsters, the youngest drivers that we have on track. Different tire compound, the Comets, pretty much the same manufacturer, different names, but still a different shape and size for the minis, for those slick tires, as they also have, like the other classes, a limited amount of tires that they allowed to use throughout the course of the weekend, from qualifying to the finals. It's up to them and the mechanics to come up with the best strategy in terms of tire management, fine-tuning the engine, fine-tuning the chassis all the way through.
Yes, indeed. Tyres becoming the new chassis, really. Different name, different colour, same thing. It's that's the main one all the way through the field. There are some different regulators out there, but they're all pretty much an OTK product, so they're all pretty much similar out there. This is going to be an interesting one. Like we were talking about earlier, are they going to work together? Are they going to spread out? It is one of those big questions. The younger, the slower karts, they always tend to bunch up. They always tend to work more as a train with the slipstream and everything like that. Especially we see that in the cadet classes in the UK especially, and even over here in Europe, mainland Europe. But seeing them out here, I'd be curious to see how they go, because I've not seen these guys race so far this weekend like this. It will be a curious one to see. I'm looking forward to it. Out of the final chicane then they go, and it looks like we could maybe not go this time. No, it is a false start. They are going round again. You do see them doing the kind of lasso cowboy signal there, just to inform the driver behind that they are going round again. Always good practice to do that one. Nice to see that the young drivers have learnt that one fairly quickly as well. So another formation lap, and on the formation lap, one driver gets...
oh, no. On the curb, it just clipped the curb on the chicane in turn 3 and 4. You can see him, thanks to the help of the marshals, the 932. This is Angelina Simons-Torres. She was due to start from row number 3, from 5th position on the grid. What on earth happened there? Maybe the result of a touch, a contact with another driver, or maybe a slight driver mistake. But as a result, unfortunately for her, she's going to have to push all the way through to... catch the rest of the group, and I don't think she will have enough time there. She's too far back to get the place back into the field. Yeah,
unfortunately, as soon as you get to the red line, you are not allowed to overtake after that point, which they are approaching now, and unfortunately, she is not anywhere near the actual main pack, so she will be starting at the back of the grid, which is unfortunate, meaning there will be a gap in that grid slot. Once again, into the final chicane. This is looking a little bit better. Are we going green this time? We are going green. We are, yes, it is green flag and we're away. And it's a great start from Morales. Down the inside and off at turn 1, and a big contact into the marshal post. It's the 933 that hits the barrier. That was Alexander Turner, or Samuel Turner, and... into the barrier. Driver looks okay, but back here with the action as it's a breakaway between the top two who have pulled away on track.
Yeah, not the easiest indeed. There was a heavy contact on the inside of turn number 1 with Samuel Alexander Turner, Jack McCaughlin as well. That Samuel Turner is the one, unfortunately, that was pushed, and you can see that thanks to the help of the marshals is being put on the sideline and is walking. That's always what we like to see. And the time for the barriers to be repaired and the cars to be put on the sideline. I think that this won't need interruption, as back in the lead with Nivola Morales still very much attached to first position. But watch out for the pressure coming from behind of the 988, sorry, with Archie Lovat trying to put the young Spaniard under pressure. The 946, my apologies, with Andrea Mani, who just made his way up to second place. Not quite as it is on your screen if you have having the live timing under your eyes. We were waiting for the updates of the live timing in terms of classification, but Nivola Morales is very much in the lead in front of Andrea Mani, the Frenchman, who had a very good getaway into the opening lap as he was starting further back on the grid. As he made his way up, he was 6th on the grid, and now already trying to scratch the back end of the leader for P1.
Yes, indeed. Morales now starting to break away here from the main pack. You can just see there as well Jesse Phillips making his way through the field. The 905 getting a good start to this race. Of course, a dramatic start to this race. Andrea Mani just checking over the shoulder just to see that position is all good. And the drivers make their way through the final chicane once more. And across their line they go once again. So still Morales leading the way. Comfortable, not comfortable, I would say, because still Mani trying to find a gap. And again, it's all starting to heat up here. Here's a replay at the start of this race then, as they go into turn 1. Look a little further back in the field. You can just see out the corner of your eye. Yeah, so there you go. So absolutely no faults of their own, just unfortunately gets clipped by another driver. And unfortunately for Samuel Turner, that ends his race very, very quickly. Back here, though, with the live action, and Jesse Phillips now up into P3. Shake of the head there, not sure what that was for, but all is well. You know, he's actually up into P4, as Andrea Mani has lost out on P2, so I didn't see the lead go there. So Archie Lovett now back up into P2, as down the inside goes Jesse Phillips, trying to get that move done on Andrea Mani. Gets it done, moves now up into P3. The field now starting to concertina up, and the order now appears on your screen. 4 laps in, and there you can see Morales still leading the way by about half a second.
Matteo Rivals, the Frenchman, the fastest on track in 1 minute 3.9. And the battle between the Fusion drivers on the inside of the 946 of Andrea Mani is losing a bit of momentum from the early stages of this race. Lap number 5. And as the 937, unfortunately, this is a Daniel Sabugo Velasco, the Spaniard, having to retire, going through the scrutiny ring and the scale. Unfortunately, the Birela driver won't see it through into this qualifying heat. Nuvola Morales Mendes extending his gap as much as he can, 0.3 of a second, not quite big enough to feel entirely on his own. Then we have Archie Lovat and GC Phillips in a strong explanation for P2, as we predicted. You know, we have a bit of an half and half sort of field. You can see the first wagon still quite glued together, you know, and watch out not to be squeezed too much into the opening, the second sector, especially on the last one here on the chicane. And then we have a big gap in the rest of the field battling along. But this is the penultimate lap, and you can feel the pressure rising on the shoulders of your leader. Nuvola Morales had a bit of a gap, but it just melted actually halfway. 0.2 of a second between the leader and GC Phillips in second. Archie Lovat Phillips made his way up to second with the help of Lovat. If they can work together to increase the pressure on the leader, maybe they could turn things around. Always easier said than done in that case, as the checkered flag is coming near.
Yes, indeed. I think you saw a little bit of communication there between Phillips and Lovett, who I think may work together at this sort of section here to try and get past the incredibly quick Nuvola Morales, who is doing a sterling job leading this race. Out of turn 12 they go then. You wind the engines up now as you get down the backstroke. Fastest part of the circuit now as you hit the double apex of turn 13, and looking to the inside now into the final chicane. Jesse Phillips dives to the inside. Well timed, well calculated. Archie Lovett not getting that move done as well, but instantly defensive as Morales tries to fight back, but Phillips closes the door, but Morales finds a gap and it squeezes through. What commitment there by the Spaniard, and down the inside goes Lovett as well, and now Phillips sees himself back in P3. That was excellent overtake there.
Yeah, great racing, great contact, and it came close to the end, unfortunately, but GC Phillips is back in P2, as I'm afraid Archie Lovat lost a place to the driver in fourth, Andrea Mani, who just made himself up into P3, but there was a bit of a contact and some grass on the ground as well. But let's see, because the race is not over yet. Still half a lap and the fastest of the straights of the track here. But GC Phillips could not have hoped for a better situation, because at some point we thought that it was done and dusted after his move. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet, as the two teammates are going to be battling along until the checkered flag. Watch out until the last chicane. GC Phillips is shutting all the doors, clipping the curb. And it's going to be checkered flag for the young British driver. First victory of the weekend for GC Phillips. Mani Nuvolini. Where did he come from? Mani Nuvolini. Fantastic.
He snuck through the field there. Yeah, I was going to call it, but you were on the flow there, so I'll let you have it. But yeah, Mani Nuvolini, just out of nowhere, 7 positions gained. I thought he was going to win that race for a moment. So a brilliant end to that one. But Jesse Phillips managing to just pip the win there across the line. So for Fusion Motorsport, after 7 laps, British driver in the 905, Jesse Phillips takes the race win from Mani Nuvolini. Then Morales crosses the line. Nuvola Morales taking P3. A brilliant race. Just managed to lose those positions in the last couple of laps, but held on to that race lead for the majority of it, which is a great sign for the young driver. Archie Lovett crossing the line in 4th place as well. So a great start to that one. These drivers will return to the pit lane at the end of, I would say, a very exciting and interesting first Mini X30 race. This is how they do line up. Of course, this is all provisional until they get out of scrutineering. Jesse Phillips and Mani Nuvolini take first and second from Nuvola Mendes. Archie Lovett and Andrea Mani go for the next 2 positions from Max Cruz, Mateo Rivals and Zach Zhu. Ivan Gonzalez and Niels Laikia go from row 10 or 10th position from Stig the Rademacher, running out the first 11 positions. Mason Brooks and Stefan Manchuna, or David Stefan Manchuna, I should say, go from 13th place. And then 14th place with Mason Robinson, Rafael Simon Valera, and Domerio Hoft rounding out the top 16 places. 5 places gained throughout that one. Harriet Ferrer goes from 17th place from Min Jae Kim, who finished in P18. Jack McLaughlin finished that race in P19, with Angelina Simmons Torres finishing in P20, dropping down 15 places in that one, which is unfortunate for the young Spanish driver. Miguel crosses the line in P21 from Francisco Lopez, finishing in P22. Aurelien Lemaire crossing the line in P23 from Alvaro Perello and Levin Babert, who rounded out the top 25 drivers to retirement from that race, unfortunately. This was the race start, and again, a disaster here for Samuel Turner. Just keep an eye in the middle of the pack, because you can see a kart goes up and then there on the side, just trying to avoid the contact. Unfortunately, Samuel Turner ended up in that barrier. Luckily, was escorted out of the kart. He was okay, so all was good on that one. Then the battle started to heat up a little further forward. This is where we started to see drivers making their way through the field. We saw Max Cruz fighting down the inside. This is where we saw Jesse Phillips going in on Archie Lovett. That move was for second place. Jesse Phillips, of course, goes on to win this race after a very fierce battle. That was the overtake, the first overtake for the race lead, where Morales just having to concede that place through the final chicane. Archie Lovett not managing to follow through that one, and immediately this was probably the overtake of the race in towards turn one. Morales down the inside, just finding a gap and just making it work, and down the inside, and Archie Lovett following through as well. But then it would all go wrong a little bit later on in the lap, as down the inside Archie Lovett tried to get a move there, and unfortunately that allowed, or fortunately for Jesse Phillips, that allowed him to sneak through the two of them to then take the win of the race. And of course, out of nowhere, Manny Nuvolini came through to finish an incredible P2 after gaining so many positions. But once again, we head down into the Parc Ferme area, because our man with the roaming cam is down there, Guillaume Alvarez.
Welcome back, guys, as we're here with the winner of the first mini heat of the weekend, JC Phillips. Congratulations. There's been a beautiful performance, hardly fought out there, but you managed to recover 6 places, and this is the win.
Yeah, it was a hard race. Obviously, they didn't get the quality that I obviously wanted, so we started quite far back, but then I knew I had to work forwards and see how it went. So yeah, I got into the lead just before the last lap, so then I went to defend, but then I left the door open into turn one, and they found a gap, so they both went through. But then I got very lucky into the middle section, and then I took them both back and then won the race. Yeah, it was very good.
Seems to be quite a particular track, you know, with a lot of tricky corners here and there, and it's very easy to open the door just a tiny bit and for any driver to overtake you.
Yeah, because it's a very fast circuit. You have to go right on the middle, because if you go too tight, and then they can try and get the cut back, but then it's a very hard track to defend, so they can go up the inside or they can get the cut back, so it's very hard to defend, especially through like the tight, fast corners.
How do you manage to get your tires up into temperatures, because you still have a few races? How are the Comet tires behaving here in the heat of Valencia?
So for his heat, they were still very good, and I'm still surprised, because they were like just as good as new tires then. But they're gonna get worse and worse towards the weekend, so we just need to not push them too hard into the heats, and then wait for the finals and stuff that matters a bit more.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck, JC Phillips. All right, you can go. You have still a bit of work to do, certainly, with Fusion Motorsport. So let's see if we can find maybe someone else. We still have a bit of time indeed. Of the protagonist of this class, Ivan Gonzalez, is just by our side. Yeah, he finished P9. Not quite sure we'll be able to talk to us in English, but we can still try. As you can see, all the drivers having a chat with the mechanics. Let's see if he's still busy, actually, little Gonzalez with his mechanic. You don't want to bother any of those drivers in the feedback, the debrief of the race that just happened, because that's important for them to digest the information and the advices from the mechanics, watching along from the sideline and giving them on what not to do, what they should keep doing, and that sort of thing. So that's very important indeed. And break that. Francisco Lopez as well here. Let's see where he finished, the young Spaniard on your picture. It was a difficult race for. Maybe we can have a quick word in French with Aurélien Lemaire. Aurélien, est-ce que tu peux nous faire un petit compte rendu très rapide de ton épreuve? Dis-moi, comment ça s'est passé pour ta première expérience à ce niveau et sur ce circuit?
Oui, mais moi je trouve que c'est chouette parce que tu peux bien apprendre sur ce circuit. Il est rapide, mais on peut s'améliorer comme à la chicane, on peut dépasser à l'intérieur et tout ça. Moi je trouve que c'est un chouette circuit.
C'est un chouette circuit. Et qu'est-ce que tu penses du niveau de la compétition? Parce que c'est quand même tes grands débuts dans ce cadre. Alors, ça se bat fort en piste?
Oui, surtout au début, il y en a qui se sont rentrés dedans, mais il faut quand même les éviter. Mais je trouve que c'est de toutes les courses que j'ai faites, c'est les plus forts.
Ah, c'est les plus forts. Et tu t'amuses bien? Est-ce que tu sens que tu progresses aussi dans la hiérarchie au fur et à mesure que tu vas sur le circuit?
Oui, un peu, parce que c'est pas tous les jours qu'on va en Espagne, parce que moi j'habite en Belgique et c'est quand même loin, alors j'aime bien être ici.
Magnifique, merci beaucoup de nous avoir accordé ces quelques mots. Voilà, on te laisse aller s'il te plaît. Et bonne chance pour la suite du week-end. Aurélien Lemaire, his very first experience at this level. And as he was saying, he's from Belgium, quite far away from a young kid of his age with the Jepa Racing team, a team that we've been used to see competing in the IAME series, the Benelux. And familiar faces in Belgium, but his first experience for Aurélien Lemaire, and he was saying how happy he is, but how hard the races are. The level is high, but he's been having a lot of fun progressing through the ranks and trying to find his grip on what is a new track for him here in Valencia. So it's always nice, as we talked about earlier with Anthony, there's a lot of fresh faces, new names, trying their bit for the first time in Valencia. And hopefully we will see more of Aurélien Lemaire and some of the rookies for the rest of the season.
Well, thank you very much, Graham. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we do hope we see all these new younger drivers coming through the field, learn their experiences and get used to the racing and get used to being in such competitive fields as well. Back here, though, on the dummy grid, the next race is getting ready to get going. It is the second of the Mini X30 groups. It is C and D that is getting themselves lined up, ready to go. The first time that these drivers will be racing today. They had their warm-up sessions earlier on, but so far it's been pretty good from all the classes. There you can see on the front row, on the left-hand side of your screen, you have the French driver, Stan Fargeau, who goes from pole position in this one in the 9.29. He has got Benjamin Manac alongside as well in the 9.4, and you can just see on the right-hand side of your screen, line straight on there to get going. Whistle blows and the grid heads out onto the track, and let's see how they'll line up then for their first race of the day. Like we said earlier, it's qualifying heat group C and D for Mini X30. And again, Stan Fargeau starts on that front row with Benjamin Manac alongside. George House and Gustavo Marquez go from row 2. Leonidas Peruzzi and Zdeněk Babacek, they go from row 3 with Daniel Miron and Tony Ferrer on row 4. Winston Camperin and Kanish Rao, they go from row 5, rounding out the top 10 with Perrin Bruno and Vicente Barros going from row 6. Jarlis Sayer and Christian Kobe, they go from row 7 with Just Mulder and Ruben Perez rounding out the top 8 rows. Lino Pedraza and Abraham Shelvis go from row 9 with Matis Brago and Jensen Jones on row 10. One of the karts not getting away in the pit lane. That is the driver who I was next going to say. It's Beatriz Costa on the Fernando Alonso kart from the 11th row. The kart has now fired up and has left the pit lane. They'll be starting hopefully alongside Harry Williams when they next come round to get themselves sorted out. Bruno Grieling and Jordi Brockman, they go from row 12 with Alejandro Campos and Eduardo Godfrey. They go from row 13, rounding out the 26 kart grid. Luckily for Beatriz Costa, bit of time to get back into position. Maybe won't get that full warming up lap, but is leaving the pit lane now. There's a couple of karts actually still leaving the pit lane. Who was the other one? Abraham Shelvis, who has not left the pit lane. There is Abraham, and yeah, that's an interesting one. 2 karts not firing up, not what you want because you need to get those tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, for a slight moment, I thought that the last one was going to slide into the exit of the pit lane. It was going very fast into the chicanes. They've been built by the track to reduce the speed outside of the Parc Fermé, but some of them, are really going for it. You could easily understand why, because he's late and he wants to join the party.
Chicanes don't work to slow drivers down. Chicanes speed drivers up because they want to see how fast they can get through it. So they don't really tend to work, but I can completely understand why they do it.
Yeah, especially here in Valencia, when you only have one but two chicanes, especially the last one. You can see them. Look at that slide.
Dear. Yes, that's not what you want to do when you leave the pit lane, but that's one way to warm your tyres up. So, yeah.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, just warming the tyres up. That's all it was.
Yeah, that's smart, isn't it?
Yeah. Here we go then, into the final chicane, and this is looking good for potentially a first go. We'll see as they enter into the tram lines, and it is lights out. And here we go. Great run in towards turn one. And a good start from Stan Figo. Holds that inside line. And Figo all the way on the inside. Does not give any real estate up at all. Unfortunately, Manac has to squeeze back. It goes back in towards P3 as down the inside goes George House in the 977. Moving up into second place, but immediately under pressure as again Manac comes back through. And the rest of the field all slotting in. 3, 4 wide in the background. Couple of carts running wide and onto the dusty stuff. But crucially, everyone through the first half of the lap nice and clean.
Yeah, nice and clean. That's what you want. But let's see how the race goes on from that point on. But Stan Figo indeed was able to keep his place in the lead. But let's see how it plays out outside of the turn number 11, the long, never-ending turn number 12. This is from this point on. They all go flat out. There's no lift of the throttle in those two double epics on the way to the chicane. And the 985 on your picture. This is happening a little bit further back. This is Daniel Mironte on Tenek Babisek by the look of it. Now we have a full rundown. Stan Figo, the fastest on track. That's very much logical. 4/10 of a second on George House in second. Then we have further back Benjamin Manac, Priam Bruno, Daniel Miron, Gustavo Marquez, Tenek Babisek down in 7 from Jarla Sayer, Canish Rao, and Dimitrios Peruzzi running up the top 10. On your picture is a 918 by the look of it.
It's the 978 to Perrin Bruno, the Belgian driver currently in 4th place, under pressure from Daniel Miron, like you say, who's just going through. Investigation flag going out to Jordi Brokerman. Not sure what that's for, potentially for a start line infringement, but we'll find out about that a little bit later on. The first lap, though, so far it's been pretty good. They've got through it nice and clean, but like you say, keeping an eye on those battles. The top 3 kind of separated now. No real scrapping. They've kind of broken away. I expect that to close up, though, when the race progresses on.
Yeah, of course. And the 930, unfortunately, by the look of it, maybe kicked a little bit in the rear. This is Beatriz Costas, the Portuguese driver.
The kart that didn't fire up in the pit lane initially, now coming to a stop. I don't know if that's mechanical or helped.
Yeah, that might be related, but either way, that's quite unfortunate at such an early stage of the race for the Portuguese driver, Beatriz Costa, who's having to retire. 5/10 of a second now between Stan Figo and Josh House. Thank you to the marshals once again. As always, very efficient anywhere we go. Part of the show, part of the organization. Without them, there would be just no racing at all. So once again, a big shout out to the Orange Army of the Cartodromo Valencia. Now, Priam Bruno in the middle of the pack is the reigning champion in IAME Benelux last season in the mini rookie. So this is a brand new, 2 years old now, class in Benelux. So this is a step up for him this time around. This will be the class where we'll be certainly competing for the rest of the season, trying his bit at the Winter Cup. Jordi Broekman, one of his rivals on home soil. And Ari Williams is another driver after Broekman, picking up an investigation flag, the 911. Let's see where he is in the classification. He's all the way down to P19, I'm afraid, for him. So it will do him no good at all.
No, not indeed. So, 3-way battle here for 3rd place. Benjamin Manac, Perrin Bruno and Daniel Lorente all line astern, not really going for overtakes. They're kind of staying in a train here to see if they can potentially close up. Fastest lap of the race, though, does go for the driver who's behind this group of Zdenek Babacek, the 917, in 6th place with the fastest lap of the race. Closing in, has got the company of Gustavo Marquez just behind as well, so they are working together. There they are on the back of your shot, closing in on this group here. So if they close up in the nick of time, I mean, the timer is running out. We're about half race distance now as they cross the line, so time is running out. And so far, Stanfargo looking comfortable here, no dramas whatsoever.
Yeah, 7/10 of a second, that's quite enough for him, for the young Frenchman to see it through. The question is, will the four drivers, the four chasers behind him, will be able to work together, not to reduce one performance? Because, yeah, on the inside goes for second, brilliantly made by Benjamin Manak, who goes for P2. I was going to say, if they're able to keep it steady and work together, maybe they could be decreasing the gap on the leader, but this is certainly not on their mind by the look of it. They're fighting position, that's what we were expecting them to do. That's what we like about, kart racing and the minis, as we were saying earlier, to come up to this weekend. In mini, you can always expect anything happening at every turn. We're not talking laps, we're talking turns. Yes. Where the drivers, with the experience that they have, they're here to learn. They have no, a limited experience, that's for sure. But they're here for the taking. They're here to have fun. And if even the tiniest of door opens up in a turn, why not diving for the move? So that's something that we've seen countless time in mini X30 races, as we just entered the 6th lap out of 7, and once again you can see the drivers observing each other, taking each other's grip and feeling, okay, where maybe can I push him a little bit on the outside without too much of a contact, putting pressure on his shoulders, try to make a difference. And you can actually feel from here that every corner becomes an opportunity for them.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the plus side that you've got for these ones, and there can be a downside as well, is that the karts are very narrow. They're very small. There's lots of space where you can squeeze a kart down the inside in a very small gap. So defending becomes a little bit harder. The track's very wide here at Valencia, so you've got to be very careful with where you position the kart. You've got to be super careful with that one. Onto the back straight they go then, and still Stanfargo leading this race now up to nearly a second now is the advantage from these two battling. Benjamin Manak and George House, who are still line astern all the way throughout. And George just looking for potentially going for that move. I don't think they're catching. They're battling further behind now, and that is Yannick Babacek and Gustavo Marquez battling. But eyes on here, and no one going for the move. And I feel like at this sort of stage, and this is the final lap of the race, do you risk going for the move and potentially losing all the positions, or do you just stay? You're in third, I'll take the points. Yeah,
that's always a dilemma, isn't it? Oh, the 827 won't see the end of the last lap. Let's try to see who that is. 927 in this classic. Yeah, this is Edouard Godefroy by the look of it. Yes, indeed. Yes. Unfortunately, the young driver from Belgium, he was running in P19, and that's the end of it, unfortunately. But about last lap moves, it's always a big dilemma on the under the helmet of those drivers, because when the opportunity is big, you want to go for it, but at the cost of losing position or going into an incident. But at this stage, still early. This is only the second mini race of the weekend. You want to make sure to see it through and collect the results. Checkered flag for Stanfargo. The Frenchman winning with a good margin of 1.4 seconds on Benjamin Manak. George House is down in P3. And Daniel Miron Lorente, who managed to catch his opponent on the way to the last line with 200 of a second on the line. Pretty much a photo finish in the battle for P4. P3 it was. Priam Bruno making it to P5 in front of Chenek Babisek. And Stanfargo finishes with the fastest lap in this race. The driver from Spirit Racing, well-known team in the X30 races from Switzerland. And I got to say, a very interesting livery on his crash helmet with let's try to identify what the colors stand for, but you can see stars, you can see different colors from the French flag by the look of it. From a distance, you could even think that he's coming from the United States of America with all those stars.
I think you're getting a bit of a stars and stripes vibe from the helmet, but yeah, it's understandable. We might have to ask that question to Stanfargo, see what was the inspiration behind that helmet design. Drivers make their way into the pit lane, and here's a look at the provisional race results that will appear on your screen. Stanfargo, the French driver, takes the win from that one with an impressive gap of 1.4 seconds from Benjamin Manak. George House finishes in third place from Daniel Miron. Pierre Bruno, and Zdeněk Babacek finishing in the top 6. Gustavo Marquez and Jenson Jones round out the top 8 drivers, with Winston Camparin and Kanish Grau rounding out the top 10. Christian Kobe and Jarlis Say were the next 2 along the line from Leonardo Peruzzi. And a little further down the order, Jordi Broekman and Casvero rounding out the top 15 drivers. Very close finish.
Then we have in P16 Vicente Barros Capella from Harry Williams, Edouard Godefroy, Ruben Perez Cabello, Mathis Bragio, Bruno Grelling, Abraham Scalvi, and Lino Pedraza. And the driver that unfortunately retired before the end of the last lap was just Mulder and not Edouard Godefroy. Apologies for that. Just Mulder joining the list of retired drivers, where we find Beatriz Costa and Alejandro Campos. 22 drivers made it through for this second qualifying heat of the mini class. You can see the beautiful livery on the helmet of Stan Fago, white and stripes, indeed stars and stripes, shall I say, a livery for the young French driver. Here's the replay of the race with, from pole position, Stan Fago keeping the inside line and the position alive. It was a pretty decent and clean start from everybody into the field, entering turn number 1. French driver taking advantage of the fact that those behind him were quite squeezed on their way to the chicane. Some others positioning a good start from Josh House, who held second position for most of the race before being beaten by Benjamin Manak. 9:30, unfortunately, of Beatriz Costa, retired quite early into this race after some trouble leaving the pit lane. On the inside of the 97 of Josh House was a beautiful move by the 941 of Benjamin Manak, a move that led to second place, and there's the retirement of just Mulder, unfortunately, throughout the end of this qualifying heat. The gap had been built and it was comfortable enough for Stan Fago, even though we still had a bit of a heated moment between Manak and Josh House on the way to the final chicane. On the inside, the 941 managed to get the better exit and stay in front of his opponent for just a tiny 0.2 of a second. And it was almost for the finish at the line between Josh House and Daniel Miron Lorente for 24,000 of a second. But a strong performance from Stan Fago and his Parolin chassis from the Spirit Racing from Switzerland, and a very cool looking crash helmet.
Yes, indeed. Next race in 5 minutes then. We've got a bit of time. There's a look at what you've got left to come today. We have got 3 senior qualifying heats. They kickstart at 20-1 for their first of them, and then we move back onto the juniors for their second round of heats for today. After those 2, it is then the lunch break. We will be back racing after that one at 10-3, so at 2:50 will be then the next mini race. That will be race 16 throughout the day, and then again we go back to the seniors for their third round of heats for the day. And they have more heats later on as well. So it's a jam-packed day, lots going on, race after race after race after race. So drivers have got to stay on their toes, and you just think the seniors have got a busy old day ahead of them. There's so many of them, like you say, over 100 entries. This has been the best entry for the Winter Cup for some time, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And going around the numbers for the past few seasons, in the Winter Cup, for instance, a couple of years ago we had up to 160 drivers. Then it came up to close to 200. Then 180, 126, but it was time of COVID. And last year 175. So 204 this season. Once again, Valencia, the Cartodromo of Valencia, RGMMC, the Winter Cup, have become over the years one of the prime karting event on the international scene for IAME classes. And once again, the entry list that we have proves it, if no more proof was needed. The level is higher than ever, with more than 100 drivers in the senior category, and a couple of races left for them. This is quite a packed program, as we said, a big schedule. And on pole position, on your picture on the left side, we'll see Clément Outran battling along with Riccardo Cirelli. Clément Outran, who was one of the fastest in yesterday's qualifying, is a client in the senior class, and at this stage this is one of his best performances at the forefront of the field in the senior category. We talked to him yesterday after his performance on track.
Clément Outran sous le soleil de Valence. Première qualification à ce niveau dans la Winter Cup, dans cette catégorie en senior, et te voilà déjà devant. Comment est-ce qu'on se sent après ça?
Ça fait bizarre un peu parce que c'est ma une de mes premières courses en 2023 et c'est ma première pole. Je suis super content et en plus c'est ma première pole en senior.
Alors, comment ça se passe au niveau de la compétition là-bas dans cette catégorie? Beaucoup quand même de pilotes assez chevronnés. Les premières impressions après ces premières séances d'essai?
On est tous un peu dans le même dixième et c'était dur et non, ça a été.
Comment est-ce que tu es parvenu à te retrouver devant, dis-moi? Est-ce que tu as pu profiter d'un meilleur espace, aspiration? C'est un peu un cocktail de plusieurs choses?
J'ai pris une bonne aspiration et j'ai réussi à faire mon temps.
Well, great to hear there from Clément Autran starting on pole position for this one. Another driver starting on pole position is this driver on your screen, the 301 Riccardo Sorelli on the Red Speed chassis for the Victory Lane team. Didn't have the best of races earlier on, but, he's an incredibly quick driver. I've seen him at the front of these fields. At Campios, he was incredibly strong at Campios, but he struggled a little bit so far today in the early stages. Is that down to tyres? Is it down to temperature, setup? Who knows? It's just one of those things, isn't it? It's a great mystery.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a cocktail of things that you have to manage all throughout the weekend, and no one has pretty much an answer. And this very, very cool looking livery, all pink with the Iron Dames slogan for the 263. Further back, this is Natalia Granada. We've seen her perform. Not the best start of the weekend, but she managed to get a good result in a previous race in P5. And she had a bit of a moment coming to the last laps of the race, but she managed to stay on track and see it through in P5 with a very nice Iron Dames livery on a card. On opposite, Natalia Granada is with the Pirelli colors. This is... on the same line, Aaron Garcia, who needs no introduction. The Spaniard is the king of Campillos, but he's also the king of Valencia after his demonstration in last year's Winter Cup, where he dominated from qualifying to the final and showing some great performance last year as well. Aaron Garcia is certainly one that you expect around the corner.
Indeed. You can just see there just behind Aaron Garcia, Yuta Suzuki, who's just getting himself queued up, stretching the limbs, getting yourself ready, because it is tough out there. He has the fist bump there to get himself ready. There on your screen is Len Nice, the 240, starting on the 6th row of the grid on the 240. Bit of work ahead, running on the KR chassis, so it's a good chassis nonetheless, and all is well. And last few gestures there just to get everyone primed, ready to get going. And, it's always nice when you get that from the mechanic, just like, good luck, mate. Give it all your best.
Absolutely, that's the kind of gesture that we love to see. That we don't get to see that often. That's why we're here with our cameras to get you up close to the action. Talking about behind-the-scene action, you may want to go on the official Instagram page of the IAME Euro Series, and thanks to the effort of Alex Vanardis and the Racebox, we build up for you a very nice piece of 4 minutes and more of behind-the-scene action ever since the start of the Winter Cup on Thursday. So go check out Instagram, IAME Euro Series, for more content about what's happening in the tent between the mechanics and the drivers, and all the action that you don't get to see on the sideline of the track.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Next race, Senior X30. It is qualifying group B and F. Here's how they'll line up then as they make their way out onto the circuit. Clément Autran for France will start on pole position with Riccardo Sorelli alongside. Natalia Granada lines up on row 2 with Aaron Garcia alongside. Eloy Gonzalez and Yuti Suzuka, they go from row 3 with Peter Stiller and Evan Gilter going from row 4. Teresa Babichkova and Juan Pujcu go from row number 5, rounding up the top 10.
Then we have on row number 6, Louis Leveau and Len Nace. Row number 7, Lewis Bird and Eliška Babičková. If she's with us because she missed previous two races, and unfortunately Eliška Babičková is nowhere to be seen, so certainly a technical problem for the Czech driver. We'll need to get some more information about the absence of Eliška Babičková. That's quite unfortunate. Row number 8, Otto Pikkanen and Oliver Martinez. Row number 9, Dino Carlson and Kyo Lee. Row number 10, Dylan Baker and Hugo Besson.
From row 11, Oliver Fayette and Danny Britz, they go from that row there. Erharon and Freddie Allen, they round out row 12. Alex Quiralto and Paul Villaton, they go from row 13 with Adrian Guglio and Hugo Martinello, they round out the top 14 rows. Angelo Melli and Lucas Frederick, they round out the top 30 on row 15 with Jim Ringelberg and Alex De Shepper on row 17. Kiyoshi Umegaki rounds out the 17 rows on his own on row 33. He's all alone, so at the back of the grid, but it means he's got a nice clear line of wherever he wants to go on the part of the track. So some say there's a benefit to starting at the back. You can see the impending doom of what's coming up. Whether or not you can avoid it is another story, though.
Yeah, a totally different story indeed. But we've seen already, a couple of great recoveries from the back end of the grid in other classes and in previous senior races. One thing about the classification as it stands, Ian Hickmans, the Belgian, has 2 victories in the previous qualifying heats. That makes him the leader on equal points with Ruben Moya. But Aaron Garcia will be starting from 4th on the grid, has 1 win under his name already, and he could actually go for a second one that would put him up there in the battle for the lead with Andy Rattel, Bouillet, Chaos, and the likes of Ruben Volt and Joel Caranta, your top 8 at the moment. And let me remind you that in the end of those qualifying heats, we'll have a classification for the super heats, and then at the end of the super heats the grid will be set. 36 tickets available for each of them for the finals on Sunday afternoon. You know the grid, you know the thrill. If you're used to car racing, of course this is no news to you. We'll get back to that into more details. But now what counts for Clément Autran is to be able to pace everybody down and to keep his head cold on the way to the start finish straight. When you see green, you just go for the throttle to the metal and see what happens, hopefully without not too many contact in the run to turn number 1.
Let's hope so. They've passed the red line, meaning they can't overtake. They go into the tram lines and they wait for the yellow line before they can hit the loud pedal. Lights go out and here we go in towards turn 1, and it's a great start from the front row. Clément Autran holding on, but Riccardo Sorelli all the way around the outside takes the lead. Oh, what a brilliant move from the Italian driver. Sweeps into the lead and Granada follows through as well into P2. A brilliant start then from the entire field, but crucially, Riccardo Sorelli, what a move.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You know, we told you about the external line. Watch out for the exit of turn number 1. And even though Clément Autran was keen on the curb and protecting himself from the others, then it wasn't enough. And Riccardo Sorelli went for the move. That was tight on the exit. I thought for a moment that they were going to touch. But Clément Autran is struggling with Aaron Garcia taking P3. And with him, Eloy Gonzalez is coming through as well. So Clément Autran is dropping places all the way down to P5. But what a good start as well from Granada, as you said. She took advantage of the open door into turn number 1. She dived through. No trouble at all for the Iron Dame. And now she's up to a P2. But let's have a look at the gap. 7/10. That's quite big already. And here comes the counter-attack from Clément Autran. Contact!
Oh, contact between the two of them, but it was a 2-4-3 that went round. That is Eloy Gonzalez. Luckily managed to keep it in a straight line. You saw the tyre marks that got scrubbed into the track. Those tyres will be cooked after doing that, but luckily all is well and they managed to slot back into position. But it just shows how close the racing is out there. There you can see Gonzalez recovering now just a little further back in the field. There on your screen, the 2.55 just going through. That is Yuta Suzuki, who is getting through the field now as well. But a very dramatic first couple of laps out there. But everyone now starting to settle in as Aaron Garcia in 3rd place is starting to reel in Natalia Granada, I have to think.
Yeah, he's being quite aggressive on the curb as so many of his fellow drivers here. But Granada, and here comes the move for P4. This is the 204. Evan Gilter on still Peter. Gilter is back. Watch out for Gigi. Not the best of qualifying for his first race with the PB kart. But now he has the power, he has the skills, and the pace seems to be found once again to climb through the ranks. Gilter up a position now in front of Stille Peter in P4. The British driver is going to have to fight back. Driving with an Italian license is now in P5 in front of Terza Babiskova. Then we have Eloy Gonzalez, Clément Autran, Len Nace and Danny Briz running up the top 10 with a good recovery. But I think Len Nace was somewhere in the middle of it as well. Let's watch the replay of the start, and you're going to see that the door was a little bit too open by Clément Autran.
I think the decision to go for that outside move, and there was the contact you were talking about there. Yeah, that could have ended really badly, but luckily for Riccardo Sorelli, that went all to plan there, so that was a brilliant start for him. But now it's changed, because now Natalia Granada leads the way in Senior X30 on lap 4, which is brilliant to see. The driver in the all-pink liveried kart, you can spot from a mile away as Danny Britt sets the fastest up of the race, 56.714. Aaron Garcia, though, has latched onto the back, and crucially, Evan Gilter has closed a big gap as well and is now latched on. This could be a very exciting race.
Yeah, it's taking place right now, forming lap after lap, but what a good performance indeed. It feels good to see her back up at the best, Natalia Granada, after a difficult start in the opening qualifying heat, but now she's not here for making the numbers. She's here to battling out and to show the others, what skills she's made of. And now she's in the lead, pulling away, at least trying to pull away. Here's the move that put her into P1, and there was nothing that Riccardo Cirelli could have done about this. Good sliding on the exit of the turn, beautifully made, but the door was shut for Aaron Garcia to try to do the same. So Granada in first, Cirelli in second, being put under pressure by Garcia. He's harassing his opponent, but not for long anymore, because he takes P2. And look who comes with him, Evan Gilter, up to P3.
Yeah, I think Gilter just giving Garcia there the thing. Yeah, you just go, don't worry about me, don't defend, let's catch it, because that is a sizable gap now that has formed. It's about 4/10 of a second, as it's still kicking off behind, though, as the recovering Eloy Gonzalez, after that near half spin at turn 1, is now getting past Peter Stiller in the 2.44. That's a little further back in the order. There's your race leader, Natalia Granada, who leads the way as they exit out of the final chicane once again onto the start-finish straight, and down the inside, Evan Gilter goes for the move for second place. But crucially, what you saw there is Garcia didn't fight it. He stayed behind and spin. Peter still around, and Teresa Babic-Kova also involved, and heavy damage to both karts. Another one around. It's the 216 that got involved, and that is Louis Laveau, the French driver. Sorry, the Norwegian driver, who's now gone around, and unfortunately, he took a lot of damage there.
Wow. That came very clicking at turn 1, and a couple of drivers involved. Unfortunately, what a big hit that was. Fortunately, none of the other drivers were able to avoid any other contact, because they were in the middle of the racing line to that corner, so they could have been way more disastrous in terms of contact, in terms of incident, but fortunately no more people involved. But Teresa Babic-Kova and Louis Laveau, unfortunately for them, being involved in that tussle into turn number 1. We might need actually to see once again what happened. If we can have a replay in just a few moments about that action, that will be useful.
I'll correct myself. Louis Laveau, the Danish driver. I'll correct myself on that one. Don't want to get his nationality wrong. That's the biggest insult you could probably give. Dramatic through turn 1. That just shows, again, the speed that they go through that corner and how quickly it can go wrong if you just tag a wheel. If it's not there, this is the replay. Okay, so down the inside. So this was the overtake. Now the incident happened a little further back, so it's just off camera. And there, so there was a little bit of contact then between Eloy Gonzalez and Peter Stiller. But unfortunately for Teresa, it just hit the brakes a little bit too hard, and over and up round, nearly all the way over there for Louis Laveau. And hand up in the air, but crucially, well done to the rest of the field, who managed to escape that one without incident. But yeah, scary stuff through turn 1. It's a very fast corner, isn't it? And there, look at the damage there to Peter Stiller's kart.
Yeah, it looks like he's missing something. I don't know why, but it's not usual. This is the front wing, of course. Has been gone for pretty much half of it.
Oh dear, and look at the bracket. The bracket's just broken there straight away. That's some serious damage to the front of that car. He's going to have to lift it from the actual chassis itself.
And look at the state of the tires as well, if you pick that up, because they are all pretty much cooked at this point, and they still have a couple of hits to go through before tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. So not what you want to see there, disaster. And yeah, you can see the mechanic here consoling, and understandably Peter Stiller not happy. The overtake, we saw it was the slightest bit, the move was on, 100% the move was on, but it was just, it's one of those unfortunate things. The tyres are wearing out, they're losing their traction, you go for a move, it just can't hold it, and it goes around, which is a shame. Crucially, though, back here with the race lead, though, and it's starting to heat up as Eloy Gonzalez, who was involved in that one, still in the running of this race, still running in P3, but Evan Gilter has latched onto the back now of Natalia Granada, and that gap is closing in, and I'm expecting a move here from Gilter any moment now. Is it going to be on this lap? Is it going to be the next lap? We'll find out as time is running out. We're on lap 8 of 11, and if he's going to make a move, it's got to be now.
Yeah, Evan Gilter, very, very impressive for his first race at this level with his new Team PB card. And now he needs to try something, still have a bit of time, as you said. But the pressure is on, maybe on the way to turn number 11. The door is shut, and he needs to watch out as well, because for the back, Elis Gonzalez and Aaron Garcia are not far behind. And we could see, and we're going to have, I think, a full driver battle on the way to the checkered flag, as Gilter is being a little bit held back, I think, by the look of it, by Natalia Granada, who's doing absolute best and keeping a good rhythm in terms of lap time. She's been, and there he goes. It's shutting the door, actually, because there's no way he can get past Natalia Granada on that one. But he was going defensive because he knows that Gonzalez is really on his tail. And at the moment, there's nothing he can do when it comes to battling for victory. It's about surviving.
Yes, it is so indeed. You know, Gilter, quick driver, but he's had the tricky thing of starting a little further back than everyone else, so he's had the work to do to get through. Does that mean he's used his tyres a little bit more than he would like to get to these sort of stages? And now you're starting to see that, yes, if you have used them too much, you then get under pressure, as Gonzalez is all over the back and has actually got the inside line now as they go side by side through turn 12, and Gonzalez gets that move done, moves up into P2 as Natalia Granada just banging their head forward, just saying, come on, let's go, around the outside there into the final chicane. Was that 2 for 1? It wasn't. Aaron Garcia, they went very defensive through 13. Did Eloy Gonzalez. Across the line they go. Can Garcia potentially come through here? Down the inside, and has. Is there a problem for Gilter? Gilter is slowing down.
What's happening? Yeah, he was just in the back, and now he's having the pressure of everybody, including one of his former teammates, Clément Outran. Yeah, something seems to be wrong indeed with Evan Gilter. Something mechanical, because he's losing a lot of momentum and places in the first place as well. So not a good news at all. That's quite a disappointment for Evan Gilter, who already yesterday lost a victory on a penalty of 5 seconds for the bumper. Let's keep our eyes open, because the battle for second is not yet. Gilter is still very much in the back, so maybe it was temporary, and now he's keeping his position in front of Outran and the rest of the field, where you have the likes of Danny Briz, Riccardo Cirelli, Len Nace, all glued up together. A bit of a contact over there. Watch out on the inside. Gilter is back, and he's gonna take the position to Aaron Garcia into the chicane. What on earth happened there? Gilter just popped out of nowhere pretty much and went for the move. Aaron Garcia didn't seem to be opposing much resistance into that sequence. We'll have to watch that back. But in the meantime, beautiful first victory this weekend for Natalia Granada.
4 seconds clear for the Mole Racing team. Natalia Granada for Spain, and the 263 wins in Senior X30 qualifying heat Group B and F. What a race that was. We missed her crossing the line because we were so glued to the battle of what was happening further behind, but you can't take away a very, very committed drive around this session, despite the fact she had the accident at turn 1 yesterday, coming back stronger today with 3 and several very good heats, and she'll return back to the pit lane. Of course, all the results that you'll see on your screen that will be in a moment are provisional, of course, as there was a lot of scrapping in that race. Here they come on then on your screen. Provisionally, of course, Natalia Granada takes the win from Evan Gilter, who amazingly came back in second place, despite the fact that he dropped all the way back in the order. He came back in that one. Aaron Garcia finishing then P3 from Riccardo Cirelli. Eloy Gonzalez and Len Nice goes from the next position. Danny Britz and Clément Outran finishes in P8. Hugo Martinello and Lewis Bird round out the top 10. Juan Puccio finishes in P11 from Yuta Suzuki in P12, dropping 6 positions, unfortunately. Oliver Martinez crossing the line in P13 from Otto Pukkanen in P14. Hugo Besson in P15 and Kyuho Lee in P16. Dylan Baker in P17 from Frederick, who finished in P18. 12 positions gained there for the Spanish driver in the 307. Good race. Dino Carlson, he finishes in P19 from Jim Ringelberg, who finishes in an impressive P20. 11 positions gained. There is Natalia Granada on your screen there, who looks very, very happy. Kiyoshi Yomagaki finishes in P21, 12 positions gained from Freddie Allam, Adrian Guglio and Olivier Fayat, Angelina Melli, Alex De Shepper, Eharon and Alex Giarto finishes in P28. Several retirements from that race, which is unfortunate. Here's a look then at some of the race highlights from that one. Clement Autran, who started this race on pole, had a good start to the race, hit the curb, but then just started to fall back at the exit of that one. So it was a good getaway initially, but then got swamped by the pack. Natalia Granada going through. This is where, again, Peter Stiller getting involved, and the very sideways moment for Eloy Gonzalez, who did finish that race in the end in P5 despite that incident. This overtake here from Evan Gilter on Peter Stiller. Got that move done in early doors for it to all go P-Tong for Peter Stiller a little bit later on in the race. Aaron Garcia letting Gilter through. As you saw there, the hand gesture saying, okay, you're a little bit quicker, I'll follow you. And then Peter Stiller goes for a spin, clips another driver. Teresa Babichkova going round, and crucially there, the 2-1-6 as well, also going round the Danish driver Louis Leveau, and of course that very damaged kart. Again, it all kicked off again going into the final lap as everyone scrapped for position, as Aaron Garcia fighting through that last corner to take the checker flag in third place. Of course, we missed Natalia Granada there on your screen, who took the race win by an impressive 4 seconds. But once again, we'll head down to the pit lane, and our man down there, Guillaume Alvarez, over to you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Natalia Granada. Congratulations, bravo, your first win of the weekend, and what a demonstration that was.
Yeah, really clean race. The beginning was a little bit tough without going a bit wide in the first turn, but yeah, we managed to keep it stable in P2 and just start the race and keep pushing until getting into first place and then getting away.
So your start to the Winter Cup was a bit more complicated, but by the look of it, I mean P1, you seem to have found your pace in progressing in terms of setup and tire management as well?
Yeah, no, the first heat we had a problem in the start. We were out by the first corner, but yeah, with the team tonight we've been trying to fix all the problems we had. We were starting in the outside line, today in the inside line, and just trying to do our best to do good results and to have the best position for the super heat.
Now, before I let you go, our viewers might be familiar with the colors and the name Iron Dames, because some of your colleagues are doing equal wonders as you do here in other categories. Can you talk us through the program and what it is for those who don't know?
Yeah, it's just a program that to help girls keep rising in motorsport. There are not many, so I've been very lucky to have this project, and we're just going to work very hard this year to keep doing these good results and keep fighting to get good results. Yeah.
Fantastic. Where can we see you this year on track?
Yeah, no, for the moment we'll be karting this year, and next year we'll see what will happen.
All right, fantastic. Muchas gracias. Thank you for talking to us. Off you go. You have a lot to do, I'm sure. Back to you, Anthony, and good to have a fresh face on the top of the classification.
Fresh face indeed, and of course that hard work is paying off as the next race gets underway. It is of course Senior X30 qualifying heat Group C and E who make their way out onto the track, and again this is another very busy race with a lot of very exciting names in it. Erbeltsmoor, your pole sitter earlier on, will again be starting on pole position for this one. He's got Malo Ballet alongside Daniel Messia and Ruben Volt, who both have had a brilliant day so far as well. They start on the second row. Miguel Silva and Paul Kaus, they go from row 3. Jules Caranta and Gabriel Stilp, the double junior IAME World Final champion, he goes from row number 4. Rima Blanc and Marc Granada, they go from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Yona Lup and Jan Rodlund, they go from row 6. Thibaut Gallet and Santi Valve, round out row 7 with Andrea Martinez and Hugo Trichard going from row 8. Lucas Flusha and Charles Lambert, they round out row 9 with Calais Atkins and Matteo Giaccardi rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Daniel Antonez and Petra Babichkova go from row 11 with Enzo Tarvaneshkel and Alexander Ruta going from row 12. Enzo not had the best race earlier on, hopefully can recover from that one, starting 23rd in this race. Celine Canol and Rafael Regini, they go from row 13 with Miguel Cardoso and Giles Raymond, they go from row 14. Alex Moore and Benjamin Johns round out the top 30 on row 15 with Henrik de Oliveira and Leo Weber, they round out the top 16 rows. Ray Decourt rounds out the field on row 17 in 33rd place. A very interesting race that we've got coming ahead of us here, and I'm very much looking forward to this one. The seniors do provide some very close and exciting racing throughout, and I'm sure the photographers on circuit are having a fabulous time capturing every single moment of this, of course, as the race gets themselves sorted out and ready. Race director Martin Bean will be watching the start of this one very closely to make sure that it gets started nice and cleanly. That's what we like to see. Graham, you're back in the commentary box. How's the temperature out there now?
Oh, it's lovely. It's hot in the box, but it's quite hot, but with a little bit of wind on the outside as well. So it's not,
it's
you know,
nice.
it's not heavy, hard temperatures to suffocate in. So, it's quite enjoyable out there, but you can see that at this point, people around us are still wearing pants, but I'm sure that they'll drop them progressively as we go through the afternoon and the temperatures will get warmer. It was the first case yesterday of a proper sunshine here in Valencia when they could go easy on t-shirts and short pants because before that it was much colder in this part of the globe at this time of the year, but Valencia has been kind in terms of weather and it should remain so until the end of the weekend. Urbelsmoor and Malo-Bouillet on the front row of the grid. That's gonna be a heated qualifying heat coming up.
Yes, indeed. The grid gets sorted out as they go into the final chicane. It's looking pretty good from my point of view. Hopefully the drivers keep it nice and steady. Remember, they cannot accelerate until they get to that yellow line on the start-finish line, and into the tram lines we go. It is green flag, and here we go in towards turn 1, and it's a great start from the front row. Crucially, though, Moyer Belts this time holds on to the race lead, but only just as down the inside goes Daniel Macier, looking like he wanted to get that first place position done. Failed to do so, stays there in P2 as they go through, and a half spin from Calais Atkins in the middle of the pack there. Almost goes a full rotation, but amazingly keeps it on the straight and narrow, and the rest of the field manages to get through that tight, complex sector 2 all nice and clean.
Yeah, that was tight, but everybody in, and watch out for the battle already happening for the lead with Urbelsmoor and Daniel Macier battling along the 281. Had a better start, and Malo-Bouillet up into second. Don't forget that Daniel Macier has already one win into those qualifying races on his name, and more than keen to have another one and to play a part in the fight for the super hit pole positions. But and it goes through already into the chicane. That was neat and clean once again. No resistance whatsoever from Urbelsmoor. He has experience and he knows that it's way too early to try to counter-attack. Turn number 1 might be an option, but watch out for Miguel Silva for the back with the cosmic colors. He might try to do the same coming to the first chicane of the track in turn number 3 and 4. We have seen a couple of moments and incidents in the past few races, but this time around it's quite clean for everybody, and I've spoken to some yellow flag.
Caranta round. Jules Caranta around and facing the wrong way. That is at turn number 7 on track, and what happened there to cause that? It was in a close battle with Maleo Ballet and Granada as well as Miguel Silva. So did he try to go for a move? Did someone go for a move on him? It was off camera. We have no idea.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate because I think his bumper was badly touched. Is it still displaced? It remains to be seen, but as a result, he might be more cautious in the next couple of laps. Jules Caranta, last year's IAME Euro Series winner. As the battle is raging, watch out for the turn number 1 that has been taken in sandwich. Miguel Silva, Malo-Bouillet all battling along. Urbelsmoor and Daniel Macier, the Spaniard, is now ahead for 0.2 of a second. So the move has happened at the chicane. Daniel Macier has been able to stay ahead The 242 on your screen around the inside, getting ahead of the 275 of Miguel Silva. This is Ruben Volt, the Estonian driver, making his bit through for P5, that is. Beautifully made for Ruben Volt, but the drivers behind have still something to say in this race.
So was this the replay of what happened? It was the replay. So the initial contact happened when Jules Caranta went for the move on, I think it was Miguel Silva. And unfortunately, at the exit of that one, Jules Caranta ended up facing the wrong way. So, yeah, it didn't go his way.
Yeah, he tried to make the move in the double right-hand of 5 and 6, which is not the easiest place. This track has a lot of different opportunities to provide in terms of overtaking maneuver, but those two corners, maybe not the easiest. Still, it's racing, he went for it, that didn't pay off, and he'll know for next time.
Malo Ballet with the fastest lap of the race, 56.952. Currently sitting in third place behind these two on screen. This is Daniel Messier and Moore Erbelt. Erbelt's now in the lead, and into the pit lane comes Jules Caranta, retiring from the race. So I would say it's probably a smart move. I mean, granted, he doesn't get the points, but is that quite a heavy puncture wound there to the front?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, by the look of it, it might have been misplaced a little bit, at least on the nose. But was it enough? We don't know. We'll try to ask him through the course of the day. But as a result, that's retirement for Jules Caranta.
Yeah. So there we go then, across the line. There's another car off. That's the 245. That is Gilles Renmans, yeah. So another driver who has had to come to a stop. But at least he's got some marshals for some company, so it's something at least you can take away from that one. Caranta,
confirmation of the misplaced front fairing.
That was very loose there, wasn't it? Little look further back as Ruben Volt now goes fastest, who I think we were just watching on our screen there. He had Miguel Silva for company just behind. They are closing in on these two, who are breaking away still, but it's fluctuating a little bit here as Erbelt's Moore goes and a warning flag as well for Jules Caranta. So again, they would have reviewed that footage and gone, yeah, it's one of those things. You know, it seems harsh, but this rules are rules.
Absolutely, and he's the one who caused the incident, and as a result, the marshals and the officials decided to penalize him. Now, we're back with the leaders, with Urban Moles making his way into the chicane. They've been switching position in the meantime as we have another driver, 260, retiring. This is Paul Cheos. That's quite a surprise. Paul Cheos Rivero, that we've seen battling at the forefront, and now is retiring with his Burilat machine. Didn't, by the look of it, maybe a technical failure to his machinery. We're not quite sure yet, but Paul Cheos Rivero is out of this race. Another strong name joining Jules Caranta on the sideline. In the meantime, Malo Boyer is the fastest on track. P3 still for the French driver, 1.1 second behind the leading duo that you have on your picture. Emil Moore, Daniel Masia. One win for Masia, not yet for Emil Moore. This is the battle of the Spaniards at the forefront of this heat, and they still have a bit of time. We're only halfway through this heat as it stands, and they have a big enough gap just to let the explanation between those two. But that could also, with the gap being open, that's a good opportunity as well for Mayo Bolet, with the fastest lap in the bag, if it's still the case, to really catch up with the leading duet. And maybe, because he has no one inside in front of him, he has plenty of time to do so.
Another fastest lap of the race as a change for the lead. This will help out the French driver of Malo Ballet close that gap, and yes, he has closed the gap after a new fastest lap of the race as well as he last crossed the line. So Erbelt's Moore now down into second place and in the danger zone here, because Malo Ballet, with the momentum, with the waft of that car, is now going to go for a move potentially down into this hairpin here. No, not close enough. Thought about it though, I thought, because he looked maybe like he was edging to the inside, but then into the second corner. He does do it. So through turn 11, gets that move done, and now Erbelt's Moore into P3. He's going to have to latch onto the back, and crucially there, Malo Ballet just says, think, let's not fight now, let's close that gap, because we've got to close up. There's plenty of time, they can close that gap up, but right now, Daniel Messier leads the way by some time. Just under half a second now is that gap, with a 2.81 looking relatively comfortable. This is the overtake of how that happened, and that is where the move was done for Daniel Messier, who gets back up into P1. Nice overtake, that one. Nice easy one. You can get the momentum out of turn 3. If you get a better entry, yeah, you've got the waft out the corner.
Absolutely. And if you manage to pass, in the turn number 3 and 4, the chicane, you can make sure that you stay ahead for the majority of the lap. If you can actually shut all the doors and keep a straight line up on the way to the chicane on the other side of the track, then that's all to your advantage. So that's a very good spot to initiate any move, and that paid off this time around. Here we are with the 361 from Jepa Racing and Belgium. This is happening further back. Let's try to see that this is Thibaut Guélade, one of his first experiences here for the second year running, if I'm not mistaken, for Thibaut Guélade, one of the teammates of the young Aurélien Lemaire that we had the pleasure of interviewing earlier. Jepa Racing team, and now is competing in 10th place at the moment. Gained 3 positions just behind Enzo Tanvanishku, who almost forgot about the OK World Champion, but he managed 14 places recovery since the start of the race, up in the 9th place after what had been a difficult qualifying for him.
Yeah, solid start for him. Obviously, the Red Bull Junior driver working well here, and it's not been the best start of the day, but now it's starting to kick in. You know, it's all starting to fall in place now, which is good to see. This gap, though, is it closing? I think it is. It is now 0.3 of a second, and a look over the shoulder there for Daniel Mason. And I think he's just gone, Bollé is behind me. I need to get a wiggle on here. But yeah, through the final chicane he goes. And is he going to have another look over the shoulder? He is, and it's a long look over the shoulder as well. Don't do that too much, and down the inside. Or if you look behind you too much, you'll only go backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. He just turned on the right side at the right moment just to dive into the turn. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit more complicated. But here's the heat on his shoulder. 2 little tenths, and Ruben Vold doing his bit as well from P4. Not the fastest lap for the Estonian.
He's done that a few times now. Ruben Vold, he's got quickest lap after quickest lap. You can just see it. He's at the back of this they've got these two here, and then you've got Beltsmoor, who's just there in short, and there, just whizzing past, is the Ruben Vold, like a bolt of lightning. Vold goes through.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank
That's
you.
The first one.
That's the
Please
first pun of the
more.
weekend. Yeah, first pun of the weekend.
I'll be expecting those.
Okay.
But to be honest, that might be in vain, unfortunately, for Ruben Vold, because it's quite a long way back from the top 3, and not only talking about this duet. And the race is coming to an end in 1 lap. Another look over his shoulder. That's going to be one hard last lap into turn number 1. And there goes Mario Boulet. Beautifully made by the Frenchman. Mario Boulet takes the lead. Maybe at the hardest moment, because he has 1 full lap, a bit less now, to resist from the counter-attack of Daniel Masia. Let's see what's going to happen. But the Spaniard had the win. He could see the checkered flag up in the horizon. He had held the first position for the most of the race. But a race is never ended before the checkered flag, and Mario Boulet just saw the opportunity, went for the move. He's trying to pick up a bit more pace on the way to turn number 10. Another part of the track where actually a move could have been made. Does Daniel Masia, is he waiting for the very last spot of the track in the chicane? That looks unlikely, because he just lost a bit of momentum. The door will be shut, and I think that's done and dusted for Mario Boulet.
I think the tyres were slightly starting to go there for Daniel Masia, but across the line it will be Spain. It's France's Malo Boulet who takes the win in Senior X30 Group C and E. Starting this race on the front row in P2, takes the victory. And Boulet will be happy with that one. Daniel Masia does finish in P2 from Beltsmoor. The man who started on pole position, unfortunately not able to hold on to that one, finishes in P3. Ruben Vold comes through, finishes in P4, did start this race in P4, did drop back in the early stages, had to fight his way back through the pack, and managed to retain that position. It's good to see all those drivers, and like you say, Malo Boulet, a fantastic session for himself, really showing that the French driver has got what it takes here to potentially go away with that grand prize. €1,000, remember, for first place in the finals tomorrow. Here's a look then at the provisional classification results. Malo Boulet for France takes the win from Daniel Masia, Beltsmoor and Ruben Vold, Gabriel Stilp and Marc Granado from Rivière Blanc, and Enzo Tavanechkel, Miguel Silva and Daniel Antonez from Santevalve, Thibaut Guélade and Lucas Flusha round out the top 13. Calais Atkins with a warning flag as well throughout that race, finishes just ahead of Yuna Lup. Charles Lambert and Andrea Mastinis, Hugo Trichard and Jan Rothran, Alexander Ruta and Henrique de Oliveira Petra Babechkova does finish that race in P22, doesn't gain any positions, doesn't lose any. Matteo Giaccardi and Benjamin Johns round out the top 24 spots. Alain Canol finishing in 25th place from Miguel Cadasso. And Leo Weber finishes that race in P27, 5 places gained from Alex Moore, and Ryder Court rounding out the 30 finishers. 3 retirements from that race, Paul Kaus and Gilles Remens, Jules Crianta at the start of that one. Here's a look then at the start of that race, and you saw straight away Malo Ballet trying to defend that inside line, but unfortunately didn't work out and get swamped by the field as everyone tries to come through. This was a change for the lead. Firstly, it was Daniel Mesia diving down the inside. Then it started to get a little bit tasty in that mid-pack section as round went. And Jules Caranta, who unfortunately retired from that race again, I believe the contact was on Miguel Silva, and yeah, a nose cone penalty will be going his way because that nose cone is very much not attached. Gabriel Silk came through the field, and this man came back through the field. Ruben Volt, who set fastest lap after fastest lap, as we saw retirements coming in thick and fast, and an unexpected retirement here as Polkas retiring from that one, and an unhappy Jules Caranta. Again, another move for the lead, as once again Daniel Mesia retook the lead from Beltsmoor and then came through Malo Ballet from 3rd place to get back into 2nd, and it all started kicking off once again further back in the field, as well as the 278 making moves. That was Daniel Antonez. This was the move for the race lead. It was inevitable that it was going to happen because he kept looking over his shoulder, and the checker flag came out for Malo Ballet, who took the win on this one. But of course, we will head down to the pit lane in just a moment, and we shall have Guillaume Alvarez down there. Guillaume, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. We're here with Malo Bollier, the new French sensation of the Winter Cup. Your first ever participation here in Valencia, and already a win in the heat. So for the confidence, that's a boost, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I start 2nd in the heat. I had a difficult start, and then I crashed and at the 2nd lap, and then I just pushed, and yeah, we finished P1. Yeah, it's now we work hard, and I think we find something great on the setup. So yeah, we will see what's come next.
What can you tell us a quick word about the level of competition that you're facing in the class? Because there's a lot of drivers, you know, it's quite fisty out there on track, you know, a lot of battles.
Yeah, here the drivers are very good. Yeah, and competition is very
high.
Yeah, very high, and yeah.
Okay, maybe one last word in your own language, in French, if you want to say hi as well to the support that you have back home.
Salut, bonjour à tous, voilà. J'espère que vous allez bien. Nous, ça va très bien, au soleil, tout nickel.
Magnifique, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Malo Bollier, and good luck for the rest of the Winter Cup. Malo Bollier that has been competing in IAME Series France for the past few seasons, and that's going to be competing in the OK European Championship this season, as well as in the IAME Euro Series. So good to see another fresh face in the senior class this weekend in Valencia.
Thank you very much there, Guillaume Alvarez down in the pit lane. More action to come up. The lunch break is coming up fairly soon, but we still have a couple of senior races, or one more senior race and then 2 junior races left to go. You can see there the balcony area on top of the clubhouse, absolutely packed with spectators all wanting to catch a glimpse of this next race. And what a next race it is going to be. Senior X30 qualifying heat, Group A and D. And again, starting on pole position on this one, Dimitri Mativ. You can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen. Unfortunately for Dimitri, he had a retirement in the previous race that was in a spin out of the final corner, so it was a bit of a disaster. But the field fires up the engines, and out they go for their next heat. Like we said, qualifying heat A and D. Here's how they'll line up then for their race. Dimitri Mativ and Andy Rattel, they go from row 1. Ian Enkerman and Ruben Moya, they go from row 2. Francisco Macedo and Leviwi Sambudla, they round out row 3. Hugo Heren and Sita van Meert, they round out the top 8 positions on row 4. Arno Malaysia and Brandon Carr round out the top 10 results on row 5 from Johan Aluja and Eli Goldstein on row 6. Marcus Luzio and Eduardo Dominguez on row 7, with Sam Balota and Emilia Carey rounding out row 8. Mika Voss and Aaron Faranzano round out the top 9 rows from Maximilian Lodman, and Paul Hamburg rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Zacharias Ripley and Jamie Sands round out row 11 from Julia Kamen and Kevin Latinga on row 12. Bart Harrison and Mark Lopiccolo round out row 13, with Loretz Sash and Francisco Costa on row 14. Enrique Oliveira and Santiago Malma go from row 15, rounding out the top 30 drivers. Francisco Gueros and Yoshimasa Kano round out the top 16 rows, with Will Gottlieb rounding out the field on row 17. Again, a very, very packed grid on this one, and an exciting grid nonetheless. And you can see there, that camera shot shows it perfectly. The marbles on the side of the circuit are getting bigger and bigger, are those piles. You don't want to go on that stuff. It will be very, very slippery, yeah, can very quickly make your day go south very quickly. So yeah, you want to stay off the marbles as best as possible. You want to avoid them. But as they go through, these drivers working hard to get the temperature back into the tyres, to get the temperature into the engines. You've got to get the car primed, ready to go. They've got their little dashboards on there, which has got all the sort of data you could want on there. All the data. You've got your engine temps, you've got the revs. I think some of them have got the speed on them, but I don't think you want to look at the speed of what you're doing. I think that's a distraction. What would you think to that one, Graham?
Yeah, do you think they can watch series as well on those little screens?
Just put Netflix.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Netflix on the dash.
Netflix and chill, in case of a big gap, and then you want to have, you want to cool down for the next few laps until checkered flag. No worries in the world. Yeah, let's go for Netflix.
I will invent that then. I will invent a dashboard that can have Netflix on it, so they can just relax.
Maybe in endurance racing, but I don't think they have that much of a time to focus on anything else. But maybe one day we'll see. But what's the fun in it? Right? You have enough to do in the cockpit just to get distracted by silly things.
I'd probably watch Rush.
Oh,
good film.
Good pick.
Good film, that one. I like it. Here we go then. Senior X30 qualifying heat A and D. They've gone past the red line, meaning they cannot overtake. They are into the chicane now, meaning they have to get themselves all formed up, and they're looking nice and in formation. So Dimitri Mativ, Andy Rattel on the front row. Lights go out, and here we go in towards turn 1, and it's a great start from Mativ and Rattel. A terrible start, but he holds the outside line and potentially can salvage something out of that poor getaway. Goes round the outside, and does he hold on to second place? He does. There's 2 carts off in the dirt, in the gravel, and they get stuck in there. And who was that? It was the 313 that went round, and that was Maximilian Lodman from Finland, who goes round, and that is a disaster for him.
Yeah, disaster indeed, but he's been able to find his place back onto the track. That last, I'm afraid, so he's going to have to catch up quite a bit. But in the lead, it was a strong start from Dimitri Matveev. Watch out for the move around the inside on Ian Ekmans, dropping a place to 203. Ruben Moya, watch out for the Spaniard. Ekmans still on his tail. He needs to come to attack very quickly, even though we're only concluding lap number 1. But a great start from Dimitri Matveev, Rattel in second. Ruben Moya now in third, Ekmans in fourth. And the rest of the field, Francisco Macedo, Lindway Samdula in one order. Right now, Macedo in P5, Juan Aliuja in 6th, followed by Hugo Erwin, Laway Samdula, Marcus Luzio and Sam Balota making their way up to 9th and 10th respectively.
Side by side a little further back as Johan Aluja was under pressure there, or I think he was piling on the pressure to Francisco Macedo a little further back, but it's all sorted out now as they slot back in single file as Ruben Moya now gets past Andy Rattel and moves up into P2, is now on the hunt for the Italian of Dimitri Mativ.
Yeah, and I think that Ekmans was coming close to a move into the braking part of turn number 10, one of the hairpins of the track. Let's see if that happened just on the corner of our screen. We'll get back to that in a minute, but the battle is raging as well. Yes, indeed. Or not quite yet. Rattel lost a couple of positions in the process. Ruben Moya is now up in P2. Yes, indeed. Ekmans both through for P3 as well, and that's no good news at all for Andy Rattel, the Frenchman, who's now dropping back into P4, still very much in the bandwagon, but yes, enough time on his hands to try to do something about this.
Now, Rattel obviously didn't get a good getaway from the start of that one. You saw that kind of swamped into the back, managed to claim something back, But now we're starting to fall down the order a little bit more now. Is this a recurring issue with Rattel? Is there something not quite right with that wagon? Is it not rolling at its full potential? Still there, though. It's going at a decent pace, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that one as the race progresses. Maybe it was just a phase.
Absolutely.
We're not too sure. Anyway, Mativ leading the way. This is much better for Mativ. You know, he's had an up and down weekend, hasn't he, so far?
Yeah, with a retirement in one of his previous races, he needs the result. He needs victory. Otherwise, there's going to be an even longer way to try to climb back in terms of classification. But right now, he's doing what he needs to do. Keep a standing line, stay ahead. And in terms of gap, it's now up to 0.6 of a second on Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya, by the look of it, is as we have Marcus Lucio actually putting himself in front, but it's certainly down to a transponder problem, so forget about that. Marcus Lucio is P8 at the moment and not at all in front of Dimitri Matveev. Looks like a ghost driver. Sometimes that happens with live timing, but rest assured that Marcus Lucio is fighting his way through with the VDK kart machine. As Matveev, as we said, needs the result, and 0.6 of a second now is the gap, a bit more than that on now Lucio is back in P8 on your screen. Ruben Moya second, Aikmans. Antti Rattel dropping a bit of pace and momentum by the look of it. Still a long way to go, but there's no time now to get on your laurels and try not to do anything about it, as we have the two VDK drivers further back of Hugo Verrouin, Marcus Lucio 7 and 8, Sam Balote as well in P9, and Eli Goldstein, former member of the team, in P10.
Yes, indeed. It's been a good run throughout the entire field so far. Only Dominiguez not actually starting this race, so one driver not. And here's some action on the screen, because through goes Johanna Luja on Francisco Macedo, gets that position done, moves up one pass, and now down the inside comes Hugo Heron, who also gets that move done, moves now up into P6. And they all get that position done. So now Francisco Macedo struggling a little bit here as it's falling back into the back. And who's that just behind as well? Is that Marcus Lucio? Yes, it is, who's starting to close in also. Keep an eye on the young Brit. Like I say, he won this event last year. Like you say, it was a late entry. Didn't expect to do it. And then he only went and won it. So this is a full weekend where he's actually practiced. Let's hope he might do something good as well. Back at the front, though, it's starting to get a little bit interesting now, because lap after lap, Ruben Moya has been setting fastest lap after fastest lap. And as I say it, a 56.356 appears on your screen, and that gap is coming down. Dimitri Matveev is holding a good pace still nonetheless. He is lapping at about the same. He's only 0.05 of a second slower on that last lap, so it's not like there's a huge difference as into the pit lane there.
I was going to say we lost Sita van Meert, unfortunately. I saw it on the corner of my eye, and the Belgian driver from GP having to retire, unfortunately. Quite a shame, knowing progress and skills in that field, but certainly she will take revenge in the next races.
That camera shot there, just showing Ruben Moya going around that chicane there, just shows how much traction he's still got in that car. Absolutely super glued to the circuit, and it just danced through that final chicane. There, Sita again putting the cart back onto the trolley. Yeah, it's never a nice feeling when you can still hear the carts going around and you're putting your cart on a trolley. It's a horrible feeling.
Something important to keep in mind as well for Ruben Moya, if he stays like this, he's going to, and another one, the 85 from the Cosmic Chassis, the Francisca Queiroz from Portugal, having to retire. Another one, unfortunately, joining the list. Ruben Moya, as it stands, is the provisional leader of the ranking with 2 points, just one tiny in front of the driver that he has behind, Ian Aikmans. So we're not talking only about race results, we're talking about points and overall classification that will count for the Superheat and the order of the final afterwards on Sunday. So Ruben Moya not only determined to stay in front of Ian Aikmans, but also to go for Dimitri Matveev, knowing that Matveev, with a DNF already on his name, is not part of the top 8, certainly tumbling down the order as we speak, because he needs the results. So Matveev will do everything that he has to stay there, but Ruben Moya at the same time needs the result. As long as he keeps Aikmans just behind him, he will be fine, but of course a victory will help him extra.
Yes, indeed, this gap getting ever closer And I've got to say, well, there's nothing between the two of them now. If anything, I would say that was lunge distance he's at now, Ruben Moya. So Dimitri Matveev has had to hold out for this long, but now he's going to have to battle to hold on to that position with only a few laps to go. Into the final chicane then on this qualifying heat. Dimitri Matveev still leading the way, but look at that, tucking in. Ruben Moya for the Pantano team just absolutely slotted in there into the slipstream. Now, see, the downside that Moya's got here is that he's a lot taller than Matveev, so Matev's not really cutting a big hole in the air for him, so he's got to really tuck in to get that slipstream to actually work, which is what you're seeing there on the start-finish straight. It seems to be okay through this section here, as again, it's just latched onto the back now. I'm expecting an overtake, probably not into the final corner. I'm expecting it in towards turn 1.
That would be the safest bet, isn't
Yes.
it? Because the chicane, I mean, there's pretty much no space for two cars side by side, unless you want to go very aggressive on the curb, and that could lead into trouble either on the outside of the lane. So yeah, turn 1 would be the safest bet, but take into account that you still have the entire lap to go through afterwards, and there's more than one opportunity for the chaser to fight back. So let's see what's going to happen. 2 laps remaining before the checkered flag. Matveev and Moya split by just 2/10, about 1.5 meters in terms of track distance. Ian Ekman's just lost all hopes and all intentions pretty much for the battle for the win, as is 1.5 seconds down. Rattel down in 4th. No, not so much of a change in the P10. There he goes! That's what we had been expecting, and it just happened in front of us outside of the turn number 7.
Yep, so we were completely wrong with our prediction. That happens many times, don't worry. But yeah, you saw the line held a much tighter line as they went through turns 3, 4, and round the tight turn 5. Held a much tighter line, lined it up perfectly just to get it through. The crowd goes wild, and as they exit out onto the back straight through turn 13, Ruben Moya takes the lead, but Dimitri Matveev is not over yet because he goes to the outside. Moya goes defensive, might get the switchback move here as they exit out of the start-finish straight. There is still laps to go, side by side across the line. Here we go then.
Here we go, one final lap. That was a good move from Ruben Moya. Will it be enough? Certainly that might give ideas to Dimitri Matveev after the chicane, the technical middle sector. There's no way to go for Matveev with the Car Republic machine. Pantano driving as well on Car Republic machinery for Ruben Moya, and he keeps a steady line. There's no way to go for Dimitri Matveev, going a bit wide on the curb, and Ian Ekmans is playing with them as well. He's been reducing the gap. Watch out on the outside of turn number 10. That could be giving him the inside on the next sequence of turns, but Ruben Moya is shutting all the doors. Watch out for Ekmans on the inside of the double of turn number 12. Is not happening quite yet, but maybe one last opportunity as he goes defensive. One last chance into the chicane. Can Matveev do it? Yes, he goes for the inside.
Oh!
The touching. Watch out! No! Contact, another one.
Oh, they make contact, and through goes Ian Enkmans, and he takes the lead. Ruben Moya, understandably, is furious at that one. It's like, what happened there? But you've got to give it to Dimitri Matveev. The gap was there. He put the car on the inside, but that is not our call to make. That final chicane is going to be havoc all the way through this weekend, isn't it?
That's the same spot of the track with Matveev actually when outside, were pushed outside in a similar fashion pretty much as he went for the move, and another attempt not paying off for Dimitri Matveev. Unfortunately, he had the lead pretty much, he had the result. All he needed to do was to stay certainly shutting all the doors and stay in front or stay in P2, as he had no other choice in the chicane. And we've seen once again he went for the move. That's part of racing, and that's what we like to see. But sometimes in qualifying races, maybe you have to pace it down a little in order to secure a result that you so badly need. But as a result, where did he classify Dimitri Matveev at the moment? And now that the classification provisional still is complete, I don't see him actually in the yeah, he's still P4, so quite a bit of a little miracle for Dimitri Matveev to make it to P4 after what happened. But as a result, the victory went to Ian Ekmans, another one, the third for the Belgian driver.
I suspect he'll take that one. I think, oh, thank you very much for that. I'll take a win for Ian Ekmans. Ruben Moya then, after that one, does finish P2 from Andy Rattel. Dmitry Matveev finishes in P4. Joanna Luja takes 5th place, though, in that one from Hugo Heron. Francisco Macedo takes 7th place from Eli Goldstein, finishing in P8. Sam Balota and Mika Voss rounding out the top 10.
Then we have Brandon Carr in P11 from Louis Samdula in P12, followed by Zakaria Ripley. Bart Harrison P14 after having climbed 11 places. 12 places gained for Loïc Sache in P15. Then we have Kevin Lantiga following in 16. Emilia Carey, Aaron Ferrazzano, Christian Hamburg and Julian Kamen running up the top 20.
21st place as the replays kick off, and you can see there the start of the race. Anna Malaysia finished in 21st place from Mark Lopiccolo. Jamie Sands finished in 23rd place from Henrique Oliveira, Francisco Costa, Maximilian Lodman and Vilgot Leek, Santiago Malma and Yoshimasa Kanu running at the 29 finishers. The early spin there for the 3-1-3. That was Maximilian Lodman, who did finish that race in 26th place, lost 7 positions after that spin by the end of the race. Side-by-side action here, though. This was a little further back as we saw 2 of the drivers having a good little scrap. This was Francesco Macedo and I think Joanna Luja, who was having a good scrap. Then this driver came into the fray, Hugo Heron, who joined the fray. Sita retiring at the end of this race, Van Meert not winning that one. And then we saw this battle that loomed throughout the entire race. Moya and Matveev, and there was the move that happened through turn 7. We predicted it may happen at turn 1. It didn't. It happened there. Then this happened into the final chicane. Dmitry Matveev went for that move. You know, it was a bold move, I got to think, but you know, to go for the win, was it needed during a qualifying heat?
It's hard to say, you know, and we're in no position to judge any of the driver's decisions or move, but by the look of it, maybe Dmitry Matveev, just a few meters from the checkered flag and a P2 result he had so hardly fought for, maybe could have paced himself down and secured the results. But once again, because as a result, not only did he lose, you know, what was a confirmed strong P2, but Ruben Moya lost the victory as a result. So you could see him gesturing and is not happy about it, and we can easily understand why. So Ian Hickmans, in the meantime, was there to take a victory, his 3rd one, and is leading the way 2 points clear from Ruben Moya, with Andy Rattel all the way down in P3 with a 7-point gap already. So you could see that Hickmans and Ruben Moya are now starting to, you know, put a distance between themselves and the rest of the field. Still very early. The afternoon will be full of racing in the senior class.
Yes, it will indeed. We move on to the juniors, but before we get the heats underway, we spoke to the driver who finished 2nd in the junior category in qualifying. We spoke to Sandro Perez.
Sandro Perez, what a qualification that was. You came close to overall pole position, but still a brilliant lap. And talk us through that.
Yeah, it's a very good feeling. I only could do 2 laps, but I was so focused and I finally could make my perfect lap. But well, I am not so happy because in overall, like you said, I'm P2, but I think in one more lap I could better my time. But still I'm happy.
But P2, you know, with so many drivers on a difficult track, is a very strong result and certainly something to hope for tomorrow in the heat.
Yeah, it's a very good result. Tomorrow in the heat we have to battle a lot and finish everyone to get a better position in the super heat. So now we have to keep getting closer to the P1 and do everything as possible in the heats.
And hopefully you're going to have some family members or friends cheering you on the side as you are competing on local soil.
Yeah, I think I have some members out there, so I have to give them all the thanks because they support me, and now we will keep fighting.
Great to hear there from Sandro Perez, who I may have accidentally called Sergio Perez in one race earlier on, but don't worry, I know he's not the Formula One driver from Mexico. I know he is he's a karter from Spain. There he is on your screen as well, and he is starting on pole position for this race. And, you know, this is going to be an interesting one. We saw some great racing earlier on from the juniors, didn't we? Very tight, action-packed. Are we going to see the same again, or do you reckon they're going to tone it down a little bit?
Yeah, maybe they start to get angry and cannot wait for the lunch break, but still they have a job to do. And Sandro Perez has 1 win for himself already. The driver with the 57 starting from pole position. He just left the pre-grid as the Qualifying Heat B versus C is underway. This is the penultimate race of this morning program. We're going to have one more after that, and we'll be taking a short break. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back for some more and exciting racing this afternoon. Here's the grid in full with Sandro Perez from pole position and Cathal Clark by his side on row number 1. Row number 2, we have Raul Perez and Thibaut Ramakers. Row number 3, Marius Barryberg and Noah Montero. Row number 4, Javier Proscara and Wilmer Svan. Then we have Tyron Kinnar and John Helder on row number 5, running out the top 10.
Alexis Constant and Romeo Rossell round out row 6. Hugo Matti and Joseph Smith round out row number 7. Daniel Dalakan and Timo Koopmans, they round out row 8. Dom Kaikkonen and Matus Reiber, they round out row number 9. Sasha van Bad Bosch and Daniel Mota round out row 10. And Bertram Sash and Nikita Nikashov go from row 11. Filippo Donzanen and Enzo Riaggioro, row 12, and rounding out the field, Arthur Huang on row 13, rounding out the 25 carts that will start this race. There's a look at the Panther Fuel sign. Of course, the fuel provider for this weekend. You know, we couldn't go racing without marshals. We also couldn't go racing without fuel. It would be a very slow race if we didn't have any fuel. Kind of like the Flintstones, and pushing them along with their feet or something like that. So, great to have Panther on board, providing all of our fueling needs.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. One of the references in international karting, as the drivers go for an extra lap to put up the tires up to temperatures. The MG tires, of course, we've switched from the yellow soft one to the red harder one in the junior category. A little bit harder, a little bit more endurance, certainly, but the grip and the degradation certainly as high as we can experience into the more experienced drivers into the senior category. But that's always, part of the game, isn't it? To be able to manage those tires, as well as to not only fine-tune your setup and your chassis the perfect way, the way you want, but the tires is always a big gamble, because from theory to practice, there's sometimes a big gap in terms of how they're going to behave, how they're going to function, how they're going to evolve. But Sandro Perez, Cathal Clark, this is round number 1. Thibaut Ramakers further back as well, ready to take advantage of any situation coming his way. Sandro Perez, 1 win already. Cathal Clark still expecting to put himself up there into the winner's circle. But we'll see what's going to come out of this race. Thibaut Ramakers, another winner so far this weekend in Valencia.
One of them is going to lose this race. One is going to win. Who's it going to be? Into the tram lines. Are we going round again? There's a hand up for Cathal Clark. I think it was a green light, so I think we are going racing. So in towards turn 1 we go, and it is a good start then from Sandro Perez, who holds on to that lead. Cathal Clark did hold the outside line, but does fall back in towards P3 or so. Now Zanzarin comes through in towards P2, and round goes a big one at turn 3.
It just happened outside of your screen. Now we are on it in the chicane, turn number 3 and 4. A big incident. A couple of drivers, I'm counting up to 4 or 5. The different drivers, 2 stuck still in the middle of the road.
Yeah,
but thanks to the help of the marshals, they might be able to get back onto the track.
Yeah, Jon Helder, and it was Dom Kaikkonen who was stuck in the gravel trap there at the exit of turn 3. They get back onto the circuit, albeit one of them with a very broken front NASA panel. That
not practical, isn't it?
Yeah, that's got to come into the pit lane, unfortunately. You might get a meatball flag if you tried to stay out.
Absolutely, that's the number 4 of Sasha van Bosch.
Oh, dear me. So that's a disaster for the start of this race. We thought they were going to tone it down. They did quite the opposite. They turned it up a little bit for that one, but hey-ho, is what it is. Action still goes on as the race continues, though. Breakaway for the top 3. Sandro Perez, Raul Zanzarin, and Noah Montero leading the 1, 2, 3. Then it goes down to Wilmer Svan, Cathal Clark, Thibaut Ramakers, and Romeo Rossell rounding up the next group of drivers. But here the top 3 with a nice breakaway, but not close enough for any battling. They've got a bit of air between the 2 of them, the 3 of them, which is quite nice in the early stages. You can just get into a rhythm, can't you?
Absolutely, 7/10 of a second, and here comes back into the pits the unfortunate Sasha van Bosch with the nose cone missing. Is still had it in his hand, so yeah, it will be more practical for work and repairs, but quite unfortunate for the former IAME Euro Series winner a couple of years back. Now, here with the leaders into the chicane. Sandro Perez is still firmly into the lead, but for how long? Raul Sanzaren putting the pressure on his fellow countrymen into turn number 1. Noah Montero and Cathal Clark waiting for the hour. You know, right now they're observing from a distance, saying to themselves, okay, let's those two battling out, you know, let's see what happens between, because you never know, maybe a slight contact, they're gonna anyway lose momentum while battling along, and Sasha Van Padbosch, unfortunately, having to retire. Oh, you can feel the despair of Sasha Van Padbosch, you know, stuck in an incident maybe he wasn't responsible for. That's the hardest part of racing, isn't it?
It is. You know, in these sort of situations where you have an incident like that, it's never a nice feeling. And, you know, even in the heat races, there's another car going very slowly there. It's the 45 going slowly. That is Bertram Sash, who's going slowly out on track. Yeah, never a nice feeling, and you've got to feel for Sash Van Padbosch. It's been a tough weekend so far, but hopefully come back stronger in the later part of the day, and I'm sure that's not going to be the last we see of the number 4 seed for Victory Lane. Action still going on then, and Perez still leading the way. Got the company of Zanzarene, but not going for the move yet. I think maybe is this a bit of frenemy work here that we're seeing, just not going for the lap, just trying to push along, because Timo Ramaker's fastest lap of the race is starting to close in. They're in P5 at the moment, has got Cathal Clark and Noah Montero in between the two of them, and you can just see the body language there of Sandro Perez just pushing that cart along as much as possible.
And sorry about that.
Yep.
The move has been done. Actually, Thibaut Ramaker's just made his way past Noah Montero for P4. You can see the VDK drivers and the Czechoslovak Racing colors now in 4th place, as we keep an eye on the battle for the lead into the chicane. Sandro Perez and Raul Zanzaren Perez as well, very close to each other. Lap number 5. We pass the halfway point of this qualifying heat. Time is starting to run out for any of those two drivers, especially the chaser. He knows that opportunities won't be aplenty until the checkered flag. He needs to be able to open the door. As Cathal Clark still firmly in 3rd with half of a second of a gap. 6 now on Zanzaren Perez in 2nd, and he has for himself 6/10 on Thibaut Ramaker. So at the moment, Cathal Clark a little bit in an isolated position, not quite able to catch up just yet with the leading duo, that not being catched either by Thibaut Ramakers, with Noah Montero in P5, who sees Vilmos Van coming back to his tail in front of Romeo Roussel, Hugo Marti, Javier Bosca and Tyrone Kinnaird. That's your top 10 at the moment. Arthur Wong picking up a warning flag. Too bad for the reigning mini-rookie champion of Belgium, driving at the back end of the grid, but in his quest for more positions, he climbed 7 places at the cost of his front fairing, I'm afraid.
Yes, indeed. So this battle in the lead is an interesting one, because I don't think they're actually fighting here. I think, is it just pushing him along and waiting for the last lap so he can't retaliate to go for the move? But he's going to have to do something, because I think the drivers behind are starting to close in, despite the fact that they are working together here and not fighting. Cathal Clark is closing. And you can just see that Victory Lane car just slowly creeping ever so closer each lap. Hugo Marti, though, with the fastest lap of the race. That battle's heating up, as well as this one further behind. This is the battle for, I think, 8th place. No, it's the number 29.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, there it is. So that is Noah Montero as well. In 5th place, so Vilmos Van and Hugo Marti at the back of that one. Back at the front, though, and once again, still no positions gained or lost, but are we going to see a move down in towards turn 1? Not this time from these drivers. Everyone just thinking against it, but very wide on the exit there for Vilmos Van. He's got to be careful here, because he's going to be under pressure in towards turn 3, and Hugo Marti dives down the inside in towards turn 3, takes full advantage of that slight mistake through turn 1 as Thibaut Ramakers, again, fastest lap of the race, 57.664, is closing in on Cathal Clark, and Cathal Clark as well closing in on these two.
Yeah, it's going to give us a very interesting last lap as the battle is raging between those three as well on the inside, and I'm afraid that Noah Montero keeps on losing positions turn after turn. He battling here with the number 15 of Vilnius Zva on the outside, and Noah Montero was dead for the taking, keeping his line and keeping the position alive. But for how long? On the inside, beautifully made, that's for the lead, and clipping the curb. He's going to lose a lot of momentum as well. That will go the way of Cathal Clark and Thibaut Ramakers. Unfortunately for Raul Perez, And as a result, Raul Perez, my apologies, is up in the lead. That was Sandro Perez, who was forced on the outside of the line into the chicane. And as a result, he lost a big momentum. Thibaut Ramacus and Carl Clark in the middle. So it's all down to 0. And once again, in less than a lap, I'm afraid that he won't have enough time to try to reverse that situation.
No, indeed. We are on the final lap. So now Zanzarin has got quite a bit of clean air. Cathal Clark now up into second place. And Ramacus now back up into third. But yeah, a disaster then for Sandro Perez, who is right there in the back of these four. Cathal Clark nods the head there furiously to try and close the gap, but he's not going to be close enough. But round the outside, late on the brakes, goes Ramacus to try and get that move done on Cathal Clark. Can't quite do it and will not have the run. So checker flag will go out to Raul Zanzaren. Cathal Clark takes second from Thibaut Ramacus as well in third place. I suspect that result might change. I'm not too sure. It's all down to race directors and race control and everything like that. But the move there, we'll see it in the highlights as well. But there on your screen, Raul Zanzaren takes the win in Junior X30, qualifying Heat B and C. And again, this has been a tough race and a tough weekend for all of these drivers. And again, Zanzaren just wanting to get as much out of that car as he can. Leads the qualifying heat points so far. Just the 2 points compared to the 3 points from Sebastian Mins, Ramacus and Freddie Lloyd. As it stands, as they enter the pit lane now, they will get checked for everything. Nose cones, of course, and all the scrutineering. Very swift into the pit lane there, wanting to get that kart on the weighing bridge sooner rather than later. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications then at the end of Junior X30 qualifying Heat B and C. Raul Zanzaren from Cathal Clark, Thibaut Ramacus and Sandro Perez from Hugo Marti, Noah Matero, Vilma Sven, Javier Barranca and Romeo Rossell, Nikita Nikashov and Timo Koopmans, Daniel Dalanka and Tyron Kinnard, Mattis Reiber and Joseph Smith round out the top 15 out there for Mick Barrett Racing at the end of that one. 16th place Daniel Mota and Alexis Constant finishes in P17. Arthur Huang does finish in P18 but does have that 5-second time penalty. So Filippo Donanzan finishes in P19, 4 positions gained from Enzo Ruggiero. Finishing in P20, Bertram Sash finishing that race in 21st place from Johan Helder and Dom Kaikkonen, who were involved with that incident at the start of the race. I believe also Marius Berryberg and Sasha Van Bob included in that fray. 2 retirements from the race. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race, and it was a good start from Sandro Perez. Held that inside line as the rest of the field concertinaed up just in the background. There is the aftermath of the coming together through turn 3, which saw 2 retirements, and these two here, Johan Helder and Dom Kaikkonen, just to the back. And there is the heavily damaged Sasha Van Bovoc, who came in, a very emotional driver at the end of that session, which you can understand. Never a nice thing there. And yeah, the victory lane driver trying their best to hold back the emotion. Then this battle was heating up, and it was a good battle all the way throughout. Zanzaren and Perez, and again the battle further back as well as everyone started to close in. Hugo Marti started to come through the field, battling with Noah Montero as well. Montero trying his best to hold on to those positions. Then the move came from Raul Zanzaren, and as you see there from that replay, tries to make the corner and does go off the track, so both go wide. And but the race held on that one. Then Cathal Clark took second place and held on to that one at the end from Ramacus, and Zanzaren took the checker flag at the end of that race. But once again, the drivers for the next one are getting ready. But before that, we will head down to the pit lane with Guillaume Alvarez, who's down there. Guillaume, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. We're here back in the Parc Fermé with Raul Zanzaren. Raul, bravo para la carrera. P1, ¿qué piensas?
Bueno, ha sido una carrera muy difícil. He esperado el error de Sandro detrás de él toda la carrera. hasta las dos últimas vueltas, que he conseguido adelantarlo y escaparme un poco para hacer la última vuelta limpia y ganar la carrera.
Tienes otras carreras hoy y mañana. ¿Qué puedes hacer por la competición?
Bueno, voy a intentar hacerlo lo mejor, si puede ser parecida a esta, lo de adelantar cuando quedan pocas vueltas para el final e intentar conseguir la victoria.
Muchas gracias and mucha suerte. Thank you very much indeed, Raúl Sunzaren. Trying my best Spanish on here to give a bit of visibility to the stars of the mini class, but a good performance from the young Raúl Sunzaren in what had been an hectic race with Carl Clark and Tibor Amakers second and third. Let's try to have maybe a couple of more words. Noah Montero is over there with his machine, but let's see if we can have a quick word, maybe a quick interview now. Would you like to share a bit of... ¿Podemos hacer una pequeña entrevista? Vale, podemos hablar un poco sobre la carrera y la competición. ¿Cómo está?
La carrera ha sido un poco dura, la verdad, porque al principio hemos tenido que adelantar y muchas se han chocado, he tenido que esquivar. Al final he llegado adelante y he intentado luchar un poco, he adelantado 2 posiciones y he podido remontar un poco.
Vale, muchas gracias. Fui suerte. Thank you very much indeed from young driver, one of the many Spanish drivers that we have here at the Winter Cup. Always nice to have so many representatives of the home country host of the Winter Cup. Let's see here if we have a couple of more. I think we have a bit of time just to we have to admit that once they go through the scrutineering and the scale, sometimes they leave the Parc Fermé as soon as they came in with the mechanics, because it's time to debrief and see what happened. Maybe I see one driver that might be able to talk to. That could be interesting to hear from Tyrone Kinnaird. Let me see if I can grab him for just a moment. One of the new assets of the Pantano race team. No, I don't think that Tyrone is in the mood to speak right now. Maybe the race, by the look of him, didn't go according to plan, so we'll leave him alone for the moment. And hopefully we'll be able to talk to Tyrone Kinnaird, who did a superb performance at the last year's IAME I Games in Campillos by finishing P2. But apparently the look of his face wasn't promising. And let's see where Tyrone Kinnaird ended his race here. Quick look at the results, P13 in the end, which is not bad overall, but certainly he was hoping for stronger results. You can see now some of the cars with a lot of different liveries. You can recognize, of course, the livery of the Evolution Racing Team. You have Cosmic, you have also Birelart with the MDC Racing Team from Spain, Falcon here, so all different colors and schemes that you have in the IAME Euro Series all throughout the season. Always good to see. Maybe Timo Koopmans. Kan je een beetje Engels spreken of niet? Ja, fantastisch. Timo Koopmans also speaks English. Good to have you here. Can you talk us through how the weekend has been so far and what happened to you in the race?
Yeah, it was quite a good race, because there was a crash in the middle of the track into the chicane, and I could escape. Yeah.
Right, you could escape, so it means that the level of racing is quite high on track, with everybody going for every move.
Yes. Everyone was really aggressive, so everyone wants to win.
Fantastic. And what do you think for yourself? What do you think you can achieve this weekend by the look of how it goes so far?
Yeah, first I hope to get in the final. That's my first step, because this is my first Winter Cup in the X30 in the X30 Junior. So, yeah, the final.
All right, good man, good goals. Thank you very much. Hartelijk bedankt, Timo Koopmans, for talking to us with the Energy Corse Benelux. Back to you, Anthony, for the last race of the morning in the junior class before the lunch break.
Thank you very much, Graham. Yes, indeed. It is the final race before the lunch break this morning, and it is Junior qualifying heat 4, race 15 of the day. It's Group A and D that are going to be starting on this one. And Thomas Cousset, again, the French driver, who'll be starting on that front row with Sebastian Mins alongside. The race that we saw between these drivers earlier on today was absolutely fantastic. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what will happen in this one. Again, drivers to keep an eye on all the way throughout this one. Anthony Donker, again, the driver in the 46, starting on 6th spot on the grid. See what he can do, because he had a bit of a nightmare earlier on as well. Here we go then for the next race of the day, and the last race before lunch break. Here's how they line up. Thomas Quince and Sebastian Mins, they go from row 1. Toby Gale and Jensen Graham go from row 2. Freddie Lloyd and Anthony Donker go from row 3. Harrison Mackie and Marie Barryberg go from row 4, rounding out the top 8. Angelina Proenka and Sam Woolley round out the top 10 on row 5, with Elvis Karakauskis and Thomas Gomez on row number 6. Austin Gale and Alexander Dahlstrom on row 7, with Tyg Butley and Mickey Blaskos rounding out row 8. Mjuna Senna and Mikael Malma, they go from row 9. Harry Bartel and Rocco Coronel, they round out the top 20 on row 10. Thomas Paradir and Hugo Manes go from row 11, with Thomas Fernandez and Matt Corby on row 12. Giovanni Tarazona rounds out the field on row 13. 25 karts in total in this race, and some brilliant names throughout this one. Like we say, the qualifying heat so far, Zanzanin leading the points at the moment with only 2 classification points. The lower your point score at the end of all the qualifying heats means the higher you start in the finals, so, or the super heats, I should say, for that one. So, and one car pulling off on the side of the track, and it's the 40 that's pulled off to the side. That is, off the top of my head, that is Alexander Dahlstrom, the driver from Finland, and that kart goeth no further and will be pulled off the side of the track. Luckily, right at, well, I think he did that on purpose. He put it right at the escape gate, which was good thinking there by the young Finn, but still disaster nonetheless. So one retirement from this race before it's even started. Graham, back in the commentary box. This was an exciting group earlier on today. Are we expecting the same thing?
Yeah, we should, because looking at the forefront, the forefront of the grid and the first row, Thomas Kinsey, was in the 5th position at the moment in the overall classification. Sebastian Mins, we've seen battling along at the forefront earlier as well. 2 strong names to keep an eye on. Freddie Lloyd and Harrison Mackie did a good job as well in the early part of his previous heat. Let's see how it goes as we go green, green, green. The start on the way to turn number 1, and watch out for Sebastian Mins, who had a pretty good getaway, still in P2 behind Thomas Kinsey, who stays in pole. Clean for. I've spoken too soon. Unfortunately, one driver going off, a bit of dust onto the track. Otherwise, it was pretty much a clean start for everybody into the first sequence of corners, as Thomas Kinsey was able to stay ahead of Sebastian Mins. We didn't get to identify the driver just yet, but as a result of going cross-country into the grass, he lost a pile of positions in the process.
I think that was Freddie Lloyd for the Fusion team in the number 51 that went off at that corner. He's back on. Tyres will be very dirty, but yes, I think he's rejoined now a little further back. So, action here. Sebastian Mins now takes the lead of this race on the first lap. Manages to get past Thomas Quince, who now slots back into second place. This is a little further back of the field, so, of course, this is the end of the first lap, so everything's going to be relatively close. And he lunges through the final corner, but there's not one lunge. They're straight off the track, and round goes the 35 of Mickey Blaskos. And, well, Mickey wouldn't have enjoyed that one, and that was a terrifying place to go off the track at the fastest part of the circuit.
Yeah, and no help is unfortunately allowed from the marshals to get back onto the track, and he did it on his own. So I can see from the corner of my eye, good performance from the driver indeed after going off, but as a rule book says, the marshals can assist if the driver wants to retire, but otherwise no help from outside people is authorized. But by the look of his tires, that's going to be quite difficult. It might take a few laps to gain back a bit of grip after what just happened to him. In the meantime, sorry to cut you off, Sebastian Mins pulling away and building a bit of a gap for himself, 0.4 of a second on Jason Graham now up in P2, and Thomas Kinsey, your pole sitter, trying to resist with the Dunker and Harrison Mackie just behind.
Don't have to apologise for cutting me off. It's perfectly fine, girl. You do what you need to do, lad. Yes, like you say, great start for this race for Sebastian Mins. He's managed to pull away on this one. Much better start for him there. But it all came down to really the end of the race on the last one, didn't it? That's where it all kicked off. Tyke Butley under investigation, or he's got the investigation flag. So we'll see what happens at the end of the race for that one. Eyes on this one, though, because Quince under pressure here from the driver behind, Arthur de Donker, who is trying to find a way past and does find a way past. Gets that done through turn 10, and Quince nearly loses another one to the recovering and or Harrison Mackie, who's there. Who, of course, Harrison Mackie, who's got that bet with his older brother, who's on the spanners, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't lose that bet because that will be a cold end to the winter that they'll have. Side by side, though, it's still kicking off here, though, between the two of them, and a nice switcheroo there, and Harrison Mackie gets through that chicane and gets past Thomas Quince, who tried furiously to defend that one. Now he's going to have pressure from Arthur de Donker, who tried to go down the inside, but just fails to close that door. Now you've got Toby Gale getting involved. Now you've got Austin Gale getting involved as well, as Tyke Butley sets the fastest lap of the race.
And now it's going to be interesting between the two teammates of Fusion Motorsport, Harrison Mackie, Jensen Graham, second and third, ready for the chase of Sebastian Mins, who was hoping to put out a bit of a gap in the meantime, but is having none of it, as around the inside goes another of the Fusion drivers. This is the 51 happening for the back. This is Frank Lloyd.
Yeah, Freddie Lloyd. Yeah.
Freddie Lloyd, my apologies indeed, making his way up in 7th place to the dislike, certainly, of Austin Gale, dropping a place all the way down to 9th. Then we have Krasauskas and Senna Meunier, the Belgian, running up the top 10 as the drivers come back into the chicane. Let's have a look at the gap. Still only 0.2 of a second. And look at Thomas Kinsey going around the inside of the Dunker. The Dunker is trying to resist, but that opens the door for the 31 of Gale just behind. But there wasn't enough space for him to make it through.
Yes, indeed. Getting very close for comfort there as Freddie Lloyd now with the fastest lap of the race. You can see him there in the 51, just behind that fresh overtake there between Gale and Kinsey. But as they go through, it's all looking good. There, the 51 of Freddie Lloyd now making moves all the way through this field. He has got the close company, though, of Toby Gale just behind the Croc Promotions driver. Again, two British teams here, based in the UK. One at Wilton Mill, one I don't know where in the UK. Actually, I've never been to their factory, but yeah, I've been to the Crop Promotion one many times. Half race distance now, though. Time quickly running out, and this is starting to heat up at the front here, because I've got to say, Jensen Graham is all over the back of Sebastian Mins.
And Mins actually cut across the curb in the last chicane pretty aggressively, tried to maintain his momentum out of that particular corner. But will it be enough? Because Justin Graham is very much on his tail. The two teammates of Fusion closing in on the leader. You can see them here as battling along as well further back with Freddie Lloyd trying to get through the field as well. Is behind Gale, 5 and 6 respectively. So a lot of Fusion forces into the top 10 at the moment, battling for glory into this Winter Cup. As we're about to conclude lap number 6, 2 laps after that. Sebastian Mins trying to stay ahead as much as he can into turn number 12. The back straight, a double look over the shoulder for both Mins and Jensen Graham. A bit of a gap, half of a second. Harrison Mackie doing a good job, much better than before, after he lost momentum in a pile of positions in his previous race. And look at them going onto the curbs of this chicane. That's certainly one of the pictures of the weekend, with all this trim, this line of drivers in just one go into that very tight part of the track. And you know, one driver who might learn not to do it too much in that chicane is Dimitri Matveev, unfortunately, for what happened to him on 2 occasions, but that's another topic. As Sebastian Mins is now can feel the breathing, or almost, of Jason Graham in second, with Mackie joining the party.
Yes, indeed. It's a paper-thin gap between the two of them, but like we say, there's still a couple of laps to go, so whether or not we'll see an overtake in this next sort of section, I think we will see an overtake, because it has happened. I looked out the commentary box window and I can see that the battle for the race lead has swapped positions, and now it has swapped back. So Sebastian Mins now back in the lead as they go through, and they've got to be careful here, because now it's starting to heat up. Now Mackie's involved in this one, so it's Fusion versus KR Sport as they go through. It's not KR Sport, sorry, I do apologise. As they go through down in towards turn 1, you've got to be so careful now as they go through. But here, Sebastian Mins has got to defend every single part of that track as humanly possible. Hits the curb quite hard out of 3. Now he's under pressure, going through in towards 5, 6, and 7. Are we going to see a lunge here under braking? No. Mintz closes the door as we're on the final lap. Only a few more corners to go, but this is getting very tight, isn't it?
Yeah, very tight indeed for the KR Sport driver in the lead, as it's not one but two Fusion arresting him one turn after the other. He has to shut all the door. The exit is good, and look at them, Marquis and Graham actually not having the best of time. It's about helping each other to try to secure the results, but as it seems, one is going defensive, the other one cannot go through, and as a result, they both lost time and the opportunity to get past Sebastian Mins into the chicane. Oh, that was tight! It's going to be so until the checkered flag waving for Sebastian Mins for the first time in the junior class. He joins Sandro Perez and Thibaut Ramakers, as well as a couple of others, in the circles of winners here in Valencia. Sebastian Mins in the junior class wins in front of Jason Graham and Harrison Mackie, and I would not be surprised if there's going to be some discussion in the Fusion tent afterwards, because the way that they managed the end of the race between teammates might not be up to the liking of the mechanics and some of the guys on the sideline, because Sebastian Mins obviously was there for the taking, even though time was running out, but they chose instead to secure the results, which is still very good with second and third. But let's see what the team will make out of it.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, Sebastian Mins takes the win on that one. Thank you for confirming it was KR Sport. They've changed the livery design on the front of the car, and I hadn't spotted that yet. So yeah, I was questioning it. But yeah, great race on that one. I've got to say, I think that was a bit tamer than what we saw earlier on today. Everyone found their place on track. Yes, it got a bit exciting at the end there, but I think all was well. There's a look then at the provisional classifications. It's a UK 1, 2, 3, 4 in that one. Sebastian Mins, Jensen Graham, Harrison Mackie and Freddie Lloyd, the top 4. From Austin Gale and Toby Gale on 5 and 6. Yana Senna and Elvis Krakowskis on row 8, or on the 8th position. Mary Berryberg with a great finish in the top 10, finishing P9 from Arthur Didonka. Tyke Butley and Harry Bartle take from 11 and 12 from Thomas Quince. Rocco Coronel and Sam Woolley rounding out the top 15.
Then we have Hugo Manasvaz from Thomas Pradi, Matis Corby, Angelina Puencha, Giovanni Tarazona, Thomas Gomez outside the top 20, Mikel Marmerios, Thomas Fernandez, and Miki Blascos Amengual, who didn't see through in the last lap by the look of it, as Alexander Dahlstrom had to retire from this last qualifying heat of the morning here in Valencia. This will be about time to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere, because we will be back at 10 minutes to 3 local time here in Valencia for the first of the many races to go. So approximately in 40 minutes, as we can see the replay of this last race before taking a well-deserved short break of lunch time. As you can see, a brilliant start for Thomas Kinsey, Sebastian Mins as well, behind protecting second place into turn number 1. A pretty clean start, except for one of the drivers involved in a bit of a cross-country, as you can see, a moment over there, losing a bit of momentum. That was the 51 of Freddie Lloyd, indeed, who in the end managed a good result for himself in P4. But the battle was raging all throughout between Sebastian Mins and the Fusion drivers, with competitors diving through the chicane. The 35, unfortunately, of Miki Blascos and Mengual had to retire from this race, even though he was able to get back on the track on his own, as in the meantime it was Fusion against Thomas Kinsey from Jana Racing. We had a bit of victory lane involved as well, with the 46 of Arthur de Donker battling out for the first places, but in the end it went the way of Fusion Motorsport and the British drivers here. Thomas Kinsey battling along outside of the chicane, while the 123 and the 31 Toby Gale and Austin Gale were among the protagonist in the front. Thomas Kinsey putting pressures on the 21 into turn number 1, Harrison Mackie, who did a great job climbing the field up into P3. One of the decisive moves of the race from the 51 of Freddie Lloyd, on its way to secure what will be 4th place. Into turn number 1, again the battle raging, not to the advantage of Donker, who lost a bit of momentum under the pressure, as drivers were really searching for all the opportunities in the chicane with the best exit possible. As in the end, something we discussed at the end of the races, the management between those two teammates of the Fusion Motorsport, Jenson Graham and Harrison Mackie, who in the end couldn't catch, with Sebastian Mins taking his first victory in the qualifying heat this weekend in the IAME Winter Cup. So a good job from Sebastian Mins and a strong result as well for the British drivers and Fusion Motorsport.
Yes, indeed. It's the lunch break now, ladies and gents. We will be back racing for the second part of today. We'll be kick-starting back at 10 to 3, so 2:50 this afternoon for the green flag out on circuit with the Mini for their qualifying heats 3 and 4. Then we're back to the seniors for their third round of heats, or fourth round of heats. Then the juniors, Minis, and then back to seniors to end out the day. Guillaume?
It's time for lunch, but in between we'll leave you with a bit of behind-the-scene footage that our good friend Alex Bernardis has been kind enough to go shoot into the paddock. So we'll leave you with the piece that has been published both on social media, so make sure to check that out on Instagram, IAME Euro Series. But here's a glimpse, and a good one, at what's happening behind the scene in the tents with the drivers, the sort of thing that you don't get to see every day, and especially not on track. The action has been there in Valencia, but there's a lot of things happening on the sideline and behind the scenes of the paddock tent. So here we go, and we will see you in a bit less than 40 minutes for the rest of the show.
Hello, can you hear?
So yeah, what were we doing? What was the game we're playing?
It's Johnny Trigger.
Let me see. Yep.
I'm the best, that's it.
That's it? So what are you gonna do on track now?
E5.0 and win the race.
Good, yeah. It's hot now, so it's good to drive now.
Yeah, no, in Belgium it's only 7 degrees, so it's much nicer here to be in the sun finally. And yeah, it was fun to explore Valencia. We went to the old part of Valencia, and it was really nice to see how there's like different kinds of cultures, and it was really fun to explore. Saturday and Sunday we went training for a bit, then Monday had to come clean some stuff, and then Tuesday I had off, and then we went to explore, and yeah, now
Don't kill me.
then now today and yesterday we were training, so yeah, it's been quite fun.
Second year in seniors, right?
Third.
Third
Already
year.
third year, I already feel old. No, but it's quite nice to been out and racing again, because yeah, you really miss it, because yeah, you go training a lot, but still the atmosphere is different than when you just go training, so everything is really nice. Da, we're going to business.
No. Yourself.
And I understood that really to push more, especially with the
Step by step, you learn time. One thing looks like that higher temperature in the asphalt is a bit less complicated for tires.
Yes.
That's good. Because that's normal. It's something I've seen. Just you have to learn more to play with the others. So.
Yeah, not bad. The speed is not too bad, and we have to work on it. Also, first race in senior, first race with the MG. It's quite difficult, obviously. So we just have to work on it and see how the weekend turns out for us.
It has you in it.
Wait, Dino. We tipo in a Pablo.
So, before we start, we'll wait for Mr. Meyer to finish his dinner. The only two people on here you need to be aware of is the gentleman that signed you in, Chris Lambret, the steward for the series, and myself, Martin Green, as the series race director. 10 marshal posts and lights, start red line, start finish line. Let's have some good starts. There's going to be some good grids. I want to see some brilliant racing.
Wait, again.
Again.
As a little kid, I came to Valencia quite a lot, so just been a little bit in the city, and the track is very nice, very hard on the tires, very technical, and you know, we just have to see how the weekend goes out. As I said, we come here to win, obviously, so we try and do that, but you know, it's just a learning process more than anything.
I see the Red Bull, the new program, the new helmet.
Yeah.
Looks good.
My helmet bag is a very chaotic place. A lot of hats, a lot of visors, protectors and stuff. Yeah. Looking to buy another visor. But
So what, different color or just?
yeah, probably. Because so I have Red Bull stickers here. Yeah. It's just a very chaotic bag. Very full.
Okay, so now we are here for qualifying. It is the second group driving, and the first group was very fast. Usually the track is getting faster while the groups are getting the next groups, but first group was very fast, and there was a lot of very fast driver on that group, and as there is a lot of dust around the track here, usually when you have a lot of fast driver at the same time on the track, it's hard to go faster after, so we will see if the next group can go faster, but I think the pole group from group 1 will be the fastest time.
We have a good start for the day today, so started with 2 warm-ups, basically to prepare for the quali, and it went good. On the first one I was P4, and with all tires, it was good for me, good speed, good space, and also I tried to find some perfect gaps to the front to get some slipstreams, which is important for me. And then also the second warm-up was perfect for me. second, lost just, I don't know, 200s till the first or something like this, so I was happy with that. And we also test some tire pressure for the new tires, which is quite important. I'm feeling quite confident also. Before the quali was everything set up good in my mind and was perfect, and for the quali I went just to make my best, to be honest. I was not thinking about to make like P1 or something like this, was just hoping for the great result as I can, because basically my first race in X30 class and I just want to try my best.
Buenos dias a todos and welcome back here on the beautiful Cartodromo Chiva de Valencia in Spain. This is a pleasure to have you for a full afternoon of kart racing at its best in the IAME X30 races. This is the IAME X30 Winter Cup by RGMMC, the 8th edition of the event that has been taking place in this beautiful part of the world, the east coast of Spain, since 2016. The record entry of 204 drivers have been absolutely fantastic on track so far, giving us plenty of action in all through classes, from mini to the seniors and the juniors. The grid in front of your very eyes are for the mini category, with the drivers between 8 and 12 years of age, the youngest category here on track. The driver on the left side of your picture with the number 988 is Archie Lovat, the British driver who was one of the fastest in yesterday's qualifying. He will be starting at the forefront of the next race, and we talked to him yesterday. So Archie Lovat, quite a good performance out there. You at the moment provisional pole position. So how does it sound? How do you feel like after this lap?
Happy.
How did it go on track? Can you talk us through how you managed to set the fastest lap?
My teammate was pushing me for about 2 laps, and then I started just getting a chase in the person in front of me.
Do you expect a lot of fighting on track this weekend? What do you think you can achieve this weekend?
I reckon there's going to be a lot of fighting on the last lap.
And what result do you think you can do this weekend?
Pole.
Good to talk to Archie Lovat yesterday after his performance on track, the second fastest lap time overall that gave him the front row starting position for all of his qualifying heats. Still a lot of business to be done in the mini class. We still have 4 qualifying races for this category, 2 down and 1 victory for GC Phillips, the other one for Stanfago, 1 for Fusion and 1 for Spirit Racing. Now the drivers are getting themselves ready with the help of the mechanic, waiting for the green flag, the whistle to be blown in the air, and then we'll be good to go for another afternoon of beautiful racing with 10 races, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed, 10 races on our schedule, starting at 10 minutes to 3 o'clock local time here in Valencia, all the way to 6:30, a tiny bit more than that. So we should be done around 7 o'clock local time here in Valencia. So stay with us. Thank you for joining on IAMEEuroseries.com. And wherever you are in the world, to follow us live on Facebook, YouTube, and on Motorsport TV. The Winter Cup is back for the 8th edition, and this is the kickstart of a brand new and exciting season in IAME X30 classes, followed, of course, by the IAME Euro Series that we will see through the year with 4 different rounds, taking us on circuits like Zuera in 1 month's time, the first weekend of March. Then we'll go to Mariembourg at the end of April on the karting defined raceway. We'll go as well to Franciacorta in Italy, and to round things up once again in Genk at the end of August. Don't forget as well the I Games by the end of the season, and the IAME World Final in the middle as well. So a big program, a big schedule for another brilliant season of racing, kickstarting right here, right now, with another qualifying heat for the mini class.
Well, lunch over now, and we're all back. So, again, welcome to everyone. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Graham Alvarez in the commentary box once again for the second half of the day's racing. And I've got to say, we've only got about 30 seconds or so until the green light goes out and karts fire up, and we get our first races at the second half of the day underway. And there goes the whistle, and there goes the karts. This is Mini X30 qualifying heat B and C. Like we say, we had some fantastic races earlier on today with the mini category. They've only had 2 heats so far. They've got plenty more to go. Here's how they're going to line up then for their first session after lunch. Archie Lovett and Stan Fargo start on the front row. Matteo Rivals and George House go from row 2. Andrea Mani and Leonidas Peruzzi go from row 3. Zach Zhu and Daniel Miron go from row 4, with Max Cruz and Winston Comparen on row 5.
Row 6 we'll see Malik Linker and Priam Bruno alongside each other, followed on row 7 by Stefan Mituna and Jarla Seyer, Alexander Turner and Just Mulder on row 8, Mason Robertson and Lino Pedraza row 9, Alvaro Perello and Matis Bragio on row 10, row 11 Mason Brooks and Beatriz Costa, followed by Daniel Sabugo Velasco, Bruno Gerling, Jorge Miquel Prieto and Alejandro Campos. 26 drivers, 7 laps to go through from start to finish, the shortest qualifying races of the weekend. We're going to have two of the minis, then we'll switch to the seniors for 3 races in a row, then to the juniors for 2 or more races, then back to the mini, and we will conclude today's program with another run of qualifying races for the senior category, where more than 100 drivers have gathered this weekend in Valencia. They have about more than 50 in mini for the top entry list in 8 years of existence for this very competition by RGMMC.
Yes, indeed. It is a packed grid all the way throughout for all classes on this one. And like we say, we saw interesting stuff from the minis earlier on today. Just want to have a quick chat. Beatriz Costa, obviously the car didn't fire up on the first heat, and then it was a retirement early stages. Hopefully the car is out and is all working correct order. It left the pit lane immediately, which is instantly a better sign than what happened earlier on, so that is a good sign. But like you say, I'm looking forward to this one because, like you say, the minis, always some close racing, fierce racing, like we say as well, so definitely the future of our sport as well.
The future of our sport for sure, and a lot of new, fresh faces and new names that we've had the pleasure to encounter already at the forefront of the field already. So you can also see some very cool looking crash helmet liveries, as well as some new liveries on the cars as well. So it makes for a beautiful cocktail of colors, schemes, and brands that you see competing with some of the best teams in the IAME X30 world. And the drivers are getting themselves ready with the pole sitter Archie Lovat pacing everybody down once they come across the red line, shall I say, right now between the 2 cones on the way to the chicane. Well, there's nothing else possible to do. You have to pace the field down, get everybody together on the way to the start-finish straight. And are we going to be good to go? And I don't think so. No, indeed not.
No.
Ooh, that's a very, very bad formation of a grid. And that's quite surprising. They were going very, very slowly. So I do think that Archie Lovat was walking, shall I say, looking over his shoulder on his way to the chicane to check if everybody was gathered together. But it wasn't the case at all. Yeah,
that was an interesting one on that one. So hopefully we get going this time around. Yeah, not sure what the idea was behind that kind of slow getaway. But hey, we'll never know. I'm not in the driver's mind. Only they know what they're thinking. So, that will be another one. Just take 2 on it. Let's try that one again. So, like you say, but it is difficult, to get all these cuts in order, in the right place, staying side by side, staying level, making sure you're in the tram lines. It's a lot to think about, especially at a driver at a young age. These drivers start from the ages of 8 years old. And I remember what I was doing at 8 years old, and it certainly wasn't anything as intensive as this. So, yeah, definitely so. Well, let's see what they can do this time around. They are coming into the section now. This is the point where they are supposed to be lined up and side by side. Something tells me we're not going again because the field is impeccably spread out. So a lot faster this time around. And it's another false start. Yeah.
Once again. And that, as you said, this time around, it was the opposite because they made their way to the chicane without pretty much slowing down. It was quite disturbing because the way and the rhythm Archie Lovat and Stanflago were both carrying on the entry to the chicane didn't leave any space or time frame for the others to get together. And I do think that the drivers might have a little word with Martin Bean, our race director, because you cannot see him, but Martin is just standing in front of us and is going down onto the track.
He's left his scissor lift, yes. He's lowered it and he's going over the barrier and he's going onto the track. Yeah, I think they are going to stop the grid here. Yeah, red flags have come out, so they are going to have a quick chat with the grid here just to find out what's going on. You were too slow on the first one. Then you were too fast on the second one, and just in the middle, please. And let's third time's a charm, shall we?
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday, it happened actually twice with Dimitri Matviv, who was leading the pack of the senior class, and it was the only time before now that we had to go for 2 extra formation lap. Martin Bean told us afterwards that he came very, very close to stop everybody and go down onto the track. This time, 2 attempts were enough, and that's the kind of speed that you don't want to have with the race director whatsoever. You can see the replay here.
So that was the first attempt, wasn't it?
Yes,
yeah,
it
that
was
the very slow one.
Very slow.
Yeah, everyone bunched up and hands going up, like, what's going on? Why didn't you go? And and then the second attempt was way too quick, and you can see there that's already caused a bit of bumper to bumper.
Yeah, definitely.
There.
And some drivers were out of line because they had nowhere else to go. And you can see on the screen right now that the red flag is being put out, and Martin Bean in black on the left side working towards the drivers. Our race director is gonna gather everybody, especially the drivers at the forefront of the grid, and they're gonna have the race director's little speech, and because all those information have been given in during the drivers briefing coming to this weekend, given by Martin Bean and Christian Lambrecht, the head of the officials here in Valencia. But the word had been given that this is how you do, this is how I want the procedure to be, and this time around it wasn't fully respected. And it's not something that, of course, neither the drivers or the machinery will like, because the more you spend time at such a slow speed on the track, the more heat you put into the tires, the longer the engines will run, not at the optimum rhythm. So it's never a good thing for both the driver and the mechanic.
Definitely so, and obviously the PA system is on, so we probably want to stay a little bit quiet for Martin for talking. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back in just a moment, so do stick with us, and we will get the first Mini X30 race underway. Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Winter Cup. And as you can see, karts are now once again rolling after 2 false start attempts and a red flag from race director Martin Bean, just to give all the drivers a few words of encouragement, just to say, hey, let's give that another go, shall we? Let's do it this way, and let's see if we can get this race underway. So welcome back if you are just joining us. This is the second half of the first day of full racing here at Valencia for the 2023 IAME Winter Cup. Mini X30 is underway, and there will be, hopefully, fingers crossed, starting this time, Graham. Do we think they're going to do it?
Fingers crossed indeed. I do hope so, otherwise Martin Bean, our director, might get a little bit angry. But he gave them the drivers the speech usual in that sort of situation to really assess once again the procedure rules and how the drivers need to behave, especially those at the forefront and the pole sitter. Archie Lovat on the left side of your picture, the 988 with the yellow livery on his cart. Archie Lovat, who needs to pace everybody down at this time. I think, yeah, he's doing a much better job than the 2 previous attempts. Once they come across the chicane and the red line on the track, then we'll be good to go for the procedure, and it seems to be well executed this time around.
Yes, indeed. Looks a little bit nicer. So green flag goes down, and we are away and racing down in towards turn 1. Good start from the grid, but a great start there from Andrea Mani, who takes the lead from well far back in the order. So he had a great drive off the start-finish line. Down in towards turn 3 that they go. And again, it all closes in and stays nice. 2 karts coming together, 3 karts off in the background. Everyone okay? Just spins there, and the 948 is one of them. That is Winston Comparin from the middle of the grid, and understandably very frustrated with that start of that race. So rest of the field slots through, and the rest of them still moving, and it's all looking good at the front of the grid. It's still Andrea Mani leading the way, but he's got the very close company of Zach Zhu just behind him. Zach Zhu in the treble 9. There in P2, now in P1. They chop and change, and instantly says to Archie Lovett, who's come back up into that fray now, and all very wide there was Jules Carranza, not Jules Carranza, very same, Andrea Mani. Andrea Mani going very wide out of the final chicane, and now it's side by side for the race lead, because down the inside goes Archie Lovett and gets it done. So Archie Lovett now in the lead of this race. Zach Zhu with a great start to it as well, now back in second and latched on line astern to each other, and hopefully are going to drive away with this one, and hopefully they're not going to have too much of a battle between themselves.
And here we go for what will be a shortened version of this qualifying race. Instead of 7, we're going to have 6 laps, or even less time for the drivers to try to do anything out of this race. But at the moment, Archie Lovat is back in the lead, watching over his shoulder. Walking over would be quite unusual, but Zhu is in second, Zach Zhu. And then we have Matteo Revels, Daniel Miron Lorente. The drivers observing each other. A bit of a gap. Revels on his own in 3rd place. Then we have the second bandwagon with Peruzzi Fago, the driver that was starting from the front row of the grid, coming to the last chicane. This is only the end of lap number 2. And drivers going aggressive on the inside curb. It's not about time to do anything unwise at this stage, because we're only getting through halfway. And a bit of a move from one of the Fusion drivers for the back, the 957. This is Peruzzi, who was trying to defend his position on the way to turn number 1. But unfortunately, he was on the outside, and the door was way too open for him to fight this quite sufficiently enough. So we'll need to get back on that. As in the meantime, Lovat and Zhu split by pretty much nothing. It's like a paper slide gap, as you said earlier. And those two certainly will be and stay glued together until the end. But the question is, where can he go through? And so he does beautifully. Does 929. This is for the back Fago on the Revels. This is for P3. And the Frenchman certainly not quite happy about the way his race started, because he's having to recover from a couple of lost positions. Just pulled that off brilliantly.
Yes, he did indeed. Yeah, now up into P3, which is a good place to be, because now hopefully they can work together to try and close this gap. We'll have to keep an eye on the deltas, on the gap that they have, because if they slowly start to close that up, that will be an excellent end to the race. As again, more overtakes further back in the field as everyone going defensive. Now there is a lone Fusion driver just in the middle of that as well, or it might not be, because Leonidas Peruzzi just as there as well in 5th place. With a bit of clear air, is trying to latch on to the back there as, again, Stan Fargo, fastest lap of the race. Well, he's even dropping Matteo Rivals at the moment and is latching onto the back of Zach Zhu all by himself. This was the moment a little earlier ago where, yeah, Stan Fargo got that move done, and again, just nicely timed out of turn 11 onto the back straight. It's a little further back in the grid, the 951 just in shot there. That is Alvaro Perello, currently running in around 16th place. He's got Daniel Sabugo and Mason Brooks for company alongside. This is latched onto the back now because it's no longer a duo, it's a trio, because now Stan Fargo is on the trail of these two. Do you reckon he's going to stay behind and work with them, or do you reckon he's just going to go for it now?
Yeah, no way in the world. I think he needs to go for it. He needs to launch an attack. But the question is at what time and where precisely. And watch out for Fargo, because he might be the first one to go for the move. And yes, so he does. He might be listening to me. But that's a good move that he was able to pull it off in the middle sector when it's the most technical part of the track between 5 and 6. But this is a precise opportunity that he was able to take, because otherwise, if he's able to shut all the door on the way to the chicane, then he might be in a good position to repeat that move on Lovat this time around, as the drivers out of the turn number 11, the selection of hairpins over there, and then the never-ending turn number 12, where he takes the inside. Oh, that's something we haven't seen quite often, but he goes for the move and takes P1 in the process as well. So beautifully made from Fargo, who didn't wait any time around just before the chicane. That could be a smart move, because now it's head down and foot to the throttle, going defensive in what will be the final lap on the way to the first turn. Is not waiting halfway through the starting straight, actually is going to the right, playing defensive. And it seems to be working, because Lovat wasn't able to even launch the start of an attack, and Zhu has been stuck behind.
Exactly that. So, like we were saying, he answered the question for us. Is he going to work with them, or is he going to just overtake them? The second option, just straight through, no dramas there whatsoever. Just try to clear the main pack and extend that gap. Like I say, Fargo, 0 points already. He's won everything he needed to win so far, and he's continuing that momentum right now, leading this one, and already opening up a gap. The gap's 0.3 of a second. He's taking out tenths every sector in this lap. So very, very quick driver. Here's Stan Fargo in these early stages of the weekend, but Lovett looking quick here, and Lovett with a huge lunge down the inside through the final chicane and gets that position done. Now Zach Zhu comes through but can't get the position done, so Archie Lovett out of the final corner gets that race done by 0.07 of a second from Sam Fargo, and Zach Zhu finishing in P3. Well, what a committed lunge that was from Archie Lovett. He will take the win at the end of only 6 laps. Of course, after the false starts from the start, but what a race they had. And they will come back into the pit lane. Leonidas Peruzzi still finished that one in P4, 2 positions gained. Matteo Rivals dropping 2 places from that one, finishing P5. Daniel Miron and George House 6th and 7th as well. Andrea Mani and Paran Bruno, Max Cruz rounding out the top 10. Of course, we will have a look at the provisional classifications as and when the drivers enter the pit lane. They will head to scrutineering to make sure all is well. There is a look then at the classifications. We've done the top 10 already. Jarlis Sayer, Nila Sliker, Sam Turner, Mason Brooks and Daniel Sabugo. The top 15 drivers out on track: Alvaro Perello, David Minchuna, George Miguel, Bruno Grieling and Lino Pereza, Justin Mulder, Beatrice Costa. This time managing to finish the race, finishing P22. No positions gained or lost. Mason Robertson, Atis Brego, Alejandro Campos and Winston Camperin for the results of this one. brilliant end to that race. Like I say, so close for the battle at the end, and I'm sure we'll look at some of the highlights from that race. But it was a interesting start once the start actually got away, because of course of the 2 false starts. So this was the actual getaway that was good, and it was a good start from Andrea Mani. You see there, just instantly into the lead from 5th on the grid and into 1st before they've even hit the apex of turn 1. So it was a great start. 3 karts off in the background as well, as Winston Camperon was one of them, I think. Alejandro Campos also another. Mason Robertson and Matis Brago, and you can see the frustration there on Winston Camperon at the end of that one. Back for the lead, because this was when Andrea Mani slightly squeezed there, but Zach Zhu coming through to take the lead of the race, and Archie Lovett there staying very closely behind. Then Stan Fargo became the one to watch as he sliced his way through the paddock. And went on to win this race. The next session has fired up already, but this last lunge here by Archie Lovett, though, signed, sealed the race, and Zach Zhu nearly getting a chance to finish in P3 or P2 at the end of that one. Unfortunately, only coming in P3, but it's still a solid result for him. Next race then, it's on your screens already. It's the second X30 Mini Grid. And Novella Morales will be starting on pole position. Benjamin Manak alongside Ivan Gonzalez and Gustavo Marquez on row 2. Angelina Simmons, Zenek Babacek on row 3 with Jesse Phillips and Tony Taffarero on row 4. Manny Novellini and Kanish Grau, they go from row 5 with Stig Di Redemaker and Vicente Barros on row 6. Minjai Kim and Christian Kobe, they go from row 7. Aritz Ferry and Ruben Perez, they take row 8. And Jack McLaughlin and Abraham Shelvis on row 9. Rafael Simon and Jensen Jones, they go from row 10, rounding out the top 20 from Joanna Hoft. And Harry Williams on row 11. Levin Barbera and Jordi Brokerman, they go from row 12 with Ariel and Lemaire. And Eduardo Goffroyd on row 13. Francisco Lopez rounds out the grid on row 14. 27 drivers in this one, and hopefully they can go first time of asking like that. Like I say, very rushed switch around on that one. Like you say, the RGMMC team here working to a strict timetable. You know, it's a long day. We've got lots of races, and of course, we've only got the sunlight to help us go racing here. If it gets dark, we can't go racing because there's no floodlights here at Valencia, which is a shame.
Yeah, indeed, that's something we have to take into account. And now the Mini about to conclude the warm-up lap, the second warm-up lap to get the tires up to temperatures. Nuvola Morales with one win already for him. Not quite yet, sorry, my apologies. With Stan Fargo, Archie Lovat and GC Phillips among the winners in the Mini category. So Nuvola Morales is still searching for his first topissime result in the qualifying races, and that's another occasion as he will be starting up in the front with Benjamin Manak by his side. But now, for those of you who were not there, we had 2 missed attempts of start before, but this time around, yes, we're good to go. Green, green, green. Here we go on the way to turn number 1. And this should be a good start indeed, and a good getaway for the pole sitter, Nuvola Morales, who keep the inside line, and a clean start for everybody by the look of it on the way to the first chicane, where danger might be calling out, but this time it goes through perfectly, and one driver unfortunately in a bit of a trouble. Oh, and a contact at the back end of the grid indeed. One driver going cross country. The 936 was in trouble, and this is the 921, if I've seen correctly.
I think it was the 927.
927, my apologies.
Which would have been Eduardo Godfroyd, the back of the grid. going slightly wide. But relatively, that was a really good start, I would say. Calm, collected for the majority of the grid. And like you say, we've got a nice clean train that started to form at the front. 5 drivers in that train, being led by Navulo Morales, who is now leading the main pack as they go down in towards the final chicane. Any last lunges into this one on the first lap? No, none attempts this time around. A little bit of concertina effect kicking in, though, as the two teammates latch onto the back of each other. So Ivan Gonzalez and Benjamin Manac side by side, as Manac now looks at the inside line here as Angelina Simons-Torres comes through as well, just in the back of shot. So very close here. That's allowing now Navulo Morales to slightly open up a little bit of breathing space there. You've got a nice sizable gap, probably about 2 to 3 car lengths, about half a second as well. That's all up and over. Round goes the 9-2-3. And my goodness me, Gustavo Macares. Yeah, and understandably, he's going to be in a bit of discomfort.
Oh, that was a big shunt, a big rollover for Gustavo Marquez, but he seems to be okay. But I think the yellow flag is about to be pulled out. Let's see what's going to happen and what the race director will be deciding. You cannot see him, but the marshal's already on the scene helping out with Gustavo Marquez still in his cart. Hopefully he didn't get too much injured into that impressive rollover. That's not the thing I would like to see, of course, in karting. Sometimes it happens, but there's nothing you can do about it in that split of a second.
Yeah. Yellow flags have come out then, so the race has been neutralised. So we are under a full course yellow conditions. If you're not sure what that means, it basically is a karting version of a safety car. Everyone slows down to a certain delta. They have to adhere to that. No overtaking, of course, in single file throughout the entire session while the incident is being dealt with. I can still see out the commentary box window that Gustavo is still being seated. He is up now, up on his feet, which is excellent to see. But yet, like we say, race neutralised for the time being.
Yeah, that's the right procedure indeed. A slow rhythm for everybody within the delta around the track of Valencia. And it's a good opportunity throughout this lap number 3 to remind ourselves about the top 10. Nivola Morales is still very much in the lead, in front of Benjamin Manac, GC Phillips in third, and we have Ivan Gonzalez, Manny Nivolini, Kanish Raho, Angelina Simon-Torres 7, Janik Babisek 8, followed by Christian Kobe, and Stig de Rademacher running up the top 10 as we speak. A couple of drivers managed to get through the field. 10 places gained by Jordi Brockman up to P14 in the meantime. Justin Jones as well, 10 positions up into the top 10, and you can see that now Gustavo Marquez is being taken care of by the marshals onto the track. Certainly a bit roughed up around the edges, but it seems to be in good shape with not too much of an injury. That's good news, and we'll try to keep you up to date with his condition. Hopefully he will be back in no time on track.
Yes, indeed. We'll keep you posted on that one. There's a replay then of the incident, and it's just the thing with these karts, they're open wheels, and if rubber touches rubber on the tyres, they just ping up into the sky, and unfortunately, that was a nasty ride for Gustavo da Silva there, but he's lucky lad on that one. So looking like potentially we could be going this time. Incident cleared, track ready. Karts are in one biggish pack. There are 2 karts going around on their own a little further around the field, so thinking we may get a green flag start this time around. Single file into the tram lines, green flag goes out, and away we go once again, and it's a good start from the field as they dive down in towards turn 1 again for the second time of asking. And through they go, and it's still a good start from Navulo Morales, who holds on to that race lead, but down the inside, the 905 of Jesse Phillips takes second place as everyone now slots into position, being squeezed out of the pack. The 941 there of Benjamin Manac, who started this one in second place, is now being squeezed and squeezed and squeezed well out of the way, and has dropped down the order now as they file through turns 9 in towards turn 10. The infield section here, it gets tight and twisty in here. Any lunges down the inside? Yes, there is. The 950 goes through. It's Kanishk Rao who that gets up into another good position as everyone slots into position now side by side a little further back. Also as the 941 once again getting squeezed out of the way, but so far so good on the restart.
Yes, indeed, but the time is starting to run out for those youngsters. Oh, the 964 in trouble, I'm afraid. Let's try to see who that is running at the back end of the grid. That's Aurélien Lemaire, the young Belgian driver from the Jepa Racing team. We had him on the interview a couple of hours ago in the Parc Fermé. His first ever appearance in the Winter Cup. We didn't get to see what happened to him, but certainly either a mechanical issue or the result of a contact with another driver. But that might mean a retirement for Aurélien Lemaire. Let's see if he pulls out of the race into the pit lane. In the meantime, the 97 around the inside was Zdeněk Babíšek making his bet on Ivan Gonzalez for P5. And I think he just made it through, as we are right now with GC Phillips, the 905, 941 a little bit further back. This is Manash in P9 trying to make his bet as well behind Zdeněk Babíšek, and another Fusion driver out of the race. Let's try to see who that is. 950, we'll get to see his number, but we have now missing Minja Kim as well as Aurélien Lemaire, so I do guess that's Minja Kim that it was about, as we're about to enter already after the interruption, the last lap of this. Oh, another strong contact, and one driver having to cross the track. 924 was pushed a little bit out of the way. Jenson Jones in his battle with, what was it? Zdeněk Babíšek maybe, that went very, very fast into that sequence, but as a result, he lost a pile of time in positions in the process. 916 on your picture, battling along as well. GC Phillips the fastest on track. This is the last lap of the race, and this is now never for getting positions or losing them.
Yeah, indeed. This has been a very dramatic Mini X30 race, I will say. Probably the most dramatised race we've had all weekend so far. And again, as they go down into the infield section, they've got to be careful here now as they negotiate this tight, twisty section. But it's all looking good for Navula Morales, who has got a clean advantage here from Jesse Phillips. Phillips, who has tried... Well, he won his first race, didn't he, did Jesse Phillips? It's going to have to be... He's going to have to settle for a second place here, unless he could potentially pull out a miracle here into the final chicane, because he has latched onto the back now. And is he going to go for the slingshot? Going to be side by side? No, it's not close enough. And Navula Morales will take the checkered flag at the end of Mini X30 qualifying heat A and D after 7 laps of racing from Jesse Phillips. Manu Nuvolini will take third place from Kanish Grau. All three, second, third and fourth, up 6 places from their original starting spots. Ivan Gonzalez crosses the line to take 5th place from Angelina Simmons from 6th. Benjamin Manak as well, finishing P7 from Christian Kobe, finishing in P8. Zdeněk Babíšek at the end of that finishes in the top 10 in P9 from Stig de Rademaker, crossing in P10. A fabulous end to that race. 7 laps of racing, and once again we're seeing the Spaniard on the top spot.
Spain indeed shining on home soil. Outside of the top 10 we have Rafael Simon Varela, a Spaniard who didn't get to finish in the top 10 but still knocking on the door in front of Jenson Jones, the British driver who got involved in the late contact in the closing lap on the way to the chicane. And we have Jack McLaughlin in P13. P14, Aritz Ferry in front of William Harry. Here's the classification in full. Then Abraham Skelvis in P16, followed by Jamara Hoft, Tony Cacciaferro, Edouard Godefroy, and Vicente Barros Capella. P20. P21 is Ruben Perez Cabello, followed by Levin Barbier, Jordi Brockman, and Francisco Lopez Estrada. 3 drivers missing in Gustavo Marquez, Minja Kim, and Aurélien Lemaire. Unfortunately for them, as the temperatures are rised up since this morning, 18 degrees in the air, still very much sunny here in Valencia. And the first win for one of the local prodigies in Navula Morales, who just crossed the line for less than 1/10 of a second in front of JC Phillips and Manu Nuvolini following a little bit later. So it has been an exciting, once again, qualifying heat for the mini class. I told you about the the expectations of the unexpected, pretty much, in this category. And every race has been up to the promises.
Yes, indeed. This is a look then at the race start. This is a look at the race start. Sorry, my microphone was muted there. From the start of that race as they go through. And again, relatively clean through turn 1, so no real dramas there. Then it got a bit spicy here as they exit out turn 3. Only one driver going slightly wide there, which was massively unfortunate. I think it was one of the other drivers then. Then it got out of here. Then we saw the teammates getting involved. And then this one here, and poor Gustavo da Silva, who rolled over and luckily was okay. He was helped out of the cart, and he is still out on track at the moment, but he is standing on his own 2 feet, which is excellent to see, and you can see him there sitting down earlier on. Then it all started to get a little bit interesting for the race lead. Like we say, after the restart, Novella Morales had to redo all that hard work to open up that gap once again. Jesse Phillips came through into second place as well. Then we saw this little moment here with the 964 of Aurelien Lemaire, who did then retire at the end of the race. But again, the Spaniard here, undefeated so far in this one. Novella Morales taking another win.
Beautiful piece of racing indeed, as we have a couple of minutes before we switch our attention to the senior category that will be taking place for a run of 3 more races, starting with the B versus E. Then we're going to have the Group D versus F and the Group A versus C. And this will be the penultimate races already for those groups before a last run of 3 races to conclude today's program. Clément Autran and Malo Boya will be starting alongside each other on the first row of the grid. But since we have a little break, that's a good opportunity to tell you more about a project of ours, one of our main partners since a couple of races from last season. They are here in Valencia, and they're going to talk to you about the new project, the Minerva's Racing School for Drivers Online.
MVA is a multi-award-winning online school for pupils aged 10 to 18. We offer a flexible, personalised schedule, allowing students to learn on their own terms from anywhere in the world. A dynamic weekly timetable includes assemblies, e-learning, live lessons, one-to-one mentoring, and after-school clubs. Our high-performance club is specifically designed to support elite athletes. Specially trained mentors give weekly one-to-one sessions and report on academic progress and well-being. With over 300 pupils from 30 countries worldwide, MVA has redefined what's possible with 21st century learning, making it the perfect solution for balancing training and competition schedules with a world-class education.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A great little shot there from Minerva. Again, the virtual academy that really does help provide schooling for the kids who are at the circuits, you know, because they get taken away from their homes, they travel a lot, and they don't get all the school work that they need. They miss out their homework, and Minerva there helping out everything like that. And I'm pretty sure they're hosting a homework club as well. It's the first round at Zuera for the IAME Euro Series. So I think it's on like the Wednesday, Thursday, so before the racing happens. Get involved in that one, and if you need to do your homework, you can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Do go check out the Minerva's Academy's program as well. And if you're interested and you find yourself with us at the Cartodromo Civa, the representatives are available to you for the entirety of the weekend up until Sunday for information. Mm-hmm. They're available to you. They're here for you guys, drivers and competitors. And one of the drivers, because they have a couple of them already participating in the academy, is... that's Freddie Slater.
Yes, indeed.
The multiple European champion, and that is back in karting this year, competing in the FI Karting Championships. Is here this weekend, helping out with the Birelart machines, now that is taking over the gearbox category with Birelart, along with his program in Ginetta Series in the UK, on his way, certainly to great ambitions on the motorsport scale. But Freddie Slater has been one of the first enthusiasts about the Minerva's Academies that provides you indeed with online course for drivers and competitors, sportsmen and women traveling the world, with courses available on their website. So please do check that out, and you might find this absolutely interesting, and they are available for comments and information.
Exactly so. Here we go then. Senior X30 qualifying Group B and E heading out onto the circuit now. Here's how they'll line up for their race. Clément Autran will start on pole position. He's got the fellow Frenchman Malo Bellet alongside Natalia Granada and Ruben Volts. They go from row 2 with Eloy Gonzalez and Paul Kaus. They go from row 3. Peter Stiller and Gabriel Stilp go from row 4 with Teresa Babichkova and Mac Granada going from row 5. Louis Lavaux and Jan Rotheren. They go from row 6 with Louis Bird and Santi Valve rounding up row 7.
Row 8, we'll see Otto Pikanen and Hugo Trichard. Then we have Dino Carlson and Laurent Lambert. Charles Lambert, shall I say. Dylan Baker and Matteo Giaccardi will be on row 10. Row 11, Oliver Fay and Petra Babikova. Then Heyer Arun and Alexander Ruta. Row 13, Alex Keralto and Rafael Rajani. Adrian Magoglio and Gilles Remans on row 14. Angelo Meli and Benjamin Jones on row number 15. Then we have Jim Ringelberg, Arne Weber and Kiyoshi Umegaki. A total of 33 drivers on the grid. And we do have everybody on a track, which is always a good news indeed, with the Babikova sisters Petra and Teresa very much with us participating, unlike, I'm afraid, the other sister Eliska, who didn't show up for a previous qualifying races due to what seems to be technical trouble. But that's another story, as the seniors are back on track. Group B versus E. As it stands in the overall classification, after the first run of qualifying heats that started yesterday, Friday afternoon, Ian Ekmans with 3 wins. The Belgian is leading at the moment in front of Ruben Moya from Pantano. Then we have Andrew Rattel, Daniel Massia, Ruben Wolf in the top 5. Aaron Garza, last year's winner in the junior category, is P6 in front of your pole sitter. No, I shall say the man alongside the pole sitter for this race, Malo Boye, P7 at the moment on equal point with Evan Gilter, his fellow countryman from France. So Clément Autran, your pole sitter, the second fastest man in yesterday's qualifying, ready to rumble the VDK driver, who is yet to have won a race so far. So he has another opportunity to do so and collect the points that he needs to finish today as high as possible.
Indeed. Here we go then, and it doesn't hurt your eyes, does it, when you see that shot down the straight and they're all trying to warm the tyres up just that little bit. So, you know, they need to do it. I mean, the tyres can take a while to get up to temperature, but I think these ones, they are on the soft compound of tyres, so they have been used a fair bit. So they don't take too long to get up to a full temperature, but in past the red line, they're fairly spread out just at the back of the grid. Hopefully we're going this time around into the tram lines. It is green lights, and away we go down in towards turn 1, and a great start from Clément Autran, but again round the outside goes Malo Belay, and he gets that brilliant jump all the way around the outside, copying what we saw from Riccardo Chiarelli earlier on today, but I think he just dropped back a little bit at the end, so he did. It looked like he was going to get the move complete. It looked signed, sealed and done, but then I think he just clipped some marbles.
Yeah, definitely. It was on the wrong side of the line with all the marbles resulting of the previous races, so it didn't work out this time around, unfortunately, for Malo Boye. But still an interesting strategy to, on the exit of turn number 1, try to take advantage of the inside line on the way to the chicane in 3 and 4. But it went the way of Clément Autran, was able to stay ahead. Watch out for the move around the inside of the 260. That's Paul Cheos. He has a retirement, the Spanish driver. He needs to recover, he needs the results, and just went for the move on the 276.
Straight away for the lead as well. So straight away down into the last chicane. He got that move done as well. So 2 positions done within 3 corners. So great driving there, but Clément Autran straight back down the inside and gets it done. And now here comes Ruben Volt. Volt back down the inside as well. So just as he gained the 2, he lost the 2 as well in 1 corner. So that just shows how committed these drivers are. Back down the inside there as well goes, who is that that's going through?
That's Molly.
It is, yeah, it is indeed. So Eloy Gonzalez through the inside. Well, he tried to get through the inside.
No, that's my apologies. It was Gonzalez.
It
Molly
was Gonzalez.
actually tumbled down the order. He's only 12 in the classification by the look of it. 10 at the moment. Milo Belay. What on earth happened as a result of his unwise strategy of going wide at turn number 1? Malo Boye unfortunately tumbled down the order, and yellow flag on the other side. Oh, and we have one driver who just went over and rolling into one of the corners on the other side of the track. You cannot see it, but the marshals are already intervening on track. Another strong image that we won't show you, but the good thing is the driver is back on his feet, is walking with the marshals, certainly a bit shaken up. There you can see him right now. He's being taken on the sideline, but it was another heavy accident and contact between 2 drivers that sent one of them rolling on his head, but fortunately is on his feet and it seems to be good and sound.
Yeah, drivers involved with that one. Louis Laveau, Hugo Trichard and Dylan Baker involved. Not sure who the driver was who was out there. Well, there's Trichard, so he's in the pit lane, so it's not him who was out on track. But it was another driver. Yellows have come out, so we are under full course yellow conditions, so the race has been neutralised for an instant off camera. And I think Again, I don't want to speculate who the driver is out there, but yeah, they are up on their feet, which is good to see. So, interesting first start, chopping and changing. Drivers who we thought were in positions who weren't in positions because they suddenly disappeared and then they came back. And yeah, very topsy-turvy start to that race. But with the full course yellow out, can confirm that Ruben Volt leads the way at the moment from Clément Autran. Eloy Gonzalez, who we thought was missing earlier on, now he's back up into P3. Then Paul Chaos. This is the start of the race. So if you look to the outside here, Malo Belay, who went all the way around the outside, and that looked like it was done.
Yeah, sliding.
But then he got onto the slidey stuff, and then he went wide. So yeah, that was nearly a stroke of genius.
Yeah, it was a good move. You know, it worked out before, but you know, maybe it didn't take into account sufficiently the amount of marbles and the sliding part of that part of the track. You know, because you can see him struggling with the driving part and struggling with holding his car together, and he loses the rear a little bit. And in trying to correct the position, trying to correct the racing line, you know, the door was fully open, and he just lost a pile of positions. As is right now is all the way down to P12 by the look of it. Yeah, P12. It was 10 just a few moments ago before the interruption, so he might have to rethink twice about doing that again. As in the meantime, the driver is still going around. The time for the marshals to get the track clean and the drivers in safe mode. The driver that we saw briefly retiring at the scale was Hugo Trichard, the Frenchman, the 226, who joined Dylan Baker on the sideline. So Louis Levaux as well lost a pile of positions, and we can see the replay and the fight back from Clément Autran, who just you know, he kicked his foot in the door on turn number 1. Aaron Garcia had to dive wide to avoid the contact, and he went the way of Eloy Gonzalez as well. And Ruben Volt, my apologies, was in the mix and now leading the way.
So can confirm the driver who flipped out on track, Dylan Baker, out on track. And he is okay. He's back out there, so all good. Now, a bit of debris come off a cart. I'm not too sure what that is. Marshals are recovering it. It looks like a neck brace to me that's come off a driver.
Yes,
so
that's quite unusual, isn't it?
It is quite unusual. So I'll have to thank that marshal and probably have to give him a tip on the way back. Yellow's still out. No, we are green. We are green and racing once again. So graphics hadn't cleared yet. We are green and racing, and a good start from Volt. As they exits out of this section into the tight turn 3 section. He's not had any competition as thus far. Clément Autran still there in P2. You can see him there in the blue and white suit with the yellow crash helmet as they go through in second place. The 257 looking like he wants to get past Volt, but he's going to have to try and find a way through, and he looks like he's finding one right now as they dive down into inside of turn 10. Gets that one signed, sealed and done. Eloy Gonzalez now on the inside as they go through turn 12, and a little bit of contact between the two of them, but amazingly both of them squeeze through without collision, and now they go down, and here comes now the 260. Is it down the inside?
That's Paul Chios,
it is.
yeah.
Paul Chios, he comes through, and Natalia Granada comes through, and here comes Gabriel Still. It's all, what's happened here? It's a train. What's happened to Ruben Volt?
Yeah, Ruben Volt is dropping all the way down into the classification. That goes to the advantage of both Chios and Granada. Watch out for him and his sudden move and contact. And it was a bit epic over there with Teresa Babikova, Valve and Byrne involved. And Gabriel Stilpt came out of nowhere to make his way up to P5 at the moment. Malo Boyer, the Frenchman, who was at the forefront of the grid, trying to recover the time that he lost into the opening lap. He made his way up to 9th place at the moment with the fastest lap on track. And there's a switch for the lead, 2:43, with Eloy Gonzalez taking his place back from Clément Autran. That just happened just before the long turn number 12 into the hairpin of turn number 10. And now Clément Autran knows that looking over his shoulder, he has a bit of a gap. Here's a replay of the first move that just happened into the chicane. Look at the way Ruben Volt is pushed on the side of the chicane with Granada taking a chance. That's all she needed to do.
Yeah.
She went for the move. Paul Chios just in front of her, and he didn't go the way of Ruben Volt at all.
I mean, if the gap's there, you've got to go for it. So hats off to her for getting it done. But, you know, that is race restarts there for you. Is a look at, well, that was the original start. We're back live now. So there you can still see Paul Chaos still doing a good job. Natalia Granada still behind in P4. So position still lost on that one, but like I say, they just need to latch on to the two in front. Here's a couple of teammates working closely with each other. Gabriel Stilp and Lewis Bird. This is P6 and P7. They have got Teresa Babichkova just ahead, who's managed to sneak through the field a little bit here, taking advantage of the quiet moments, up 4 places from the original 9th place start. And a warning flag's gone out to Sante Valve in the 3-6 as well.
Valve, that's in P8 at the moment, as we're back with the leaders on the way to turn number 1. Eloy Gonzalez, 0.2 of a second on Clément Autran. That's one of the best shots of Clément Autran at going for the victory. He needed maybe that bit of interruption to get his head back together and stay within the frame and the tail of Eloy Gonzalez. Malo Boye pulling out another fastest lap into this qualifying heat, as we have Cheos in third. Granada still doing a good job, staying within the shadow of Cheos in the battle for third. Just behind right now, making their way into turn number 10. Padikova follows in P5. Then we have the teammates from Croc Promotion, Bird and Stilpt, 6 and 7, Valve, Boye, and Peter in P10 at the moment. So it can go different ways, the way I see it, because we have 2 battles pretty much in the same picture, the one for the lead and the one for P3. And by the look of it, Granada and Cheos have been doing a good job for the past few laps. You know, they don't attack each other with less than 2 laps until a checkered flag. They still think they might have a chance, but if they keep on going at the same rhythm, maybe a tiny bit of a chance, even though time might be running out for them to try some sort of attack. As Malo Boye once again the fastest, but that will be in vain just to collect the latest pieces available, because there won't be much left on the table. But in the meantime, that's going to be interesting to see if Clément Autran will dare diving somewhere on the inside of the leader.
Well, you say that, but he's not close enough just yet to actually do that. The gap's it's kind of being managed at the moment. It's around 0.3 of a second. It's certainly not lunge distance. So Eloy Gonzalez is doing a good job here at the front of the grid, just maintaining the overall pace out there. We've seen the lunges going into this final chicane here. None this time around. Everyone's staying line astern. Teresa Babichkova looking like she is closing in on Natalia Granada there. But we'll just have to see as the race goes on. I mean, there's not much time left. We are on the final lap. If we're going to see an overtake here by Clément Autran, it's got to be this lap. It has to be. But where? Where's he going to do it if he gets close enough?
Yeah, there's a couple of possibilities, but Granada as well is... she's thinking the same. Another fastest lap for Malo Boye, who is going on qualifying mode. But look at the way Natalia Granada is going. And that's going to be interesting. And you can see that Paul Cheos is not particularly comfortable looking over his shoulder. Of course, he knows where to shut the door. I think that for the lead, this will be done and dusted for Eloy Gonzalez, because he managed himself a bit of a gap. Oh, and Granada just went through. Beautifully made by Natalia Granada just before turn number 12. Will it be enough? No, Paul Cheos fights back on the inside of the chicane. They're going to be side by side, but Paul Cheos takes advantage and will stay in P3. What a beautiful end of the race that was between those two. Natalia Granada went for the move. She had one chance, she took it. But Paul Cheos was at the right place at the right time to just counter-attack, fight back, and in the end, he went for the P3 and kept it.
Fantastic close racing between those two there. Really committed to making sure they have an enjoyable, fun race. But yeah, at the end, they just pipped the 3rd place spot, did Paul Cheos, so unable to complete that one. But your race leader on screen, Eloy Gonzalez, takes the race win in the 2:43 after 11 laps of racing for the Malau Competition karting team. And again, Clément Autran, the Frenchman, tried his hardest there, but I think he was just managing the tyres there. And I think it's getting to that stage now of the weekend where tyres are a huge factor. You've got to make sure that you look after them all the way throughout this, because of course you've only got the 2 sets, and the consensus from the paddock that these tyres were only lasting 2 sessions. They've done way more than that. Here's a look at then the provisional classifications after qualifying heat B and E. Eloy Gonzalez takes the win from Clément Autran. Paul Cheos takes 3rd place from Natalia Granada. Teresa Babichkova from Malo Boye and Lewis Bird. Gabriel Still, Peter Stiller from Ruben Volt, Santi Valve and Jan Rothen, with Otto Poikinen and Matteo Giaccardi. A little further down, Jim Ringelberg and Charles Lambert round out the top 16. Ringelberg, fantastic race, 16 places gained from Dino Carlsen. Petra Barečkova finishing in P18 from Angelo Melli. Matt Granada finishing in P20, dropped 10 positions from 10th place in that one, was a huge shame. Air Haron finishing in 21st place from Giles Renmans in 22nd. Kiyoshi Umegaki finishing in 23rd place, 10 places gained for that driver as well from Olivan Fayat. Benjamin Johns and Alexander Ruta from Louis Leveau, and Leo Weber rounding out the top 29. Rafael Regini finishing in 30th place from Alex Here's a look then at the highlights from that senior X30 race, and again you saw the start here where we thought the fantastic move from Melo Ballet around the outside, but unfortunately sliding on the dirty part of the track, was unable to get the car turned in to complete that move. Then Paul Chaos coming through here in the 260, getting involved and fighting for the race lead and getting the race lead in the early stages. Ruben Volt, you can see there in second place, but then drops back as back down the inside went the 257 of Clement Outron, who retook the lead, but then all of that would be lost as the man you just see behind in the 243 who came through. There was Dylan Bakker at the end of that one, who did roll the kart. He was okay, but yeah, a nasty one out there, but he is up on his feet and he is dealing with his kart currently out of the window. This is where then Ruben Volt got slightly in trouble because he had to deal with the pack that was coming through. Eloy Gonzalez went down the inside through turn 12, and then Paul Chaos came through, then Natalia Granada, and that pushed Ruben Volt onto the curb there, and then Gabriel Stilt got involved as well. Then this scrap here between Paul Chaos and Natalia Granada, tooth and nail all the way to the end, and Teresa Barečkova nearly getting involved as well, but nothing could stop the Spaniard Eloy Gonzalez, who finished the race after gaining 4 positions. Fantastic stuff there. We'll head down to the pit lane now. Guillaume Alvarez is down there with some of our drivers.
I'm here with Eloy Gonzalez, the winner of the qualifying heat. What a race that was, Eloy. Congratulations, bravo. Another win here on home soil. How do you feel?
I feel very good, and we think that we have the speed for going to the first positions, and we're trying.
Yeah, you're trying hard enough because the competition is quite high out there, you know. How did you manage in terms of tires, in terms of setup? Is it all good for you with the team and the feeling about the machine?
Yes, we're working very hard with the tires because are very important for all the heats, and yes, we are working all the team.
And since we are in Spain, your home country, you want to say a few words and about your viewers and your followers, certainly in Spanish, about your race and how things have been going so far?
Yes, todos los que me estáis viendo desde España, aquí estamos representando como debe ser y vamos a intentar ganar.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much for your words. Good luck, Luis Gonzalez, for the rest of the Winter Cup. If we have a bit more time, let's try to find a couple of other drivers, but I'm being told that time is running out as well for us as on track for the drivers because we have a tight schedule. So let's get back to it and back to you, Anthony, for the rest of the show.
Thank you very much, Graham. Yes, indeed. Yeah, brilliant to hear from some of our drivers down there in Parc Fermé after their races. It is lovely to hear from them. Next race is coming up, and again, this is going to be an exciting one because, again, we've got some big names in this one. Andy Rattel, who's going to be starting on pole position. You can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen. You can just see there Riccardo Sorelli just getting the last-ditch support there from his mechanic. Evan Gilter in the 204, just a little further back in the grid as well. Another driver from France to keep an eye on. Louis Sambudla, who had a fantastic qualifying the other day, sitting there. He's in 5th place on the 3rd row. Keep an eye on what he can do. Here it is then, next race. It's Senior X30 qualifying heat D and F. Here is how they'll line up then for their race as we are slowly getting through today's races. We are on race 19 of the weekend. 11 laps of racing ahead of us, and Andy Rattel and Riccardo Sorelli will go from row 1. Ruben Moya and Aaron Garcia go from row 2. Laveli Sambudla and Yuta Suzuki, I should say, go from row 3. Sita Van Mert and Evan Gilter go from row 4, from Brandon Carr and Wan Yu Q from row 5. Ellie Goldstein and Len Nez go from row 6. Eduardo Dominguez and Eliska Babichkova go from row 7. Amelia Carey and Oliver Martinez go from row 8, with Aaron Faranzano and Kuyu Lee on row 9. Paul Hamburg and Hugo Besson round out the top 20 on row 10, from Jamie Sands and Danny Britt, who go from row 11. Kevin Latanga and Freddie Allen, they go from row 12, with Mark Lepiccolo and Paul Valento going from row 13. Francisco Costa and Hugo Martinello on row 14, with Santiago Malma and Lucas Frederick from row 15. Yoshimasa Kanu and Alex De Shepper rounding out the grid on row 16. 32 karts in total are about to take to the track. So there they are on the circuit, getting everything prepped and ready. Again, you look off the racing line, and the marbles that have formed around the edge of the circuit are definitely one of the talking points out there. The rubber marks that have gone down, the traction that there must be, the G-forces going through on these cars. You always think that, yeah, but they're not going too fast. Yeah, but they are going fast for short circuit racing, if you think about it, really. And the G-forces that these drivers go through are quite immense, aren't they? Graham, back in the commentary box.
Yeah, I do believe that those guys are, even stronger than we already know they are, because just in terms of waving to get the tires up to temperatures, I don't know, that comes with experience, but I don't know how they don't get, happy about it. I mean, or shall I say, dizzy about doing it so many times on track, because I know I would get dizzy about doing all those moves in such a fast manner, just to get your rubber at the temperature. So when you're going at that speed with so many corners, with such a focus and such a dedication you have to put into your craft, man, that takes a lot. That takes a lot of experience, that takes a lot of physical skills and requirements, and just, for both of us, for ourselves, poor humans that we are going in for indoor karting, for instance, just for a session of half an hour. Sometimes at the end of it, you're like, ooh, that was physical, wasn't it? I feel a bit dizzy myself as well. But it was just half an hour of indoor karting, which is quite rather different than what we have here in terms of level of commitment to the performance. So, of course, hats off to all those drivers from any category at this level of kart racing.
Here we go then into the tram lines. Green flag goes out and we are off in towards turn 1, and it's a great start from Andy Rattel, who sweeps to the outside to get the optimal line, and several karts off, luckily all avoiding the barrier and all just sliding on their wheels.
Sita Van Mert,
but Sita Van Mert, again, a disaster in the second half of this weekend, and it's all going wrong for the young driver. Paul Villeton as well did not leave the pit lane, which is a shame, as well as Eduardo Dominguez and Eliska Babichkova all not starting this race, but drama for the start. So everyone through. Andy Rattel leading then from Ruben Moya, and there Riccardo Sorelli, there in P3, has the close company of, I believe, Evan Gilter, and the 233 facing the wrong way now as well. Who is that?
It's just happening in turn number 10. There you go, with just on the hairpin of turn number 10 before 11, and the run down through 12. One lap completed. Andy Rattel pulling away already, 7/10 up in front of Ruben Moya. Then Samdula up in third in front of Cirelli. Goldstein coming out of nowhere, taking advantage of the opening stages rumble. And another yellow flag still for the driver that you spotted, Anthony, being put on the sideline.
Santiago Malma, who was...
Malma. Unfortunately, that will be the end of his race. Another driver I spotted who took a bit of time to get out of the pre-grid was the 265 of Jaime Sanz-Torrijos, but is on track. But as we said, another ton of event for Sita Van Mert after DNF earlier. She's been involved in that tangle into turn number 1. And now she's going to have to recover quite a good pile of positions.
And again, because it was mainly tarmac that they had there, that would have flat spotted the tyres nicely. So, yeah, it's something you definitely don't want. Nice advantage then that Andy Rattel's got. Look at there. You can see it for your own eyes. A nice clear advantage of just under a second he's got now from Ruben Moya in second place. Zambudla getting involved in this scrap as well. You can just see him there in the 239. Now in P3, the Kart Republic chassis as they go through, and now Riccardo Cirilli under pressure as down the inside and off. There was that Brandon Carr that's gone off. It was the 238 Brandon Carr in the dirt as he tried to get the move done on the outside there of Cirilli. I think Cirilli's dropped down in the positions now as well, as it's all gone a little bit wrong here. So now it's all opened up a little bit of a gap and breathing space for these three drivers so they can concentrate now on closing that gap to Andy Rattel, who has now extended that to 1.2 seconds now as they go into this final chicane. Any lunges here from Zambudla? No, stays behind. Nice and comfortable. Across the line they go, and it's now still Wampu Q, who's now up into P5. So this is a great showing for the Chinese driver.
Yeah, that's a golden ticket actually offered to those drivers, because Cirilli, unfortunately for him, it's not the first time that he's been a little bit maybe unconscious into this race, because you might remember, if we get to see the start again, he was on the outside line and he closed the door, being quite aggressive, as you have to be, of course, on Andy Rattel. But by doing so, he really squeezed Ruben Moya on the right side of the track. That allowed Andy Rattel to really, take away from the rest of the field. And the 303 is having to retire. That's Freddie Hallam, unfortunately, making his way to the scrutineering panel. You can see that his panel is quite damaged on the forefront, in the front panel. But unfortunately, another driver, it's already quite a couple of them on the sideline, including those who didn't take part, like Eliska Lavichkova. But you can feel that we've just entered the second part of the day.
Yeah.
And the more races, the less time for the drivers to make up for, lost ground and lost positions. So they give everything. There's everything to give out, and pretty much no space, no room for mistake, and you can feel that they are really on a very thin string.
Yeah, you don't want to use the word like desperation or something like that. It's not that. It's just everyone. And a huge lunge there, and even a hand up there for Wampu Q as Eli Goldstein with the fastest lap of the race now getting in front as well. So yeah, the 201 of Eli Goldstein now leading. Leading this pack that you can see on your screen. So managing to get past the Chinese driver in the 201, up 7 positions now on a chase here, because now tucking in behind the slipstream of Ruben Moya. This is going to get very interesting, I think.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. And I think Goldstein is actually in P3.
Yes.
As he went past Samdula.
Yeah.
Yampuchu just behind. Samdula was the one who was taken away by the Belgian driver. And now Goldstein on a much better pace and a much better mood than before in the run of qualifying races. Of course, here's a replay of what happened. Goldstein taking the inside line on the Kart Republic driver. This is Lumbe Samdula from South Africa, who had to give out the position. And now Goldstein has both of his eyes on his next prey, his next target being Ruben Moya in second position. And that's going to be an interesting one, because Goldstein, of course, winner of last year's IAME Euro Series, winner of IAME Benelux, one of the strongest names for the past few seasons, and a bit under the wind, shall I say, since the start of this Winter Cup. He's been struggling in qualifying and struggling in making up positions in the field, and shall I say that's a position where he's been more used to be. And let's see if he can go all the way. That starts with fighting across Ruben Moya, and one of the CRG machines and driver has to pull out of the race, unfortunately. I think that's Len Nace, who's nowhere to be seen by the look of it.
So then Goldstein, though, with the warning flag, the 201. Not sure if it was for the overtake that we saw early on. I mean, Goldstein did put the hand up, thinking maybe even he thought that was a move wasn't fully on, but it looked okay. But the warning's gone out. But yeah, and it might not even be for that. So that's a disaster for Goldstein.
Yeah, there's going to be a plus 5 seconds. So whatever he does, he's going to lose a couple of positions in the official classification. As another one that unfortunately got tangled into the early stages problem is Evan Gilter, because he's nowhere to be seen since the start of the race. And now he's trying to make up for ground. At the moment, Gilter is only P14, and it actually fell all the way down to P21st in the lap number 2 of this race. So a couple of protagonists in this class really running into trouble when it's not incident, contact, or penalties. And of course, it's going to be about mixing up the chances of the protagonists of this class. And as neutral viewers, we couldn't ask for a better outcome, of course, to have, not always the same names fighting at the forefront, to have new faces, new names inviting themselves to the party. We used to have Goldstein, Boya, and the likes of Rattel and Yampucci, of course, up there fighting along. But that's going to be certainly an interesting outcome at the end of all those qualifying races, because nothing is done until the end of the superheats, and then we will have everybody settled for the last races.
Bit of adjustment there for Moya as Goldstein dives down the inside, and Moya fighting back and nearly locking off the front nose cone there. That's allowed Luis Sambudla to come through again, and Sambudla now back up into a top 3 position. Now Goldstein here's the replay, went to the inside, well timed.
A bit of sliding,
sliding though on the outside, and that's the tyres running out. That's the they're being used now, and it's showing that they haven't got the traction that they once had at the start of the weekend. There in the pit lane, yeah.
Here's Len Nace, that we mentioned earlier. So that means that the other driver that was out must have been Luca Federico Rodriguez that was walking across the track with Ronald Marshall. We'll get back to that as we're entering the latest phase of this race. 1.5 seconds between Rattel and Goldstein now up in P2. So I think that's pretty much done and dusted for the winner on his way to what will be his first heat victory this weekend. With Goldstein up in second, and Ruben Moya still once more and goes around the inside of Lamdula for P3. Beautifully made by the Pantano Racing driver with his own chassis homologated for by the CIK since last season, competing at the highest level and with pretty impressive progress throughout the past few months. Ruben Moya being, of course, one of the strongest contenders for the team. There you go. Once again, we get to see the move. Clean, nothing to worry about, nothing to contest here.
No.
And it was quite fair play as well from Lamdula not to go for any unwise move or to shut the door at the very last second, because otherwise that could end up in tears.
Exactly that. There's another car off there in the background, the 269 that's come awry. That is Paul Hamburg, unfortunately. He has races come to an end. That overtake there kind of did help out Goldstein just a little bit. Obviously, that warning flag is a 5-second time penalty that will get added on. So looking like, with 5 seconds, put Ellie down to probably about 8th place, 7th, 8th place at the end of this race. So a bit of a disaster there. But who can take this one from Rattel? Rattel, fantastic start. Got a great run off the line and sweep to the outside. Got the optimal line through turn 1 at the start. And if you're able to get that one down, you can win anything around this track.
Definitely, and there will be a result that will convert him into the P3 overall in the classification as it stands, of course. He will remain with 9 points, 2 points clear from Daniel Marcia, but still a couple of points shy from Ruben Moya, the driver in P3, and Ian Hickman's still your leader at this point. So this means that if nothing moves, Andy Rattel winning his first qualifying heat. If nothing moves, then he could get to start one of the superheat of tomorrow on the first row of the grid. We're not there yet, but that's the strongest result of Andy Rattel this weekend in the Winter Cup in front of Eli Goldstein, still under potential penalty of 5 seconds after the warning flag, and Ruben Moya in P3.
Yes, indeed. So there on your screen, the 2-4-8. Andy Rattel then taking the win for the KPK competition team, running on the beautiful FA chassis, denoted with the blue and yellow. After 11 laps of racing, Goldstein then crosses the line second on track, but with that 5-second time penalty will see a drop down to about 6th place on the end of the race. So they'll come into the pit lane. Let's have a look at the provisional classifications then. They will appear on your screen. Ruben Moya and Louis Sambudla finishing in 4th place from Wampu Q, which is a brilliant race there. 5 positions gained. Aaron Ferranzano crosses the line, 11 positions gained, finishing in P6 from Danny Britz, Q Lee. Evan Gilter, not the best result in that one, but did recover back to P9, getting a top 10 finish from Brandon Carr, also who didn't have the best race, got squeezed out wide in the mid-pack section early stage. Kevin Lettinger finishing in P11 with a great result. 12 positions gained from Riccardo Sorelli, again, who didn't have the best result, finishing in P12. Mark LaPiccolo up 12 places, finishing in P13 from Hugo Martinello, also finishing in P14, 14 places gained. Yuta Suzuki finishing in P15 from Oliver Martinez, Aaron Garcia, Sita Van Mert, Hugo Benso, Yoshimasa Kanu, Alex De Shepper, Emilia Cari, and Francesco Costa. We lost 6 drivers from that race, with 3 not starting. It was a very, very busy race in that one. And again, it always seems to happen after the lunch break. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race. And there's the start we were talking about with Andy Britell. Instantly sweep to the outside. He had the inside line, but thought, I've got much of an advantage on the getaway. I can sweep to the outside. Then there was that collision in the background. The 255 also off the track as well. That was Yuta Suzuki, as the Sita Van Meert involved in that one as well. Ruben Moyer coming back into the fray, managing to get past and back up into 2nd place. And this is where Goldstein came in, and that was the incident with Brandon Carr. I think just driving over the top of Riccardo Sorelli, which is the reason why those two both fell down the order quite considerably in the early stages of this race. Back down the inside there. Not sure if that was the move that got Goldstein the warning flag, but a warning flag nonetheless. It may have been this one either, but we're not too sure. But the move completed, and you saw there the tyres scraping and just losing traction as down the inside here, Ruben Moy getting that position done on Sambudla. And again, just squeezing back up into 3rd place. But checker flag, of course, went out to Andy Britell, who took his first qualifying heat win of the weekend for himself. And a brilliant result. Again, Guillaume Alvarez down in the pit lane. We shall hand over to him, and hopefully he'll be chatting to some of our drivers.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. I'm here with His Majesty Eli Goldstein, winner of last year's IAME Euro Series, among many other achievements. Eli, there's been quite a complicated start to your Winter Cup so far. Still, the pace seems to be back, but what can you tell us about the race that ended quite in sensational fashion with Ruben Moya in the chicane?
Yeah, we started the race on P12. Sorry. Yeah, we tried to manage a good start. We did a really good start at the end. In the chicane, I tried to pass 2nd, and just we touched a bit with Ruben, but yeah, it was not on purpose. I think it's a race incident, and yeah, I didn't want to do it at the end. Yeah, but we did a very good race. Now we try to find the pace, and we try to work very good with the team. We work really hard because we do only one driver in the team is not always easy. But yeah, we try to keep ahead and try to do the best as we can, and working as much as possible for tomorrow's final.
Just one driver, not easy, especially since this is a new team for you after a GP and a VDK for the past few seasons. So what can you tell us about this new challenge? First race this season, a lot of new things to get together?
Yeah. Today, this year we changed to TB Kart Factory. I'm really happy about these changements. Really happy to work with the factory and to start a new adventure. And I hope it's going to be a magic 2023 season.
What was missing in qualifying? Because it seems like you've been struggling to find the positions back ever since yesterday.
Yeah, I was struggling in qualifying because I couldn't had the good slipstream to do the perfect lap, because with this long straight it's really important here. I only did 12 in my group, so that was not a really good result for us. And now just one thing to do is coming back in the heats. We try to do this as best as possible, but not always easy with the start and with the crash in front. But let's see what's going.
That's part of the game, isn't it? Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Eli Goldstein, for talking to us. Back to you, Anthony, as we have a lot of more racing coming our way.
A lot more racing indeed. Yes, indeed. So next group is getting themselves ready. Qualifying heat A and C for Senior X30. They are lined up ready. They'll be heading out in about 30 seconds or so time. And again, some of the names in this one are starting in that sort of front row section. They've had up and down days all the way through it with interesting one. Jules Coranto obviously had a spin earlier on. Dmitry Matveev, he also had a spin. Ian Enkmans, though, he's got away with kind of everything on this one. He's been able to just sneak through and find the gaps where he's needed to and come away with quite a few wins and leads this on the points with 0 points. So Ian Enkmans doing what he needs to do. Here's a look then at the starting lineup then for Senior X30 qualifying heat A and C. Dmitry Matveev and Beltsmoor going from row 1. Ian Enkmans and Daniel Messier go from row 2. Francisco Macedo and Miguel Silva, they go from row 3 with Hugo Heron and Jules Caranta on row 4. Ano Malaysia and Rema Blanc, they round out the top 10 on row 5. Johanna Luja and Yona Lup, they go from row 6. Marcos Lucio and Thibaut Gallet, they go from row 7. Sambalota and Andrea Martinez round out row number 8. Mika Voss and Lucas Flusha, they round out row 9 with Maximilian Lodman and Calai Atkins rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Zacharias Ripley and Daniel Martinez, they round out row 11 with Yula Kamen and Enzo Tavaneshkol rounding out row 12. Bart Harrison and Soleil Canol, they go for row 13 with La Sash and Miguel Cazorda on row 14. Enrique Oliveira and Alex Moore, they go from row 15 rounding out the top 30 with Francisca Queros and Enrique de Oliveira from row 16. Will Gottlieb and Rai de Court round out the 34-car grid on row 17. One of the busiest grids out there in seniors. Like I say, over 100 entries this weekend for the Senior X30 class. And once more, we saw some fabulous racing earlier on today with some of these drivers. Tough overtakes as well, like we're saying, we were talking about it during the lunch break. It was the main talking point all the way throughout. Some of the moves that we see at the chicane, it's always a talking point. The chicane always brings up overtakes and racing incidents and everything like that. It's always a talking point. I personally love that final corner because then we get those talking points and we can talk about it and it's all fun and games. So I love it when we go racing here. And like I say, it's my first time at this track and I have to say I love every little bit of it.
It's glad to hear indeed, and yeah, shout out to Lucas Guerrero, his entire team here at the Cartodromo of Chiva, because the layout has been built in 2014 actually, so yeah, almost a decade of racing here at Valencia. And yeah, it's fair to say that the drawing of the layout has been absolutely perfect because it provides every year, whatever the competition, fantastic racing in that particular corner and among many others on this beautiful circuit.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then into the tram lines. Lights are out and here we go. Great start then from the front row as the 2-3-4 of Dmitry Matveev gets away well and off into the background, and 3 carts off, and one of them is the 300 that's gone off. That's Yona Lup for the
Victory Lane
team. Yeah. Yes, indeed. And 2 more went off as well in the background. Not sure who they were, but we'll update you on the timing screens when we do get that. But not the cleanest start then from the field, but nonetheless the majority of the grid did get away pretty well, and even through the tight infield section it all went okay. But back here at the front still Dmitry Matveev, and he's got the close company of Ekmans right alongside. Here's a look then at the replay. So what happened here? All well at the front. Where did it all go wrong? It was just behind, so we didn't actually see the initial contact. But it looks like something may have happened at the final corner as well.
Yeah, we have one driver facing the wrong way on turn number 13 on the back straight, unfortunately, so yellow flag is being waved, but I think he was able to get back in the right direction. So it was very short. Sometimes you can hear the screams of the people around us on the terrace. You're like, okay, what did I miss? And but it's good because there's a lot of people here at the track getting very much excited for what they see on track. So now, Dimitri Medvedev is leading the way for 2/10 in front of Ian Hickmans, taking his time, observing the reaction of the Czech Republic driver, and we shall see what's going to happen with Dimitri Medvedev in the heat of the battle, because two unwise choice of battling along in the chicane resulted in poor results for Dimitri Medvedev, so he needs a strong result to be able to recover from those two disappointments. Then Ian Hickmans is not there for the numbers. 361 from JPA Racing from Belgium. This is Thibaut Guélard that is going to have to retire, I'm afraid. But as I was going to say, Ian Hickmans has 3 victories already. He's on his way potentially to a 4th one that would make him the top leader at the end of the day. But we're not there yet. Now, the 293 going around the inside. That's Urbans Moore getting ahead of Daniel Massia for P3 in turn number 1. Massia is another big client. Don't forget that he's currently P4 in the classification with a win for himself as well. As the 275 is making his bait on the inside. That's Silva on Macedo.
Yep, Miguel Silva getting that move done. Nicely done, well timed and calculated, but immediately losing the position again, leaving the door slightly open there, allowing Francisco Macedo to just squeeze that cut back down the inside. Jules Caranta just behind as well, so latching on. There's Stu Stretton with a camera in his hands. He's used to having one of those in his hands, but there we go. Round through turn 13 into the chicane once again, and again no lunges here. Calm, steady, looking after everything they need to do. Again, some people may have already switched to their new tyre. We don't know what their situation is. You need to get really close to the kart to have a look at the the rubber, the compound, and see if it is a fresh set or if it's a well-used set, I think, at the moment. But Dimitri Medvedev, fastest lap of the race, 56.827, extending that gap now just under 0.3 per second.
Talking about the tires, we had an interesting chat yesterday with one of the mechanics down in the pit lane in Paddock, telling us that at some point in the last qualifying heat and the super heat tomorrow, you can start seeing drivers as a good move on the inside from the 268 that's happening for the back. There's Jules Caranta on the Silva for P6, but he was telling us that drivers can start to switch between sets, but not entire sets. 2 out of 4 tires on one side of the car, for instance the left side, or the one requiring the more grip, and then putting those new tires on the other side of the car for the next race. So there's a bit of gamble happening in all those teams. Some of them might go, actually, if they're desperate, might go for the full set, half a set, no set at all, keeping everything for the final. So sometimes it's hard to say. You can spot it on the grid, not quite the easiest way, but sometimes that can happen. But it might be a little bit early to see that kind of strategy. That might actually happen much more tomorrow in the last superheat and the final. But at this point, it's worth mentioning that the tires are getting very, very much tired.
Very good, nice pun there. There you go, tired tyres, are they? Brilliant stuff. There's another retirement, the 262 now that's entered the pit lane. That is Celine Canol, who has brought that car in and shall go no further. Big shame for the young lady, but disappointments all around. There's Jules Caranta looking over the shoulder. There is Dimitri Medvedev leading the way. Engman's still there in second. The gap 0.5 of a second, so it's half a second now. It has increased, so Engman's not able to close the gap as Dimitri Medvedev constantly fastest lap after fastest lap. So using the tyres right now, maybe he has put on a new set. He has been involved in some spinny moments, so maybe the tyres are a bit more used than what others are. So maybe we thought, let's swap them out, and that's why he's going much, much faster now.
Yes, indeed. That could be a possibility. That's very true. Medvedev extending his gap a tiny bit up to 0.6 of a second now, as the 268 of Jules Caranta is having to defend against Urbans Moore. This is a battle for P5 on the way to the chicane. And a little bit of a push by the look of it, but he stays behind. The Tony Kart driver still very much in fair play. Respect between those drivers as Jules Caranta stays ahead with his yellow crash helmet. Good battle for P5 as Hugo Erwin is P7. He had to retire in his previous race, Hugo Erwin, so good to see him at the forefront in front of Silva. Marcus Luzio, Alura running up the top 10, still led by Medvedev, Ekmans and Daniel Massia. I must say that I was so far expecting Marcus Luzio maybe to battle at least in the top 5 or 6. But maybe it's fair to say that since it changed team last year, Dan Holland, this year VDK, different setup, different chassis, different habits as well. And he's putting out the work, he's putting out the pace over there. So remains to be seen where he stands in the classification at this point. And Marcus Luzio is also the sort of driver like he did last year to, progressively make his place into the weekend by scoring results after results. And what's most important, as always, are the superheats and the finals, when even sometimes a half good weekend can turn into victory. But we're not there yet. Let's see if Marcus Luzio will be amongst the top protagonists in the senior class by the end of the weekend. Oh, and the 220 is getting back into the pit lane in a quite unusual way. This was the 220 being that's Eric Oliveira, the Portuguese driver, with his Cosmic chassis. I'm saying unusual, you didn't get to see that, but he crossed through the start-finish straight as Jules Caranta is moving across the 294 of Macedo, P4 for the Frenchman.
Yeah, nice move there. Just had it lined up as they exited out of turn 7 and 8. Did the move in towards turn 10. Lined up perfectly and now moving up those positions. Had the fastest lap of the race as well on the last lap, so using that momentum as down the inside there goes. Who is that's gone down the inside there on Alberts? That was Hugo Heron who got that move done, so nicely done into that back chicane. Now is under pressure from Marcus Luzio, who is now, like you were telling, you're saying you want to see him up in the top 5. He's working on it. You give him a bit of time. But there's not much time left, so he's got to sort it out a little bit faster. Update at the front, Dmitry Matiev still leading. 0.8 of a second is the gap, so he is pulling away from Enkmans, who's not managing to close up. Masia is closing up a little bit on Enkmans, but again the gap is still very, very large, so no battling between the top 3. All the action is here currently on your screens. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There you go, pretty much in the whole picture. And let's see if any move will come from which side. But interesting to see that Hugo Heron is back at full speed after his DNF of his previous race. But with 0.8 of a second, the 281 is Daniel Masia in P3, doing a good job with the AC Motorsport machine. And he's a bit on his own, of course, Daniel Masia. P4 in the classification, P3 in this race. He has 1.5 seconds of a gap on Ian Enkmans, but 1.5 as well on Jules Caranta. So unless of a disaster, I think he will stay where he is until the checkered flag. And with 900 of a second, almost a second for Dimitri Matveev, the Czech Republic driver is on his way to his first victory. He had been starting all of his qualifying heats from the pole position, the fastest man on track against the clock yesterday. Unfortunately, the past races didn't go according to plan. This time around, that should do it, as the gap has now extended up to 1.2 seconds in front of this man, Ian Enkmans, your provisional leader, competing for the family team, the Enkmans Grand Prix racing team with that recognizable fluo yellow livery. And now, what's going to be interesting is that Daniel Masia is actually coming back on Ian Enkmans. He's closing in. The gap was quite significant, and now it just went down of less than 0.3 of a second.
Yes, it has. It was over a second, wasn't it? A few laps ago. There, now you can visibly see it. That's really closed in. Is Enkmans, you have an issue there. We are on the final lap, so if he's going to make a move, it's got to be now. And yes, he does dive down the inside. Daniel Masia moves up into P2, but round the outside. Whoa, you got to be careful here. Does Enkmans? He squeezes there, Masia, to try and get that position back, but fails to complete it. Slots back into P3. Meanwhile, your race leader is crossing the line. He will take the checker flag, Dmitry Matveev, but it's going to be side by side across the line. It was Daniel Masia who takes it from Ian Enkmans, who crosses the line in P3. Caranta takes 4th place after setting a fastest lap of the race as well. Francisco Macedo finishing in P5. No positions gained or lost from Hugo Heron. Marcus Luzio, 6 places gained, battling of the top 7. Is that to your satisfaction, Graham?
Yes, it is, but hopefully it is as well. And it remains to be seen, because knowing Marcus Luzio and his determination to do what's best, might not be certainly entirely satisfied about that outcome, but considering that he climbed 6 places, indeed up to 7, that's still a very strong performance, and that builds the confidence, of course, for the next races to come.
Yeah.
But something to be mentioned here is that Ian Aikmans, it was just switched for 0.3 of a second, and you might wonder what happens in his head in a split of a second where he sees that he's about to lose speed too. But considering that he's still the leader at this point with the highest number of victories in the class, it's about time to be cautious a little about securing the performance and securing the results up until the end, because you don't want to blow all of your other victories with one unwise decision or one DNF or one incident for just one position at the end of a race. So it was quite smartly played by Ian Aikmans, while Daniel Masia still one of his closest rivals, but a long way off in the classification.
Yes, indeed. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat A and C. Juniors will be coming up in just a moment's time for their next round of heats. It'll be Heat 5 and 6 for them. Before that, though, we'll be going to a small ad break and we'll be looking at some of the highlights of that previous race that we've just seen. We talk about the start of that race as well. Relatively clean. Was a few coming together, but a pretty tame race altogether from that one, wasn't it? The first, second, third, fourth and fifth all had a nice clean gap. We didn't really see an overtake until the very end when we saw that last-ditch attempt for second place from Daniel Masia on Ian Aikmans. This is the start then. Nice and tidy from the front lot, and then just, I think, out of shot. Yes, you had the three drivers come into shot there, and you can just see the shake of the head thinking, that was a mistake, didn't need that, and yes, Jonna Lup not overly happy with that one, what happened. Two other drivers involved in that as well. The first retirement that came in, the 261 Thibaut Galade, was a disaster. Then the rest of the racing happened a little further back as the 293 of coming back all the way through this one. This was Miguel Silva making some moves, and Jules Granta coming through as well. The young driver, like I say, juniors last year, first year in seniors, so learning as the days goes on and as the weekend goes on, everything that you can claim from these drivers, because you can learn a lot with racing in a bunch of seniors, can't you? But yeah, very interesting weekend nonetheless, with some brilliant little overtakes in this one. And that was Daniel Masia making that move for third place, and then managed to close that gap up. Daniel Masia really had some speed on that one, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Good performance in the end in the later stages, and then came the move for P2 from 1.5 seconds to pretty much nothing, even though Ian Aikmans tried his bit on the outside of turn number 12, something we haven't seen that much throughout the weekend. But at the front, he was pretty much untouchable. Dimitri Matveev securing his first heat win this weekend after two misses from pole position. In the full classification, as we have a bit of a break before the next race, Matveev in front of Daniel Masia. Ian Aikmans was P3 from Jules Caranta, Francesco Macedo, Hugo Erroin, Marcus Lusio, Urban Moore, Miguel Silva and Johan Aluja Olesti in P10. P11, we had Kai Atkins, followed by Enzo Tanvanishkol, one of his best results for the new Car Republic driver, followed by Sam Balota, Bart Harrison, Mika Voss, Maximilian Lodman, Daniel Leontunes, Julian Kamen, Andrea Mustiene, and Zakaria Ripley for the P20. 21 was Arnaud Malaysia, Lotzi Sachi, Luca Flucia, Enrique de Oliveira, Wilgo Lake, Miguel Cardozo, Francesca Quero, Raido Cort. Then we had Alex Moore. P30 was Jonna Lup, and we had Rime Blanc, and some of the drivers who didn't make it through, Thibaut Gelad, Sonak Noll, and Enrique Oliveira. That being said, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back in no time for the next race.
Let's race!
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see there, the 1 minute board on display in the dummy grid area before we get the next race underway, and it's qualifying heat A and C for Junior X30 that'll be heading out on track. There you can see on that front row, you can see the 41 of Thomas Quince and the number 6 of Cathal Clark. Clark just having the last few words of encouragement from the Victory Lane team, and just to make sure he is primed, ready to go. Juniors have been probably the most exciting category that we have had so far this weekend. Not saying that the rest of them haven't been exciting. These ones just popping a little bit more for us, and seeing them there lined up ready, cool, calm, collected. The air temperature is starting to probably cool down a little bit now out there as the evening sky starts to set in. Local time here at Valencia, we are reaching 4:30 in the afternoon. I think sunset is probably around 6:30 time, so we've probably got a couple of hours left of daylight, haven't we?
You won't believe it, but the temperatures have increased for the past hour up to 20 degrees, while we would have thought it was the opposite, but it's getting warmer by the hour.
Here we go then, Junior X30 then for the race. Let's have a look at how they are going to line up for their next qualifying heat. Thomas Quince and Cathal Clark, they'll go from row 1. Toby Gale and Thibaut Ramicas, they take row 2. Freddie Lloyd and Noah Montero round out row number 3. Harrison Mackie and Vilma Chavan, they round out row 4 with Angelina Proenca and Jon Helder rounding out row 5. Elvis Krakauskas and Romeo Russell round out row number 6.
Row number 7, Austin Gale and Joseph Smith. Then we have Tag Buckley and Timo Koopmans. Row number 9, Senna Meunier and Matheus Uribe. Ari Battle and Daniel Mota on row number 10. Row number 11, Thomas Pradier and Nikita Nikishov. Thomas Fernandez and Enzo Ruggiero on row number 12. And then we have Giovanni Tarazona Navarro to run up the top 25. 25 on the grid, 25 on the track for 8-lap qualifying heat in the junior class. And this will be the last one of them all before the super heat of tomorrow. So this is the last chance for those two groups, A versus C, the fastest, again the first fastest in qualifying. This is the last chance to make something out of it, to secure a result or to try to recover from a previous disappointment, because after that there will be no more races for the yes, there will be one more, sorry, my apologies, there will be one more with the BD. We just finished with the senior for now, then after the juniors, the mini, so my apologies. This is the penultimate race, shall I say, of the junior class, but the last one for the A and C, and then we will see the last one for the B and D. So to speak, this is still the last chance for those two groups to make something out of it.
Yeah, it's the last chance for Group A and C to make any advantages, really. Like I say, it's been a long old day, hasn't it, Graham? It's like you say, it's hot in the commentary box. We're tired. It's been a long day, but we're getting through it. We've got tomorrow to look forward to as well, and hopefully the viewers at home are enjoying what they are seeing. And if you are enjoying it, do make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe button on the RGMMC YouTube page as well, so you can stay up to date for when we do go live, and you can stay up to date with all the future videos that they do post. Here we go then, lining up time. They're on the back straight, the crowd going wild. Give us a Mexican wave. No. Okay, fine, they didn't. Into the final chicane they go.
They're being focused.
They are focused, ready on the racing. I thought they were going to help me out there. They didn't. Into the tram lines, a little bit sideways there for Cathal Clark. We get going though, and it's a terrible start for Cathal Clark. Absolutely swamped by the start. I'm not sure what happened there whatsoever. Does everyone get round turn 1 okay? Yes, they do. Do they get round turn 2 okay? No, they don't. There's one off in the background, and it is one of the FA cars. I think it was the number 15.
There's a 25. It was, I think, and looking at it, I think it was Thibaut Koopmans from Energy Corse Benelux who went cross country, and fortunately is already busy finding back for position, but he traveled down the order.
41 leading the way then, Thomas Quince with the clean getaway. Has got 2 fusion carts line astern, the 51 and the 21. So Freddie Lloyd and Harrison Mackie with 2 good starts there from a little further down the order. They are now going to try and work together to try and close that gap. Just a little further behind, it looks like it's one of the crop promotion carts. It looks like the 1, 2, 3 of Toby Gale, who's now down in towards P4 as they all snake their way through the final chicane onto the start-finish straight. They clout that exit curb, back over the line. It is Quince who leads from Lloyd, Mackie, Gale, Toby Gale, then Austin Gale, then Proenca, Buckley, Clark and Montero.
Yeah, the battle is on between the three leaders. Kinsey, Lloyd, Mackie split by pretty much nothing into the chicane. I was looking for Cathal Clark. He tumbled all the way down to P8 in what had been a strange starting procedure indeed. It wasn't good enough by the race director, but you could see that Thomas Kinsey was on the line and on time on when the lights went green, but Cathal Clark was running a little bit behind, and that cost him dearly on the way to turn number 1. Here we are with the Fusion drivers, the teammates Lloyd and Harrison Mackie, with still that challenge, still that bet over his head. Oh, the 25, that's Timo Koopmans, was late to the party after going cross-country into the turn number 1. He was fighting for positions and just went off once again, unfortunately.
Change for the lead as down the inside, Freddie Lloyd has managed to get the lead from Thomas Quince, who's now down into P2. There, the recovering number 14, now back out on circuit. So that's a disaster for Jon Helder, who had that incident earlier on in the day at turn number 3 as well, seeing trouble again this time around. 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the same screen. Sorry, make that 5 on the same screen. All battling for this race lead on lap number 2 as they exit through turns number 6 into through 7 and 8 now. They're nearly at the fast section of track, and this is where we like to see a lot of overtakes down into the braking zone of turn 10. Anyone going to dive to the inside? Yes, they are. It's Harrison Mackie in the number 21. Dives to the inside, gets past Quince, but Quince immediately fights back and says, no, I'm going to have that. And here comes now the 1, 2, 3 of Toby Gale trying to get involved. Can't quite squeeze the gap. No, he can't. So they chop and change, but they stay in the same position, and crucially, that's allowed Freddie Lloyd to get a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, beautiful piece of racing on the way to the chicane, and Toby Gale was there to shut the door because the other Gale, Austin, was there for the taking as well, but had to stay behind. That's the first attempt of certainly a couple to come. No one dares to move into turn number 1. That might come to the chicane, as this is a good bandwagon of drivers far away from the 51 of Freddie Lloyd, who has been pulling away up to 1 second of a gap. Cathal Clark in the middle of it in P7, trying to find his way through with the fastest lap in this race. The Fusion drivers have to work together, stick together, try to make a difference in this very agitated group of drivers on the way to turn number 10. The 41 of Thomas Kinsey is having none of it when it comes to the fight for the victory. At the moment is resisting as much as he can to Harrison Mackie, but losing sight to Lloyd at the same time. So very difficult to keep up, and you can see him gesturing to the Fusion Motorsport driver behind. Stay with me, don't fight me just yet, because we need to really close in on Lloyd, because otherwise this will be the last hopes for victory.
Yes, indeed. There in the pit lane, the Evolution driver, the number 14, Jon Helder, retiring from the race now, and chopping and changing once again, because now the 21 of Mackie has got back past Thomas Quinsey and moved back up into P2. Now we'll say, right, okay, now I'll lead, you follow me, and now let's catch. I think, let's try it the other way. It didn't work your way, let's try it my way. And already you can see he has opened up a gap, so maybe he was thinking that, wanted to get past sooner rather than later on Thomas Quinsey, but still doing a very good job out there. Tyke Buckley as well has come to join. The number 11, currently running in 5th place, is up 10 positions, so he's had a fabulous start to his race now in this top group. So keep a close eye on the Irishman, who's had a fantastic running so far in this race. Down the inside there, looking like one of the drivers in the background. Crucially, I think Mackie is catching up to his teammate Alan.
That's going to be interesting for the last less than 3 laps now, and Cathal Clark under the pressure of the number 15 behind him. This is Van just behind, trying to make his way through. Vilmos Van on Cathal Clark. This is a battle for P6. Harrison Mackie confirming his ambition with the fastest lap in this race. There is the number 21 in 2nd position as it stands, with Freddie Lloyd. They are there for the taking. So let's see how all of this is going to play out, because Thomas Kinsey is still a threat as it stands from P3, working together with Toby Gale, Buckley and Cathal Clark in P6, all the way down with a bit of a gap, as Thibaut Ramaker just made his way past Austin Gale for P7. Now all eyes on the battle for the lead, and maybe that's a possibility that both Tate Buckley and Austin Gale, that we haven't seen battling at the forefront before, might have put on fresher tires before. And here's the switch for the lead run. Inside of the number 1 goes Harrison Mackie, and he made that stick beautifully. Was it part of the plan? Was it not really expected by Freddie Lloyd. As a result, the switch position, let's see if they're going to switch it again.
Well, I don't think it was part of Freddie Lloyd's plan, because you saw what he did. He was saying, think to Mackie, let's not fight, let's just pull away. And Mackie was like, no, I'm going to go for this one. And you got to think, yeah, that's probably the right choice for Mackie. You know, he is down on the points at the moment, and he has got that bet looming over his head as well. So he wants to get as many, well, at least points as possible to start higher up later on in the weekend. So far, so good for him in this race. I'd say quite calm then for the front section here. They've all seemed to settle down as I say it. Freddie Lloyd comes back down the inside through the last chicane, and they start squabbling again. And now here comes Thomas Quince as defensive now. Goes Freddie Lloyd in towards turn one. Are we going to get the switchback move here under braking? It looked like Mackie was going to go right into the back of his teammate there, in towards the braking zone of turn one. You've got to be so careful here. Don't hit that exit curb too much. Now they're side by side. Oh, there is contact between the two teammates. Rule number one in racing, do not hit your teammate. He just broke that rule.
Yes, indeed, and that could go the way of Thomas Kinsey, because I was going to say it's a tricky situation for Fusion, because on one side you have Freddie Lloyd, who's P4 in the ranking as it stands, P5 now on equal points to Jensen Graham, but Harrison Mackie is much further down the classification. Maybe he needs to save himself, but what do you choose? To save a driver maybe on the verge, or to go to the advantage of the one that can go for the win in the end in the final? So that's a tricky one, and I guess maybe they said to the drivers, okay, fair win. Oh! I was gonna say maybe they decided to play for the double win. He's furious, and actually Freddie Lloyd lost a potential victory in the last meters of the race. Harrison Mackie wins that qualifying heat, but as you said, Anthony, they broke the rule once, and they broke the rule a second time, just a few meters for the checkered flag. Not quite sure they like it at Fusion.
It tells me they're not going to be on each other's Christmas card list at the end of this year after this race, but we'll have to see. Fusion Motorsport, though, Harrison Mackie, after 8 laps, does take the race win after 11.4 kilometres of racing from Cathal Clark. Thomas Quince takes third place from Freddie Lloyd, who crosses the line in P4. We'll look at the replay back a little bit later on, but it just looked like the Concertina effect had kicked in, and I think 4 into 1 didn't go, and unfortunately it was like a ricochet between the drivers, but I'm sure Freddie will have something to say about what happened at that final corner. Cuts come in, and the classifications will appear on your screen as cued. Harrison Mackie, Cathal Clark, Thomas Quince, Freddie Lloyd, Tyke Butley, Toby Gale, Timo Ramakas, Noah Montero, Austin Gale, Mattis Reiber, Romeo Rosell, Vilma Sven, Harry Bartel, Angelina Proenka, and Munir Senna, rounding out the top 15 out on circuit, separated by 4.5 seconds. Joseph Smith, Elvis Krakowskis, Nikita Nikashov, Daniel Mota, Giovanni Tarazona, Enzo Ruggiero, and Thomas Fernandez round out the 22 finishers. Thomas Pereira finishing in 23rd. 2 retirements, Johan Helder and Timo Kompmans retiring from the race on the same lap. And Guillermo Alvarez will be heading down to the pit lane now to chat to some of our drivers. Before there, we'll have a look at some of the highlights from that race. And there were a few in that one, I will say, especially all the way to the end of that race as well. The race start, pretty calm, collected, but no dramas there. This is when 1 and 2 of the Fusion drivers came to be. Quince then fought back, getting past back Mackie. Then Gale tried to get involved in this one. Toby Gale on the 1-2-3. Soon quickly backed out of it as this was starting to heat up. As once again, Mackie tried to go the long way round through the final chicane. Then the group behind started to get all excited and wanting to go racing as the number 11 of Tyke Butley made his way through the field and again had a fantastic race. Finished in P5 at the end of that one after 10 places were gained. Again, a little further back in the field once again, the number 15 of Vilma Sven trying to get positions early on, and then the two teammates started scrapping. Freddie Lloyd wasn't ready for this one as he was expecting his teammate to just stick behind him and work together for the latter part of this section, but Mackie had other plans. This was when, again, we saw Toby Gale just trying to go down the inside of Tyke Butley and the move failing there, and Cathal Clark recovering after, again, not the best start from that one. Back down the inside into the final chicane, and Freddie Lloyd retaking the lead with a well-timed and calculated move through the last chicane. And then again, this is where the first bit of contact between the two teammates came, and that allowed Thomas Quince the opportunity to get a nose down the inside to think about taking back second place, but couldn't quite get it done. And there, under braking, there the contact, and you can see at the exit, and you'll see Freddie Lloyd, who will be undoubtedly upset and looking over at the side to see what actually happened there. But Harrison Mackie looking over the shoulder and taking the race win in that one after a very, very tense battle with his teammate and the rest of the grid as well. Guillaume Alvarez down in the paddock. We'll head down to him. So, Guillaume, if you're ready, over to you.
Oh yes, ready we are, my dear Anthony. I'm here with Harrison Mackie. Harrison, a good piece of driving out there. It was hectic from start to finish. In the end, your first win of the weekend. But what can you tell us about, from your perspective, what happened on track with notably your teammate?
It was a really good start. Got up to P3 or 2 at the start, and then pushed away with what's it with teammate for a bit, and then got to the last few laps and knew I had to push your teammate to get away from the guys from behind. And then as soon as we got to the front, I thought I was going to stay in second and get a second result, and then got hit into the last corner into my teammate, and then he went a bit wide as well, and then just came up first.
Yeah, because some of your previous races haven't been up to your expectations. So how much effort do you think you're going to have to give tomorrow to have a strong starting position?
I think we'll have a good starting position, but still got to work hard through the superheat to get a good result for the final. It's just incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is incredible. You know, the level is quite high, isn't it? With all those drivers, different potentials, and everybody's hungry for results.
Well, from a first race back in a year, I'd take a first result in a heat.
All right, fantastic. So after a while, good to have you back, and good luck for the rest. Thank you very much for talking to us. Off you go. Yeah, still have some work to do. Thank you very much, Harrison Mackie, for talking to us from Fusion Motorsport after what had been a hectic end of a race. Let's see if we can grab someone else. Noah Monteau, unfortunately, just left on the corner of my eye. If I can maybe pick another driver to talk to, Freddie Lloyd. I don't know if Freddie is still around or not. Definitely one of the teammates of course, Harrison Mackie, and after what happened on track, let's try to see if anyone is available. Maybe with Toby Gale. Maybe Toby, will you be available? Let's talk for your race in front of the world, as we are live here for the streaming. Good to talk to you. So talk us through what happened on track. How has been your weekend so far as well?
There has been some the race that happened just now. I'm pretty pleased with my result. It could have been a bit better, but I think our pace is strong for now, but we still got some things to improve on.
What sort of thing do you need to improve to get better performance?
My racecraft, basically. It's my first race in junior, so I'm still learning, getting experience. The battling and the level out here is really hard, so yeah, just giving it everything.
What's the hardest thing that you've learned from mini to junior this weekend?
The aggression from drivers and how close the level is between everyone. Everyone is so close together, everything is much more intense.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for your insight, and good luck for the next races. Thank you very much, Toby Gale, talking to us for his first race in junior this weekend in the IAME Winter Cup, and a pretty good result for him in the top 10 of the last heat.
Brilliant stuff there from the Parc Fermé area. Great to chat to Harrison Mackie, winning that race, like he's saying, confirming that he was tapped from the back on that one, but that was the previous race. We move on to the next race. It's Junior X30 qualifying Heat B and D. This is the final Junior X30 race to happen today until we see them out for their Superheat tomorrow, and then the finals, of course, later on in the day. Sandro Perez then on pole position for this one, and Sebastian Mins, they've been the talking point of the day in this class. Jensen Graham as well, a driver who's only got 7 points to his name out there. So again, another driver who's very high in the sort of section here. They will be adding to that tally, so they will be falling down the order a little bit more as well. Raul Zaren, and again, starting on that second row, he's another driver to keep an eye on. Dodonko as well, who's had a bit of an up and down day all the way throughout that one. Marie Barrowberg's had a fantastic qualifying, like you say, on the other day, starting this one on the 8th place spot on row 4. But this has been a challenging day for a lot of these drivers as the 1 minute board goes out. Mickey Blaskos, again, the number 35 on the Red Speed chassis on the 8th row, starting 16th place. You can just see him, he'll be on the right-hand side of your screen, just about in the middle of the pack. Again, another up and down day. Fabulously quick driver. Just had that moment in the previous race before the chicane where we saw him dart off, but thankfully he was able to get his car back on the road, which was great to see. Obviously, they cannot be assisted by the track staff out there. So he did a fabulous job with getting that car back on the track, which was good to see. Like you say, just a minute to go, and we'll update on the qualifying heat points. And Zanin's currently leading the points at the moment with just 2 points from Perez. Mins is still there in third in the points, also with 3 points. And Jensen Graham there in fourth with 7 points in total. The drivers fire up the engines and they make their way out on track, and we get the Junior X30 qualifying heat B and D underway as the carts make their way out. Here's how they'll line up then for the last Junior X30 race of the day. Sandro Perez and Sebastian Mins, they will start on row 1 from Raul Zaren, and Jensen Graham going from row 2. Marius Barryberg and Arthur Dodonka go from row 3, with Marie Barryberg and Javier Barranca going from row 4. Sam Woolley and Darren Kennard, they start from row 5, rounding out the top 10, with Alexi Constant and Thomas Gomez rounding out row number 6. Hugo Marti and Alexander Dahlstrom, they go from row 7, with Daniel Dienkel and Mickey Blaskos, they round out row 8. Dom Koikkonen and Mikael Malmer, they round out row 9, with the top 20 being Sasha van Bad Bosch and Rocco Coronel rounding out row 10. Bertram Sasha and Hugo Manes, they round out row 11, with Filippo Donanzan and Matt Corby on row 12. Arthur Huang rounding out the field on the 13th row in 25th place. Another driver, of course, who's had a very up and down day. The number 4 seed in 19th place, Sasha van Pad Bosch, had that issue earlier on with the NASA panel popping up, and race director Martin Bean telling the drivers to slow down a little bit as the field is very spread out. As they do need to close up a little bit out on circuit. Any drivers who have not come out? No, all the drivers are out on circuits. All 25 that are due to start this race are out there. So hopefully now the entire field will start to just ease it back a little bit here, because we are still massively spread out on circuit. So hopefully they do start to bring it back down. This is that sort of tense phase again, that everyone's just trying to get as much temp into the tyres, and then they turn around and realise that, oh, I've kind of left the pack behind. I need to slow down and lose all my temp. It's a bit suboptimal, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. But now, what counts as well for most of the drivers on track, this is the last race, the last opportunity for a good result. And as I said before, this is this time around the very last race for the junior class, and the last one for the B and D. Interestingly, we got a couple of drivers who can secure a strong starting position for the super hits tomorrow, and one of those is Sebastian Mins, who is currently P3 on equal points with Sandro Perez, the man who will be starting alongside on the first row of the grid. So Perez against Sebastian Mins for what could be the second pole position of the super hit tomorrow. The other one may be going to Perez and Zaren, but it remains to be done, and we have one more race to go in junior. Are we going to go? Yes, green. On the way to turn number 1, and a great start from Sandro Perez, keeping the inside line. Watch over Sebastian Mins being pushed a little bit where the marbles find themselves, but everybody going through neat and clean without too much trouble. Sebastian Mins trying to keep up and stays in second under the pressure from behind of Raul Zaren Perez. the current leader. Oh, someone going off, and two drivers coming together. Unfortunately, the 36 and not the Cosmic by the look of it. The 36, let's try to see who that is. We got a couple of drivers into trouble. We got
Marie
Harry the
Barryberg.
Donker, Sam Woolley, and Hugo Marti as well.
Yeah, it's one of the Barrybergs. In there as well, which is a bit of a disaster. So not the cleanest start then for the final Junior X30 race, but nonetheless we do have a breakaway. Top three there. You can see on your screen Sandro Perez, Sebastian Mins and Raul Zanzaren. 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Then another group just behind as well, starting to form. One of the fusion drivers of Jensen Graham. I think Marius Barryberg is still there as well as Javier Broasca also involved in that one. Much tighter line from Sebastian Mins through turn one as Sandro Perez took a little bit of a wider entry. Later Apex managed to open up a bit of a gap there. So maybe a slightly faster line there, but it all depends on the tyres really. How are the tyres on the drivers? It's the one factor that we just don't know.
Absolutely, that's what we cannot expect properly about even the drivers, sometimes can be surprised about the way a tire will function, but those tires, are pretty much cooked by the end of the day. And you might notice on the live streaming as well that the luminosity, the lightning, starts to falling down a little bit on the horizon behind the mountain surrounding the track of Shiva. You can see, the shadowing parts taking over in Valencia, and there's the move around the inside by Sebastian Mins, using what he has of remaining lightning to make a beautiful move up to first in front of Suzaren Perez. And Suzaren, he was the provisional leader before the start of this race, doubling down to P3. That changes, of course, in terms of general ranking. Sebastian Mins, by taking over the leadership of this race, is now in the pole position to start on pole, one of the two qualifying heats, super heats of tomorrow morning. But they still have a bit less than 6 laps to go. Anything can change, but what's beautiful to see is that we have the top 3 contenders for the pole positions of tomorrow in the same race at the first 3 places, with Jensen Graham being the 4th one in classification, but a couple of points behind. So unless anything unexpected and terrible happened to his rivals, I don't think that Jensen Graham will have his shot at the pole position this time around. But again, this is pure theory, and let's see if another move might actually be coming the way of Sebastian Mins at the forefront at the moment.
Crucially, in these middle stages of this race, not going defensive through turn one, and like you were saying earlier about the sun, the horizon and everything, as they're going into turn one, they're going into the sunlight. It's right in their eyes, so that will be something that they'll have to be keeping an eye on. Sacha van der Bosch, fastest lap of the race though, 58.134, nice quick time. Good recovery, of course, after the previous races, having to retire with heavy damage on the kart. Sacha van der Bosch, 10 places gained so far in this race, up into P9. A brilliant start.
Yeah, a brilliant start indeed, and you might be willing to keep on going into this race, Sacha van der Bosch, after the trouble that he had, and a DNF, if I recall correctly, for the Dutch driver, former winner of the IAME Series Benelux a couple of seasons ago, and one strong name in the IAME Euro Series. As into the chicane, clipping the curb on the inside. Sebastian Mins trying to keep at bay both Sandro Perez and Raul Zanzaren. Zanzaren dropping in P3, and now we have a switch for the lead. Sebastian Mins didn't fight back that much into turn number 1. He knows we're only halfway through, so Sandro Perez was led through. But now the question is, can he fight back and find the proper place and the proper space and the proper time to do so? A confirmation of Sandro Perez's fastest lap that allowed him through into turn number 1. So that changes again the classification when it comes to pole position for tomorrow in the super heat. But this will only be confirmed after the checkered flag. But Sebastian Mins being taken in sandwich between those two. The Spaniards against the Brit, with Jensen Graham, Broasca, P4 and P5, sorry. Then in the rest of the ranking, here comes the replay of the move. Once again, it was clean, nothing to worry about. As you can see, another move in the corner of your picture with Sebastian Mins fighting back. So you have one overtaking in one corner and the other one on the other corner, all happening at the same time.
Oh, got to be careful here now, as round the outside it looked like Sandro Perez was going to try and get the move back done on Mins, but then Zanzarin came through as well. So Zanzarin back now up into P2. This is exciting stuff between the top of these drivers. Now Jensen Graham getting involved in this one. A little bit of contact between the two of them. They've got to be careful here. They have to be careful. Like I say, they're battling with points. It's points here. This was that overtake that we saw in the corner of your screen. And again, well calculated. The two just going through. Everyone just slotting into place. No real contact. As back down the inside. Back goes Sandro Perez, gets that move done, and Jensen Graham now comes down the inside here through turn 12, and that pushes Zanzarin now down out of the top 3 and into P4. What does that do for the points when they next come to the start-finish line? Because I'm thinking that these drivers are all doing live maths at around 60 miles an hour around a kart circuit in Sun Spain.
Yeah, definitely so. Those drivers have some skills, and that's down to them as Sandro Perez is trying to find a bit of ground back, going around Zanzarin. That was a close one. This is Baraska, my apologies. The number 20 went around Zanzarin for P4 into turn number 1, the 22 on your screen. Jensen Graham, he was late to the party, but now is very much the main guest in P3, trying to harass Sandro Perez for second position and even the first, because Sebastian Mins is up for grab over there. He wasn't able to pull enough of a gap. Sacha Van Panbosch from P7 still pulling qualifying lap after qualifying lap. This will be in vain, unfortunately, because it might be a little bit further back with the time that we have left on our hands. But Sebastian Mins much on his way to what could be another victory for him after the win in A versus D. But I wouldn't be so sure, because Sandro Perez is very much on his tail and goes through for the move, for the win potentially. And he shut the door because Jensen Graham had a similar idea. Watch out for turn number 1.
Here we go then, hugging that inside line. Everyone trying, and look at the closing speed there of Jensen Graham just as they go through turn 1. And now looking to potentially go for a move down the inside of 3. No, thinks against it, stays behind. Mins checks over the shoulder just to see if the coast is clear. Possibly eyeing up a move here around the inside as they go in towards turn 7. No, thinks against it, stays behind. But now Zanzarin comes back in. Graham back down now into P4 as now the number 77 gets involved. No, Sebastian Mins now trying to get back at the race lead. Now potentially could lose P2 here as well as Graham gets back up. We are on the final lap. There is not much time left for these drivers to get this done. And if anything's going to happen, it's going to have to be a last-ditch move into this final chicane if Sebastian Mins wants to start on pole position. Because right now it will be Perez, and he does go for the lunge. He's outbraked himself though, and now it's all going to concertina up. But amazingly, he's going to get it to the line first. Sebastian Mins takes the win from Sandro Perez. Raul Zanzarin does finish in P3 from Baraska. Jensen Graham at the end of that takes P5. Wow, wow, wow. Sebastian Mins, take a bow, because that overtake, well, you made that work. The longest lunge I've ever seen into that final corner, but amazingly managed to stop it under braking. And that will secure pole position for Sebastian Mins in the superheats tomorrow, finishing the day with 3 points in total from Sandro Perez's 5 points. Zanzarin also taking 5 points, but because he finished lower in this last race, does start on that second row in P3. Dimoramikas with the 9 points starts in P4 from Freddie Lloyd with his 11 starting in P5. Of course, all of that is provisional until, of course, the results page comes out a little bit later on, and you can check out all those results as well. If you head to ukart.io, you can check all of those results as well. Head over there for all the results you need. You can also head over to the RGMMC IAME Euro Series website also to catch up on those. There are plenty of places. There's a look then at the classifications at the end of that one. We did the top 5. Maurice Barryberg and Sacha Van Badboff. A fantastic race on that one for the driver from the Netherlands. 12 places gained. Daniel Delacan finishing in P8 from Alexis Constant, Hugo Marti, Tyron Kennard, Thomas Gomez, Rocco Coronel, Matt Corby, Hugo Manas, Dom Kaikkonen, and Arthur Huang. A brilliant race as well. 8 positions gained. Alexander Dahlstrom, Mickey Blaskos, Sam Woolley, Felipe Donzanen, Michael Malmer, and Bertram Arthur de Donker and Marie Barryberg rounding out the field. There is Sebastian Mins, the driver for KR Sport, and getting congratulated by his mechanic there, just to see what he thinks about that race. Here's a look then at some of the highlights then from the final Junior X30 qualifying heat of the day. Great start then from Sandro Perez, holding that inside line, managing to get the whole field through turn one nice and cleanly. It didn't stay clean for too long, as when we got through in towards turn three, this happened. Two drivers getting tangled up there, one of them from the Victory Lane team, as well as Woolley getting a little bit wide through the mid-pack section. Then the beautiful shot of the entire field going through that chicane, some of them really clouting that curb on the inside. This was a change for second place, as again Perez trying to get the position back on Zanzardin. Then Perez going for the move back for the race lead, as Sebastian Mins had to concede the spot, and Zanzardin almost getting a nose down the inside just to cover that position. And again, it just kept on happening. Constantine ring back and forth, Mins back in front, then Zanzardin, then back to Mins again, then back to Perez. It all kicked off all the way throughout this, and the battle further behind also raged on, as well as Javier Broasca getting up into P4 at the end of the race as well. Jensen Graham then had a try to have a go for second place, but at the end of the race did fall back to 5th place at the end of this one. This is where Zanzardin came back through, and again the battle here between Mins, Zanzardin and Perez all the way throughout. It was a very tough battle. Graham trying his best to be involved in this as much as possible, and he was involved. It only fell down to the real final corner, and then that beautiful late lunge, just making the corner by the skin of his teeth, and gets through. And this is where the pack concertinaed up, but it was side by side across the line, but Mins had the advantage out of the corner and took a very close and concise race win at the end of that race. And hopefully we will be chatting to Sebastian Mins down in the pit lane. We do have Guillaume Alvarez down there who will be chatting, so we'll head down to the pit lane. Guillaume, who have you found?
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back in the Parc Fermé, and with one of the heroes of the day, Sebastian Mins. I only have one word for you: wow. That move that you pulled into the chicane, talk us through it.
Yeah, so he pulled a bit of a gap, and then I got his toe down the straight, and then he went to defend for the last corner, but then he didn't quite defend too much, and then saw a gap and I went for it, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic, because it's something to go for a gap, but the way you did it, you know, managing your racing line from one curve to the other and still having the momentum all the way to the victory, that, you know, that takes skills.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Can you talk us through as well the weekend so far has been going from your perspective, and areas when you can maybe progress for tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess quali was all right. I came like 3rd or 4th overall, and then started 2nd for most of the weekend. And then first heat, I came 3rd from 2nd because I kind of went over the grass. And then the 2nd heat, I went 2nd to 1st, and then this heat I went from 2nd to 1st as well. Okay.
All right, good progress and a lot of motivation for tomorrow. What do you think you can achieve in the end here in Valencia?
Hopefully we can win, but let's try for a top 3.
All right, good words. Thank you very much for talking to us, Sebastian Mins. And if you haven't seen it, please see the move that he pulled off into the chicane, into the stream that will be available to you on YouTube. Back to you, Anthony. We have 5 more races to go. The last 2 for the minis and the last 3 for the seniors before we wrap things up here in Valencia before tomorrow's finals.
Thank you very much, Graham. Yes, indeed. The last 2 of the Mini X30 races are about to get underway. The first one that you can see lined up there on your screens in the dummy grid area is qualifying heat Group A and C. These guys are the 5th heat for their day, race 23 of the weekend. And, of course, these will be 7 laps long. So some of the shortest races, but they are some of the slowest carts that we have running here this weekend. But by no means are they slow. Nivola Morales there on the left-hand side of your screen. A very quick driver, had a fantastic day all day today. Currently doing fairly okay in the points as well, has had a very consistent day. Another driver who's had a very consistent day as well, Stan Fagot as well, the 929 on the right-hand side of your screen. Again, another driver being very quick out there. George House had a pretty good day as well. He qualified well, but in the races, he just gets through the field there, so a little bit of work ahead of him on this one as well. Ivan Gonzalez also another very quick driver throughout this one. Jesse Phillips as well, just behind the Brit, the 905, starting in 7th place for this one. Another driver who wanting to get up into the top section as well. But a lot of these drivers here, I could name several more that all are in with a chance of having a very, very good weekend here, as we do have a minute or two to go until the green flag gets underway. We'll have a little look a little further back at some of the previous race results for MEX30 in terms of Group A and C in the last race. A and D, we'll say Valo Morales again taking the race win on that one from Jesse Phillips. Manu Novellini taking third as well in that one, with 1 minute to go before they head out on track. It has been a very interesting day. We'll take ourselves back as well to the previous race. I'm sure race director Mr. Martin Bean doesn't want me to remind the drivers of this one. Of course, of the false starts that we saw earlier on, we don't want to see a repeat of that one again. Hopefully they have all got it nailed down now and they're all comfortable with how it fully operates. I mean, these drivers have done countless rolling starts in the past, but sometimes it can just get a little bit lost in translation and some drivers struggling at the starts. It is tricky to maintain that speed. It's hard to know if you have got the whole pack against you, and for drivers of this age, it is a challenge. I mean, I would struggle to do a rolling start, and I'm 28, and I'd probably mess it all up completely. So there we go. They're only 8 years to 12 years, and they can do it. So yeah, there we go. What can I say about that?
Yeah, just be there and enjoy the show, and praise the talents and skills of those young ones, because as you said, the minis between 8 and 12 years of age have been putting on some impressive performance. Here's the grid in full. Starting from pole position will be Nivola Morales Mendez with Sanfago by his side. Sanfago being the provisional leader as we speak in the ranking. 2 more races to go to decide the order for the qualifying heat, the super heat of tomorrow. Round number 2 with Ivan Gonzalez Eluz, George House. Round number 3, Angelina Simon Torres, Dimitrios Peruzzi Leonidas by side. Then we have row 4, Jesse Phillips and Daniel Miron Lorente. Row 5, Mani Nuvolini and Winston Camperi. Row 6, Sting de Rademacher and Priam Bruno. Row 7, Midjash Kim and Jarla Sayer.
A little further back in the order, Harrods Ferry and Just Mulder, they go from row 8. Jack McLaughlin and Lino Pedraza, they go from row 9. Rafael Simon and Matthias Brego, they go from row 10, rounding out the top 20. Jomo Hoft and Beatrice Costa round out the top 11 rows, with Levin Bauer and Bruno Grilling going from row 12. Orion Lomer and Alejandro Campos, they start from row 13, with Francisco Lopez rounding out the field on row 14, 27th place. The first out lap is complete. They start their last rolling lap. They will grid up this time, and hopefully they get a green flag first time of asking.
Yes, indeed, because if you were not with us to the start of the afternoon, as you mentioned, we had a bit of a slow start of proceedings, shall we speak, with 2 failed attempts of start. And what happens in that case, for some of you unfamiliar, then the race director goes down onto the track, have a speech, and reminds everybody about how the procedure must be followed. So this time around, let's see how it's going to happen. If you have missed the previous races, Jesse Phillips has been one of the winners, as well as Sanfago, Archie Lovat, and Nuvola Morales, who will be starting from pole position on potentially seeking a second victory. After that, we'll have the last race for the minis, and Archie Lovat maybe another one for second victory overall that will be deciding the starting order for the 2 super hits of tomorrow. Talking about tomorrow very quickly, but the super hit groups for the warm-up sessions at the start of the day will be different than the results of today's racing. So keep in mind and check the results as they will be published here at the track and online. The groups of the warm-ups will be different than the results of the races. Thank you, and we will remind you about that later on as well.
Here we go then into the tram lines. It is green, not a false start. Yeah, so another false start for the Minis, and it's okay because it was okay. I think it was just a couple were out of the lines. That's all it was. So the speed was good, the spacing was good. I think it was literally just one or two that were just out of the lines. So let's see if we can go again and get this race started. So again, it's nerves. The sun is low. The track's got a nice shine on it now, and you know it's a challenge for these drivers. Everyone's a little bit tired. It's been a very, very long day of karting here, hasn't it? So you know, everyone looking forward to a nice, relaxing evening, aren't they?
Absolutely. The relaxing evening is coming near now. It has been a long day of racing, as you said, and our apologies in advance if we're missing some numbers on screen, because the lightning going down onto the horizon plays us some tricks as well as commentators, because sometimes in some visions the lightning is not always optimal at this time of the day, as it's usually the case in karting races, especially when they go that late into the evening. But as for now, we're still in optimal conditions as we have Nuvola, Morales and Stanfago on the front row of the grid. Let's see if that one will be the good one.
Here we go then into the tram line. Second time of asking, is it green flag? It is green flag, and off they go in towards turn one. Great start once again from the inside line. Morales diving to the inside line. Gonzalez follows as they dive through in. Side by side, three wide in the mid pack, and a bit of contact. Oh dear! And huge contact as one of the drivers going skywards, and several cuts involved. And the biggest one there, the 128. That's come to stop, and I can imagine that's quite a bit of discomfort. It was the 928, sorry, that has gone off the track there.
And that's Mathis Bragio, the Frenchman, who, as we have Aritz Ferry as well as Winston Camperin, the drivers involved. As you can see on track, they're being checked out rapidly by the marshals on track that have been busy but very, very efficient. So once again, thank you to the medical team and the marshals of the Valencia karting track. The 1995 seems to be in trouble as well. Let's try to see who it is.
That's Jarlis Sayer, the British driver for the Fusion Motorsport outfit. He's come to a stop as well. That's at the exit of turn 10. So very, very interesting start on this one. But I am seeing a lot of drivers who are now all stood up, who were stopped previously. So good to see. So green flag conditions do stay out, meaning that the race can continue. But they exit now back onto the infield section. And so far in that one, I think drivers involved in that one, Winston Camperin, Aritz Ferry and Mathis Bragio, all involved in that incident through turn 1 and of course at turn 10 as well. So an interesting start already for drivers out of this race.
Yes, indeed, with Morales seeking another victory. Will be second, and that would be certainly confirmation of a potential pole position for the Super Heat. But at the moment, with 0.2 of a second, this is far from comfortable for the Spanish driver in front of the Frenchman Stanfago. And as you can see, a still squeezed back first wagon at the forefront of the field with GC Phillips, Simon Torres, Peruzzi, Miran Gonzalez into the chicane. Pretty much all drivers as one on the way to turn number 1. This is lap 2 completed, and you can see that the drivers are patiently waiting for the right moment to strike an attack. But Fago is very, very close indeed, trying to stay within the shadow of the leader. And if you were wondering, no, he's not from the United States, because the colors of his helmet might be actually a little bit misleading, but that helps him certainly a great deal as he moves into the lead. The Frenchman with the cool livery on his helmet is now up into P1 in front of Morales, who managed to stay in second, with GC Phillips and Simon Torres giving him a chase.
Yes, indeed. This has been a very interesting race so far, and like you say, chopping and changing all the way throughout. Back down the inside goes the 932 there, just to get that position done. And so Angelina Simons Torres just moves back up into now P3 as they head down in towards the back straight section now. So 957 just there. Peruzzi just looking for any space there and a little bit wide. Ooh. And the Constantino effect kicked in there. And just as she gained places, now losing places as they try to defend, and the kart's just kicking up on the back bumper there, and everyone just trying to find a piece of tarmac they can use for each other. The 985 going up there, Daniel Miron.
Yeah, I think it was with Angelina Simon.
Yes, it was indeed. So Jesse Phillips now with the fastest lap of the race is a 104.4, now the fastest lap, and that's very late on in the evening, so showing that the tyres are going even on the X30 Minis out here today. But eyes on these top two as Stan Fargo and Jesse Phillips line astern. Phillips with the faster of the two drivers here in terms of lap times by about 0.2 of a second on the last lap, so quite a considerable gap that came out. There was the contact, and I think that was just Angelina Simmons just not seeing that Miriam was there, and just unfortunately, as soon as the contact was made, instantly she turned her head and gone, "Oh, sorry, you were there, I didn't see you." So, you know, accidents happen like that. These two, though, well, they're super glued together, really, aren't they?
Yeah, and here retirement confirmed for the 1995 Jalasei from Fusion Motorsport. And one of his teammates, Jesse Phillips, giving the chase to Stan Fargo, the young Frenchman, in the lead with the fastest lap once again. And it's all going down to be smart in those kind of situations, you know, because you know that you have your target is up for grab, but at the same time you don't want to rush into, you know, any precipitated move just a couple of laps too soon before the end of the race, because that might actually prove costly and give time to your opponent to replicate that move and counter-attack. We had a warning flag for one of there was Angelina Simon Torres, I think, that picked up that warning flag. She's in P5 at the moment after Daniele Miron Lorente just made his way through. So not the best of news, unfortunately, for the Spaniard. She was fighting her way through up in the top 5.
Yes, indeed. Eyes still on these top two, though. Stan Fargo and Jesse Phillips. Again, Phillips is one of those drivers who knows the tactics in these sort of classes. Stay behind, latch onto the back, push away, make yourself a nice, as I like to call it, a battle buffer between yourself and the drivers behind, just so when it comes to the last few laps, then you've got the space to be able to go for those moves and not have to worry about the group behind catching up so quickly. So it's one of the main tactics that I know that a lot of the Fusion drivers will deploy throughout races when it comes to these sort of times in race weekends. Just keep pushing your opponent along, and when you've got enough gap, you look behind. Yeah, that's about a second gap. I'll go for the move now, and you know you're going to get away with it.
That's the strategy, isn't it? But right now, you happen to wonder what might be happening beneath the helmets of Jesse Phillips. You know, what sort of strategy he might be thinking of. Chicane, yeah, that could be an option, quite dangerous, and we've seen in the past few races that it could become tricky. Turn number 1, certainly the prime choice, but maybe a little bit too soon. I would go for the chicane myself.
So this is stage 2 of the plan as well now. Instantly, Stan Fargo has now gone defensive. That means they're going to start losing time, meaning that the overtake's probably going to come this lap. So expect it maybe in this infield section, maybe at turn 10, any section really. Where's it going to be? It's going to be, a very late attempt through turn number 7. A little bit of contact between the two drivers, so not managed to get it done this time around, but definitely Stan Fargo knows that Jesse Phillips is there now and is like, oh no, and it is going to be in towards turn 10, but instantly Fargo fights back, so that's one of the risky corners to get it done. You can instantly lose it again, and this is what we're talking about, that battle buffer. They had 2 seconds. Keep an eye on that because it's coming down.
And then one last option, that tight chicane in the final few sectors. Can he make it stick? Can he go for the move on the inside? Yes, he does. The door was open. He shuts it immediately, clipping the curb, and that's done for Jesse Phillips. Beautifully made by the young Brit. Wins the qualifying heat in front of Stan Fargo. That was a very close one, but that's win number 2 for Jesse Phillips. He tried a couple of times in that last lap, but he went for the very last option. Certainly the most risky one, but that paid off beautifully.
It really did indeed. So absolutely timed to perfection on the brakes. The gap was there. Stan Fargo did not just cover that inside line, meaning then the provisional results, of course, Jesse Phillips would start the Superheat tomorrow on pole position with only collecting 2 points all day. Archie Lovett will start on the front row alongside with 4 points from Stan Fargo, who does get the 3 points, or the 4 points as well, starting in 4th place. But what an overtake from Jesse Phillips, really showing that he wants to be a driver to take that top spot during the finals tomorrow. A brilliant result, and here is a look then at the provisional classification results then at the end of qualifying heat A and C. Jesse Phillips and Stan Fargo from Daniel Miron, Angelina Simmons, Leonardo Peruzzi, Novoli Morales. Not the best result for this one, despite the fact that it has had several wins today for the young driver. The 944 fellow Spaniard, Ivan Gonzalez, crosses the line in 7th place from Stid de RGMMC, the Belgian driver from 8th place. Manu Novellini crosses the line in P9 with Prem Bruno rounding out the top 10. Jack McLaughlin crosses the line in P11 from George Howes. Minji Kim finishes in P13 from Rafael Simon. Damajo Hoft crosses the line in P15. Beatrice Costa and Levin Babea crossing the line in P17. Just Mulder from Francisco Lopez. Lino Pereza and Bruno Grilling, Aurelien Lemaire, Alejandro Campos finishing the top 23 karts for retirements from this race. Winston Camper and Jalaser, Heinz Ferret and Matthias Brago. This was the start of the race, and of course this saw those 4 drivers come together, and of course they nearly caused us a slowdown, but luckily all drivers were okay despite the violence of the incident. As you can see there, that major hit for the 928 of Mathis Brajo, the French driver, and again just getting caught up in the back. I mean, puts his hand up, but unfortunately nothing that he could do to avoid that one, and the marshals quickly on the scene to make sure that the drivers are okay. The race continued, and we saw all of the scrapping going away. Morales holding on to the lead for the early part of the race, but that man there you see just coming through, Jesse Phillips in the 905, making positions early on in that race, and ended up with a nice scrap with Stan Fargo as the race progressed all the way throughout. Stan Fargo then taking the lead from Morales, and then the train came through. This is where Morales started to struggle in the latter part of the day. Angelina Simmons coming through as well, taking that position, but would later have contact with Daniel Miron on the start-finish straight, resulting in a warning flag during that race. Then the battle of these two kicked off, Stan Fargo and Jesse Phillips, and Phillips with this last-ditch move down the final chicane to take the race lead on the final lap and claim another race victory, and to start tomorrow on pole position in the superheats. A brilliant, brilliant result for the young driver, and again, a true talent in the world of karting. Grim Alvarez down in the pit lane. We'll head to him now. Grim, over to you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. GC Phillips with me. Beautiful performance, GC. That's victory number 2 for you in the qualifying heats. So certainly the confidence must be skyrocketing for tomorrow.
Yeah, the confidence is very high for tomorrow, and now we just need to move into the tomorrow and do hopefully the same thing and get both wins tomorrow.
Yeah, the hardest part is yet to be achieved indeed. But can you talk us through that late move in the chicane? Because we've seen a couple of them, but in the last lap for the victory, that's quite unlikely.
Yeah, on the last lap, I knew that I had to go for it. I forgot I was going to overtake on the second to last lap, but then I forgot. So I did it on the last lap. First corner, it's quite a risky move, and so I waited until the top. So I tried to go in there, but obviously it didn't work out because I made an amateur mistake and left the door open for the next corner. So then I just had to stay in his toe down to the last corner, and then, yeah, just dive down the inside for the last chicane.
How would you say about the level of competition this weekend throughout the races?
Well, it's going to be hard because obviously there's a new top runner, a few this year, so it's going to be a hard year, especially this race here, because there are loads of Spanish kids that aren't going to probably do the Euro Series, so especially this race is going to be hard.
There's a lot of you inside the Fusion Motorsport tent, obviously. You have a lot of teammates. How much does that help to have the backup or the advice from teammates and the mechanics? Can you talk us through that in terms of approach to racing?
Yeah, well, obviously it's good to have teammates because obviously they stay like talking to you in between sessions, and also for data because you can pair against someone for the data that's good, and then you can compare to see how much off you are through corners and how much faster you are.
All right. Thank you very much for your insight, JC, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much, JC Phillips, winner of his second qualifying heat this Saturday in Valencia. You can see we're getting into the shadow as the light is coming down onto the hills and the mountains surrounding the track of Valencia. Let's try to see if anyone else is available before we go back to racing, because we have a couple of classes left, but I think time is running out. It's about time for us to get back onto the track. So back to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Graham. Yes, brilliant chat there with Jesse Phillips, and a great insight to what it's like to be in a pretty decent team. You know, the backing that you can have from your teammates out there with all the data and everything like that. But yes, the last of the Mini X30 races this weekend, or today, that is going to happen now. It's Group B and D. With the points so far, Jesse Phillips can't be beaten for pole position, but I think the battle for second is still on, second, fourth, and so on, but no one can beat Jesse Phillips. So Jesse Phillips has got the pole position spot for tomorrow. This one, though, Archie Lovett, currently second in the qualifying heat point standings. 4 points to his name. Has got Sanfago, who's also just finished his race, and Morales. Manek, though, in this one with the 9 points, also starting on the front row. So he can't improve to start on the front row, but could potentially gain something, maybe 1 or 2 positions in this. It's all going to be down to where they finish in this race. You can see Benjamin Manek at the right-hand side of your screen, getting himself primed and ready, and looking very confident on that front grid. He's been a very good driver all the way throughout this weekend. Also the driver behind as well, Gustavo da Silva, the Portuguese driver in the 923. Hopefully feeling better after his incident that he had earlier on today. We hope he's all well. Here we go then on your screen. Next race, Mini X30 qualifying heat, Group B and D, making its way onto the circuit. Let's see how they are going to line up for the final race of the day for this class. And it will be Archie Lovett starting on pole position with Benjamin Manek alongside. Mateo Rivals and Gustavo da Silva going from row 2. Andrea Mani and Zdenek Babacek round out row 3 from Zach Zhu and Tony Ferrer on row 4. Max Cruz and Kanish Rao, they round out the top 10 on the 5th row with Nilis Leica and Vicente Barros on row 6. David Minchuna and Christian Kobe, they go from row 7 with Samuel Turner and Ruben Perez on row 8. Mason Robertson and Abraham Shelvis, they go from row 9 with Alvaro Perello and Jensen Jones rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Mason Brooks and Harry Williams, they go from row 11 with Daniel Sabugo and Jordi Brockman rounding out the top 12 rows. Jorge Miguel and Eduardo Godfroyd round out the 13 rows in 26th place. So, an exciting race ahead of us here. The last of the Mini X30 category, and oh dear, that's we're definitely not going this time around if we were planning on it. I don't think we were planning on it. I think they were still on their out lap, but already drivers clouting the curbs a little bit there. So they've got to be careful that they don't damage the kart too much before they've even started the race. You definitely don't want to do that. You won't be in your mechanics good books, I can tell you that right now. But everyone lying astern. Graham Alvarez back in the commentary box. You can have a swig of water. It's definitely needed. What's the temperature like now? It's cooling down a little bit. We're still 19 degrees, though, as the sun is slowly setting over the countryside here in Spain. And, you know, it's so far it's been a pretty good day. Weather perfect for racing.
Absolutely, but please don't take away my water because I might need it for the last couple of races that we have on schedule. We're getting near the conclusion already with one last race for the minis and then 3 more for the seniors. The grids will be settled for the superheats of tomorrow, but these are the most important pieces of racing because the tires, as we said, are pretty much cooked for everybody. Strategies are starting to come into play about what sort of sets shall I put, half of it, try to gain some more performance, switch fresher tires from one side to the other of the karts. That might happen pretty much so in the superheat tomorrow to maximize performance. But now not only the tires and the mechanics, but also the drivers are getting tired after what has been a long day. And we go green. Here we go on the way.
Oh dear, spin on the start-finish race. Several karts involved in the middle of the pack. And that is not what you wanted to see at the start of a Mini X30 race. Drivers out of the karts, but that kart there is incredibly damaged. I mean, fair play to him. He's going to try and get it going, but that axle is completely bent.
Wow, that we haven't seen yet this weekend. That's not the pretty picture that we like to see in karting in any form of motorsport, when the drivers are squeezed together in the starting procedure. This is where actually the risks are the highest, when the wheel go against others, and wheel against wheel. That could be actually of very, very negative consequences. And this time around, everybody seems to be back on track, but some pretty heavy impact between some of the drivers involved over there. And one of them, as you said, might have his axle completely bended, or at least unable to race properly. In the meantime, we keep on racing, back in the lead with a 999 on your picture. This is happening a little bit further back. This is Zach Yu. Zach Yu battling and fighting his way through. Let's have a full classification as the complete lap number 1. Matteo Rivals made up 2 positions up to first. On your picture is going around the inside, and the 298, and this is happening further back as well. This is Archie Lovat, the pole sitter. What happened to Archie? He's battling for P8 as he was starting for P1.
Yeah, not too sure. Very bad start then for Archie. May have been a reason why the field concertinaed up so much at the start as well. I think the 4 drivers involved in that starting incident who have all carried on. Christian Coby, Max Cruz, David Minchuna and Gustavo da Silva all involved in that incident on the start-finish line. You've got to feel for da Silva. He's not had a good day, has he?
No, not at all. That's another disappointment after the troubles he ran into. And you can feel that the tensions are high. This is the last race of the category, and this is now or never. So some of the drivers and sometimes unwise decisions, even though it happened in a split of a second. So you cannot really blame the drivers for trying to get past another in the start. But so it happened. In the meantime, 2 groups and a switch for 4th with Janek Babisek going around. The driver in P4, Tony Casciafero. Switch for position, not quite what had happened in between the trio in the lead with Rivals, Manak, as well as Andrea Mani.
Here's a replay of the start.
Top 3, yes.
Then,
let's see what happened.
Keep an eye on Archie Lovett. Got swamped. So it was because Archie got swamped by the pack, and everyone. It was just a concertina effect there. Nothing that Archie did wrong there. He had a bad start, and unfortunately the pack behind didn't have a bad start, and they all just came together. And unfortunately, 4 drivers involved in that one, but luckily all okay. But look at the damage there to the 923 of Gustavo da Silva. The back of that car and the front nose is gone as well, and it's just the best thing you can do with that is bring it back into the pit lane.
Yeah, definitely a chain of consequences. Quite unfortunate for Archie Lovat, who's going to have to fight it through. As we're back with the leader, Rival against Manak on the way to the chicane, concluding lap number 3. It's going to be quite exciting and still unexpected about who can take this final win of the day for the Minis. Gigi Phillips with 2 wins is your current leader, 2 points clear from Fago that he beat in the last race, as well as Moraes Mendes. So Archie Lovat now having to climb back the field, drop down to P4 in the classification. That means that he will get to start still on the forefront of one of the superheats, but is on equal point with Manak, who's currently sitting in P2. So the mission is clear for the driver who used to start from pole, Archie Lovat. He needs to climb the field. He needs to take back the positions and be as close as possible to Manak in second place, fighting for the win, because he might lose actually the advantage of the front row. Even though that's fair to say that in karting, the driver on the second row on P3, that will be on the inside part of the racing line on this track, may have a good advantage as well.
Yeah, true, because we have seen that if you can't hold it round the outside, you can. From the outside row, if you're in third on the inside row on row 2, you can sneak down the inside with P1. So, definitely I would say there is an advantage to potentially starting P3, but at the moment, Archie Lovett starting P4, meaning he's on the outside row of the second row. So that's definitely probably the worst place you want to be, really. Oh, and round there goes the 921. And who was that? That was That was Nilis Malik there, who has gone around. So unfortunate for him, he goes back down to the back of the grid in 26th place. I'm amazed that all the drivers have continued in this one. You saw the damage to the karts, and they've kept it going. And you know what? Fair play. If wagon rolls, keep it going.
Absolutely, it takes a bit of courage. And here's a black flag for Gustavo, the driver currently at the back end of the grid.
That was the cut with a lot of damage.
Yes, okay, that makes sense now.
So, yeah, the rear bumper, I think, it buckled in, and the front nose is off as well. So, be curious if we can get a shot of that cut again, because, yeah, you'll be able to see the visible damage that was caused after that incident. This, though, on your screen, Mateo Rivals and Benjamin Manak here, line astern. Two drivers who we've been speaking about all day for the majority, but Mateo Rivals not been at the front of the grid for the majority of the day. Am I right in saying?
Yeah, a couple of different names. Cenek Babisek being one of them indeed. Tony Cacciaferro, and a couple of good recoveries as well from Alvaro Perello and Jenson Jones, 9 and 10 respectively, with 10 positions gained. So yeah, that's once again down to what we talked about in terms of tire strategy.
Yeah,
that might be applying for some of the drivers out there with a fresher rubber, allowing them to be much faster and rest. In terms of lap time, fastest lap for Cenek Babisek in P3 in 1 minute 4.2.
He's missing his kart. He's running, but he's missing his kart. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was something missing as well.
Yeah.
Couldn't pick up what.
Committed to keep the racing going though. Still line astern. Rival's doing a fantastic job here with maintaining the pace, keeping these two line astern. Slightly going defensive now into turn 1. We are on the last lap, and now the position change down the inside. And Manak gets that position done, moves up into P1. Keep an eye on the two behind, though, because Janek Babacek and Andrea Mani are line astern as well, looking like they want to get involved in this battle. And if, of course, Rivals tries to go back down the inside at any opportunity, that will close that gap. But so far, Benjamin Manak now leads the way and is holding it, the 941, looking comfortable, but a bit of contact between the two of them, and a much better exit there for Rivals as it goes back down the outside, looking for the switchback here. Look how wide he's gone. Now he's going to try and get the momentum out of there. They make a little bit of contact. He had to drop back. It didn't work out from him. So it looks like this is going to go the way of Benjamin Manak here, who has got a nice advantage. But what's going to happen for P2? Let's find out. Into the final corner, to the outside goes Rivals. This is a long way round. Oh, wow. That was never going to work, but he certainly tried to make it work, and he's crossed the line. He's crossed the line in first place. Is that going to be okay? He did skip the corner a little bit.
He's P2. He's P2 in the end, apparently. Rivals.
Okay.
Yeah. So he came close to win it. But I think he's classified P2. Will still keep that place.
That's going to be not for us to decide on that one. But wow, what an attempt. Around the outside? Unheard of. Unheard of here at Valencia in Mini X30. What a race that was. Benjamin Manak then at the end does take the race win by 0.004 of a second from Mateo Rivals. Question mark over that one as well, just because the fact that he did cut a corner completely as he crossed the line. But fair play to him. He gave that a fantastic go. Janek Babacek finishing in third from Andrea Mani as well. Zach Zhu finishing P5 from Archie Lovett. At the end of that one, dropping 5 places, which is unfortunate to finish in P6. Tony Cacciaferro finishing in P7. Kinish Grau, good start to that one. 2 places gained, finishing P8. Jenson Jones, 11 places gained, finishing P9. Eduardo Godfroy, 16 places gained in that race, finishing in the top 10 in 10th place. Fantastic drive from the young Spaniard. Then Scotland's Mason Robertson finishes in 13th place. Again, another good race, 4 places gained in that one. Ruben Perez crosses the line in P14 from Vicente Barros. Crossing the line in P15. Mason Brooks at the end, 5 places gained, finishing in P16 from Samuel Turner. Abraham Shelvis, Harry Williams, Jorge Miguel, Max Cruz, Christian Kobe, and David Minchuna. Nilis Laker finishing in 24th place. 2 retirements from that one. Jordi Brugman and Gustavo da Silva from that race. Obviously, a dramatic start to that race, where it was literally just a slow getaway from Archie Lovett in that one, and unfortunately the pack behind didn't slow down, and they all concertinaed up, and it was literally just the sandwich effect, and unfortunately round went the 923 of Gustavo da Silva, unfortunately, and that just kick-started a chain reaction. Fair play to the marshals on scene, absolutely rapidly, despite the fact that the drivers both just turned around and carried on. So, but a great response there from the marshalling team. A little bit later on, this is where we saw drivers getting a little bit close for comfort. Zdeněk Babacek defending the inside line on the back straight through turns 13. This is where we saw Lovett trying to fight back with Zach Zhu. The 950 as well getting involved. Kanishka Rao also trying to look down the inside, failing to make that move work, and seeing if it could try and switch to the inside. Then the 921 had an issue. This was Nilis Laika, who unfortunately had a spin, and you can just see there the body language, clearly a sign of disappointment. Then we had these two all the way to the checkered flag, really, didn't we? It was the 912 of Matteo Rivals and Benjamin Manak, who were top and tail all the way throughout. That was the changing move that we saw in the last couple of laps, and this is where Matteo Rivals started to try and fight back. And then this move here, round the outside, and you've got to give it credit where credit's due. I'd say he makes that, but then it was this one that he couldn't commit to because of the back end stepping out, and that gives the question mark. And across the line, 4 thousandths of a second separated first and second. Well, we'll head down to the pit lane now. Graham Alvarez is down there with some of our drivers.
Of live interviews to give you guys before the end of the day, and this time with Benjamin Manak. A new victory for you, the first one for your first appearance in the Winter Cup. Congratulations, first of all. How was it on track? Because a lot of battles, and it was hectic until the very end.
Yeah, well, at the start there was an incident with Archie, I think. So we took that and we went to first position. And from then on, we tried to push Matteo and escape, and we escaped. And in the last lap, I overtook him.
And won another day, because it just happened in just a few meters from the checkered flag, and in the end, you finished for 4 thousandths of a second on the Matteo Rivals in P2.
Didn't see it coming, and he tried to come on the outside in the chicane, but we handled it, and he cut the chicane, but at the end we were able to pass him in the straight.
Yeah, that's a beautiful result. How does it feel competing in your home country, in Valencia, doing so well? It must give you confidence for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're confident for tomorrow. I think the track is one of the best in Europe, and yeah.
Well, that's very kind of you. I'm sure they're listening and they'll be appreciative of your comments. Thank you very much, Benjamin, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you. Off you go. And as we're gonna straight away get back to the pre-grid, because the time is running out, and let's give you a couple of more insight about the senior grid, because we have 3 more races coming our way, all in the X30 senior, and it's all gonna go down to the wire, certainly, because the battle is on for the pole position in the superheat of tomorrow morning. For the minis and the juniors, the decor is set. We have the grids. They're going to be made official in just a few moments here live from Valencia, available as well on IAME Euro Series. So make sure to check that out, as we have our pole sitters for tomorrow after what has been a long day for them with a lot of battles. But it's only the beginning, as we have a lot more races for the minis and the juniors, the superheat and the finals for Sunday.
Thank you very much, Graham. Yes, indeed. So back here on the Dongood area there, you can see 3 minutes to go until the next race is underway. And of course, this has been a fantastic weekend. You can see all the Alpine Star branding around the side of the circuit. Obviously, we do thank Alpine Stars, of course, the official clothing partner for RGMMC, of course, providing all of the staff wear. You see them rocking around in the fantastic clothing that they are. That is all thanks to Alpine Star as well. So keep an eye on that one as well. Many people to say thank you for this one as well. The graphics that you see on your screen, that is done beautifully by the Sports TV graphics. They provide all the graphics that you see on your screen. So if you are enjoying those and you're liking those, head over to them. You know, show some love for Sports TV as well. There's a beautiful look at the track here. The sun setting over the beautiful track here at Valencia. Again, 1,400 meters in length. It's still 16 degrees. It's a lovely temperature out here today. Perfect for racing. And if you see on those marshal posts as well, out on circuit, you'll note as well that the marshals don't just have flags. This is the we're in the future now. We've got lights out there as well, and they, of course, provided by Pixelcom as well. A fantastic array of flashing marshal lights out there to help assist in slowing drivers down and making them aware of the conditions that are out on track. It helps the marshals out as well. But another look at the beautiful circuit there, clockwise in direction. But that shot that you're looking at there is the infield section. Through turns 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There, though, the grid lined up ready for the last of our senior races. This will be the last time we see qualifying heat, or this will be the last time we see Group D and E take to the circuit. There is a shot of the lights. You can just see there. There's the marshals enjoying a nice, well-needed break and a chit. Look at that. See, in high spirits, having a nice giggle, good conversation, enjoying themselves out there, which is fantastic to see. It looks a bit chilly. I can confirm it is warm out there still today, but it is starting to get chilly in the evening. Anyway, the races, the grids, Senior X30, qualifying heat D and E. Andy Rattel, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen at the front of the grid on the 248. A fantastic day Rattel has had. He had a brilliant start in his last race that he had. A great start off the line, sweep to the outside, got a fantastic sweep through turn 1 and kind of led the race for the majority of it. Maleo Ballet in the second place on your screen on the right-hand side. Also, a fantastic start. Tried to go the long way round on one of the races round the outside, but unfortunately hit the dirty part of the track, and that just meant that he understeered slightly wide just at the wrong time. Ruben Volt, though, the 276, and you can see starting on the second row on the right-hand side of your screen, starting in 4th place overall. He has had a brilliant day fighting through the field. Quickest laps, left, right and centre, here, there and everywhere, but it has been good. Now, I'm just seeing out the screen there some of the officials having a quick chat just as this race gets underway. This race due to start at 5:50, which is the time that we are at now. So hopefully they'll get them going very, very soon. Left-hand side as well, Ruben Moya, another driver for the Pantano team. He's had a brilliant day, really showing what the Pantano chassis can deliver around the Spanish circuit. But he has got the close company as well of Lavile Sambudla, who has also had a brilliant day. The lights go out as one of the mechanics just quickly hops, skips and jumps out of the way to make sure that he doesn't get his ankles bitten. Senior X30 qualifying heat D and E taking to the circuit now. It's the third to last race that we have got this evening, and here is how they will line up. Andy Rattel and Maleo Ballet starting on the front row. Ruben Moyer and Ruben Volt go from row 2. Laviwi Sambudla and Polkas go from row 3. Sita van Mert and Gabriel Stilp, they round out the top 8 positions on row 4. Brandon Carr and Mark Granada go from row 5. Eli Goldstein and Jan Rotheran, they start in row 6, with Eduardo Dominguez and Santi Valve on row 7. Emilia Carri and Hugo Trottard round out row number 8.
Row number 9, we'll see Aun Ferrazzano and Charles Lambert. Then we have Paul Amberg and Matteo Giaccardi on row number 10. Row 11, Jaime Sanstorios and Petra Babikova. Row number 12, Kevin Lantiga and Alexander Ruta. Marc Lopiccolo and Rafael Rajani on row number 13. 14, Francesco Costa and Gilles Redmans. Row number 15, Santiago Malmer and Benjamin Jones, followed by Yo Shimaza Kanu and Arne Weber. That's 32 drivers onto our screen and 31 onto the track, as we appear to be missing Eduardo Dominguez.
Yes.
The Spaniard is nowhere to be seen, maybe the result of a technical problem in one of his previous qualifying heats. But talking about heat, it's only getting started to go up, unlike the heat above our heads on the track of Valencia. 17 degrees now still, but you can see that some parts of the track are no more into the sunlight, with more and more shadows surrounding us. So that's going to be something to take into account for the drivers on track as well. But as for now, we're going to be deciding in the next few moments what the grids will look like for the superheats. 2 superheats per category, one for Group 1, Group 2, meaning that at the moment Ian Aikmans is due to start on pole position for the first superheat and Ruben Moya on pole for the other one. So 2 superheats, 2 pole sitters, Aikmans, Ruben Moya as it stands, and with a 5-point gap on Andy Rattel and Daniel Massia even further back down. I don't see, unless something very bad happened to any of those drivers, I don't see how pole position can actually slip through the fingers.
No, exactly that. It is going to be an interesting one. Like you say, England's not in this race. We'll see him a little bit later on today. What race is he going to be in? He's going to be in the qualifying heat A and F, which is the race after this one, is where we see England, who has only got the 3 points. So that will depend whether or not, because if he goes to the back of the grid in that one, yeah, you've got these guys. They have their chance to come through. Anyway, here we go then, into the tram lines. The last time we see these 2 groups out for Senior X30. Lights out and away we go in towards turn 1. Great start from Moya. Great start from Rattel. Carbon copy of what he did earlier on today. Great start. Sweeps to the outside. Cuts back in. Gets a good getaway. And look at that advantage he's already got. Basically copying what Ruben Moya did at Campillos for the iGames. Did exactly that. Some dust kicks up in the background. Everyone's still moving. I think it was just someone dipping a wheel off the track, but everyone getting away nicely. And again, exactly there, just on the outside, the 247 of Van Mert. Sita Van Mert has had a very interesting day today. Hopefully can get some good result in this one.
Yeah, and one driver from Czech Republic was going to the inside of turn number 10. I hope he made that clip because there was nowhere to go. And one of the Pantanos.
Is that Ruben Volt?
Yes, indeed, that's Ruben Volt. Oh my God,
no.
He was P4 on the grid and finding his way through. What on earth happened there? Maybe that might be the result of the move that went through into turn number 10. Not quite sure about that. Let's see if we can have a replay about the action that happened. But we missed that. But as a result, Ruben Volt has just fell down the order at the very back end of it. And he joins, yes, indeed, with Louis Samdula and Hugo Trichard as well, the Frenchman, have been the 2 of the drivers involved in a bit of a tussle and some incidents in the opening lap.
One car going off at turn number 3, going around the other side of the tyres, kicking up quite a bit of dirt. Don't know who that was. Moya here, though, has latched onto the back of Rattel, learnt his lesson from what happened earlier on in the day, didn't want to fall for that one again, and now looking like he's dropping back a little bit, I have to say. The gap opening up, maybe he's just looking after the tyres. He seems like he's going full waft, so don't think there's an issue with the car, but maybe just a bad sector through the second middle part of the track.
Yep, and suddenly Ruben Moya is thinking of going for the chase for Andy Rattel. He's closing in 3/10 of a second on the last lap, because there's obviously pole position at play. And Andy Rattel, by leading the way on Ruben Moya, is closing in the classification for 3 points. Here's the start, the replay. Let's have a look at what happened. You can see Andy Rattel moving across on the outside of the line, and then he was cut short, but he was able to keep his line and shut the door directly. In the meantime, switch for position indeed, with Rattel back in P2 and Ruben Moya now in the lead with the Pantano colors on his chassis and helmet. Let's see how those 2 are going to explain each other, because we still have a long way to go before the checkered flag, and pole position is at stake. Andy Rattel in this time around, of course, will lose a couple of points. Here's the move from Ruben Moya around the inside. You could see that Rattel had it coming. He saw actually what Ruben Moya was going to do by opening the door, and he chose not to fight back just too soon. Let's see how the race will play out from that point on. And he still have some time to fight and to try to fight back, but what's important is not to miss and not to lose any contact to the leader at the moment.
Ruben Moya, fastest lap of the race, 57.325. Rattel not struggling to keep up with him because he's still right there. It was just a little bit of a quicker time that time around for Moya with the clear air in front. Like I say, a couple of laps ago, it looking like he was dropping back. So now leading and starting to pull away. Who knows what's happening in this race? Who's got the better tyres? Who's got the worse tyres? Who knows? As the race settles, look how dark it is now there as they exit onto the back straight. The sun very much about to crest the hill, really, isn't it? We've only got a few more moments of daylight. Jamie Sands there with a technical flag for the 265. Where is he in the pack? He is in 17th place. And looking at the track, the kart, I can't see anything visibly wrong, but the marshals have spotted something, and they know better.
Yeah, they have eyes all over the track, certainly with all the marshals and officials. And fair to say that once again, communication has been at its peak between all the officials at the different posts. And our race director Martin Bean just in front of our position on the start-finish straight. As the battle keeps raging. At the moment, he just taken another turn, a rather quiet one between Andy Rattel and Ruben Moya. They're expecting, of course, certainly to launch an attack for the later stages of this race, because at this point, it would be unwise just to go for a silly move and lose momentum as a result.
You had to say the Q word, didn't you? Never say the Q word when a race is on. It is that's rule number 2. Rule number 1 is don't eat your teammate. Rule number 2 is don't say the Q word. Half race distance, we're about that now. Still all fine and dandy for the time being, but I've got to say Rattel has found some waff now and has closed that gap back up. I suspect we could see an overtake this lap. We might not, as Mark Lopiccolo does get the fastest lap of the race. Mark Lopiccolo down in P13. I say down in P13. I'm going to say up in P13. 12 positions gained for the Frenchman.
Yeah, quite an impressive recovery indeed. As we have a couple of strong recovers. Yeah, Kevin Lantiga in P10, 13 positions. Matteo Ricciardi indeed for 14 places up, 17 places up for Yoshimasha Kanu. He was starting from the last row of the grid pretty much, and now is within the top 15, P14 at the moment for the driver. Quite an impressive run, and you can spot, at least based on the performance, some of the fresher tires that they've been putting on, as a 293 by the look of it is having to retire. Let's try to see who that is. Or is it Gilles Renmans? I didn't quite spot the number on his chassis.
It's funny, he had the name on the back of his suit.
Yeah, confirmation that Benjamin Johns is having to retire. Did you spot his name?
Yeah, name on the back of his suit.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No, you're all right. It's been a long day. Petr Babachkova, though, fastest lap of the race now. A driver who isn't tired and is prepped up, ready to go. 56.596. Currently running in P17. 5 positions gained, so good one there. James Sands Torres there now with the black flag, so I think failed to yield to the meatball flag there. And yeah, I think you get 3 chances to see it, other than then you get the black flag. So yeah, he's been a naughty boy.
Yeah, so to speak. That's the second black flag in a row, actually. The first one for mechanical trouble. This one for the same reason, but for not actually coming back to the pits within the 3 laps. And I do wonder if the driver is going to see the black flag. He should actually be knowing what the meaning of this flag is. He's been told at the briefing and on countless occasions before. So a black flag, if there's one rule in karting for any young driver, is that a black flag is not to be ignored. But because you don't see it that often in races in general, but when you see it, at least hopefully hope for the best that it's not for you.
Exactly that. This battle rages on, nothing much happening at the front, but it is very close still between the two of them. They have pulled out an impressive gap of 2 seconds. Malo Ballet is still there in 3rd place, just behind these two. Like I say, some 2 seconds further down the road. Still got Chaos still for company. That's got a little bit of a gap as well. Then you've got Marc Granada, Matteo Giaccardi, Emilia Cari, who has just overtaken now. So Giaccardi now down into P17. Ellie Goldstein, 3 places gained, up into P8. Not as moved up as fast as I think he'd like to, like he did in the previous race, but I think trying to just keep the nose clean this time. No more 5-second time penalties. I think I wanted to go his way.
Yeah, definitely. Ruben Moya still under the pressure of Andy Rattel. Goldstein, let's see about the final classification to see where Eddie Goldstein will be starting in the superheat. And that's not uncommon in karting with so many drivers in one class, so many qualifying races. And it's not uncommon to see, you know, top drivers, or at least protagonists that you expect to perform, really have a sort of bad run in the qualifying heats, and then on fresher tires really shine through in the superheat and then make it to the final with a superb result. And let's see about some of the protagonists that maybe we could have seen much higher into the rankings through the qualifying races, but there's still a big day coming tomorrow with Sunday. We're going to have 10 races on schedule, 6 superheat, 1 consolation race and 3 finals, so there's still a lot to play for in all classes here in Valencia. So even the best on a Saturday sometimes can fall on a Sunday, and that's something we've seen happening countless times.
Yes, indeed. You're probably looking at your screen and wondering, why has it gone so dark all of a sudden? The sun has crested the horizon. We are in complete shade here now, so I suspect if you're a driver on the dummy grid right now, get your clear visor out. It might be a benefit to you.
Yeah, absolutely. No more sunshine around whatsoever. It's behind the mountain, behind the hills, surrounding the track of Valencia.
Oh, and a change!
Beautifully made in the chicane. Once again, that's what we like to see. And Andy Rattel just pulled it off without any hesitation. This is entering the final lap, and in doing so, he was able to build himself a bit of a gap, just a few meters. That might not be enough to feel entirely secure until the checkered flag, but certainly a move that Ruben Moya didn't expect, because he was suddenly caught up napping, even though trying to defend. But Andy Rattel's superb move, another one into the chicane, like in the juniors and the minis we've seen. But now it's down to Ruben Moya to try to counter-attack, because that might have still a bit of a implication on his scoring into the classification at the end of the heats. But at this point, Andy Rattel will not be getting past Ruben Moya in for pole position in one of the super heats. But still, you want to finish on a high, and look at Mario Bolle actually trying to get back. He won't have the time that he needs. But Andy Rattel clipping the curb one last time for Ruben Moya. That won't be enough. Another win for Andy Rattel in front of Ruben Moya and Mario Bolle. One more lap certainly, 1.5, and Bolle was up there playing for the win as well.
Yes, indeed. Brilliant race there from Andy Rattel. Just maintained that gap perfectly. Waited to the last lap, of course, as well. Didn't allow Ruben Moya to have the chance to really take the position back over that last race. So got the momentum, realised that I'm a little bit quicker. I'll be able to overtake when I want and how I want. And yeah, that worked out very well for the Frenchman, finishing in P1. Ruben Moya then for Spain does hold P2, just holding off the other French driver of Malo Bolle. Paul Chaus finishing in P4, 2 positions gained in that one for the 260 for Spain. Not a bad finish whatsoever. Emilia Carey, also a brilliant result, 10 positions gained to finish in P5. Mark Granada finishing in P4 as well from Matteo Giaccardi, finishing in P7, 13 positions gained. Eli Goldstein again, pretty good drive, finishing in 8th place in the top 10, 3 positions gained from Sita van Mert. Again, this time around not having to retire, which is good to see, bringing it within a top 10 finishing, which is good to see. Brandon Carr rounding out in 10th place for that one from Mark Lapiccolo. Kevin Latinga, Petra Babachkova setting fastest lap after fastest lap, gaining 9 places. The same with Mark Piccolo, 14 places gained. Latinga, 11 places gained. Yoshimasa Kanu, 17 places gained throughout that race. A fantastic running for the Japanese driver. Santi Valve, Jan Rother, and Gabriel Stilp finishing in P17. Charles Lambert finishing in P18 from Paul Hamburg. And you can see there the drivers congratulating themselves, Rattel and Ruben Moya, having a good chat with each other. Lavui Sambudla, again, 17 places dropped out that one, finishing in 22nd place. The results on the websites, you can go check them out. Here's some of the highlights from that one. Again, Rattel, fantastic start to the race. going for that outside line, switching it back inside. A couple of the drivers running a little bit wide, but no one getting it onto the dirty stuff until they exit out. And this was where we saw the drama here, as Ruben Volt, unfortunately finishing that race in 26th place, dropping 22 positions after starting this race on 4th place on the second row. This is where Ruben Moya took the lead of the race, where we were thinking he was going to stay for the majority of it. Then we were coming to the end of the race, and this is where it started to really close up, and where Rattel was starting to line up that move. Waited for the last lap to do it at the chicane here, beautifully timed, just forcing Ruben Moya onto that curb just a little bit there as they go through, and then exiting out of the final corner to take the race win after that last lap, and the two giving each other a nice thumbs up as the race finishing. Penultimate race is coming up next. Before we head there, we'll head down to the pit lane. Graham Alvarez is down there with some of our drivers.
That's a second victory for Andy Rattel, one of the names on top of the IAME races for quite a while now. Andy, good to see you back at the front. A second win already. Good performance overall, so the confidence boost for tomorrow.
Ouais, c'est bien, on s'est bien préparé pour demain. On a eu un bon rythme toute la journée, donc faut continuer sur ce rythme et on verra à la finale.
We will see in the final. La finale, évidemment, c'est pour demain, le plus gros morceau qui reste encore. On t'a vu essayer quelques différentes stratégies en termes de trajectoire, notamment. Certaines ont payé, d'autres un peu moins. Est-ce qu'à chaque course, tu te remets un peu en question sur comment prendre le meilleur sur tes adversaires?
Non, après, j'assurais derrière Ruben et puis le but, c'était d'économiser encore les pneus pour la Super Heat.
Parlons-en un peu de ces pneus, parce que c'est toujours un peu la question qui revient, surtout de la chaleur, c'est très abrasif ici. Comment est-ce qu'ils se comportent cette année, les MG?
Les MG se comportent comme l'année dernière, donc c'est un pneu tendre. Il faut savoir les préserver parce qu'à l'Euro Series, il y a quand même beaucoup de manches. Donc il faut les faire endurer, parce que si tu les uses trop au début, après tu es mort pour la fin du week-end. Donc c'est un boulot aussi à faire.
Alors si tout va bien, tu devrais, comme tu es lancé dans les premières lignes des super pôles, super manches demain. On va attendre les résultats finaux pour en être sûr. Mais ça reste quand même un avantage indéniable, j'imagine. À choisir, tu préfères l'intérieur ou l'extérieur ici à Valencia?
À l'intérieur à Valencia.
Toujours évidemment avec le slipstream.
C'est ça.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Andy Rattel, telling us that it's been about struggles and battles, but progressing as well through the ranks with 2 victories on his name. He's very confident for tomorrow, but the biggest piece of the cake is yet to be eaten tomorrow, Sunday. But the confidence has been building for Andy Rattel, and is fighting up there, choosing, of course, the inside line when it comes to the grid for the superheats. And we will see after the last 2 races where he will be starting from. As it stands, he's P3 in the overall ranking.
Thank you, Graham, there. And as he finishes, the next group fires up and starts. Senior X30 qualifying heat A and F are about to head out onto the circuit, and this is going to be a fantastic race. Dmitry Mateev starts on pole position. What can he do? Can he maintain any sort of position here to potentially see what he can do for the finals or pre-finals coming up tomorrow? Riccardo Sorelli starting alongside him. Ian Eggman's currently the lowest in the point standings. He wants to maintain that pole position. Let's see what he can do in this race with Aaron Garcia alongside. Francisco Macedo and Yuti Suzuka go from row 3. Hugo Heron and Evan Gilter go from row 4. Ano Malaysia and Juan Pukyo go from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Joanna Luja and Lennis go from row 6. Marcus Lucio and Eliska Babic-Kova go from row 7, with Sam Balota and Oliver Martinez on row 8. Mika Voss and Kuyo Lee round out the top 9 rows. Maximilian Lodman and Hugo Besson round out row 10, with Zacharias Ripley and Danny Britt going from row 11. Julian Kamin and Freddie Allen, they round out row 12, with Bart Harrison and Paul Villeton on row 13. Loretz Chas and Hugo Martinello go from row 14, with Henrik Oliveira and Lucas Frederick on row 15, rounding out the top 30 positions. Francesca Queros and Alexander De Shepper, League Wilcott round out the grid. 17 rows, 33 drivers. Sun's going down. And we're on the penultimate race of the day. This is going to get very, very interesting. The main one you want to see on this one is, can Ian Inkmans hold on to his pole position for tomorrow's super heats? That is the question. He is leading the points classification so far. He has got 3 points compared to Ruben Moyes 6, Andy Rattel's 9. The only other people he's battling here is like Evan Gilter that can't beat it, but if he has a bad finish on this one, he could lose it to the drivers who have already finished their last race. It is that position. If Ekmans finishes any lower than 3rd, he will lose his pole position start. So it's a crucial one for Ekmans in this one. Can he maintain it? Guillaume Alvarez, what do you think?
First thing I can tell you is that it's getting way colder outside.
Is it?
And I'm freezing a little bit with those drivers in the Parc Fermé, but I'll keep it up.
Take your jacket
for
with
your
you.
own pleasure until the end, because we have a couple of more interviews to bring you until the end of the program. But no, it's all right. You know, I'll be a big boy and no jacket
You've
until
got
the
this.
end.
You've got this, Graham.
Yeah, so we will deserve at least our rest for tonight. But yeah, the heat is rising up on track, that's for sure, with Ian Ekmans and Ruben Moya, the top favorites for the pole position places tomorrow. Let's see what's going to happen. Dimitri Matveev, Riccardo Cirelli on the front row of the grid. Ekmans on the inside.
Here we go into the tram lines. Great start then from the field. Good start from the inside line as Dimitri Matveev, and crucially in Ekmans on the inside line. Round the outside though goes Cirelli, and 1-2 carts off at turn 1. One of them being the 282 that has gone around. And I'm trying to look on my screen to find out who that is. I think that was Will Gottlieb. No, it wasn't Will Gottlieb at all. We'll find out who that was a little bit. Guillaume's on it. Rest of the field gets through the mid-pack section, though, and it's all fine and dandy. Everyone squeezing through, finding a piece of track that's available to them, and sliding through. So far, so good. Did you find a number?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of names, actually, that I think that one of them involved could have been Oliver Martinez, but I'm not quite sure. It needs confirmation.
It was, yes, 282 Oliver Martinez. It was the 282 that did go round. Dimitri Matveev, though, fantastic start to the race. Nice gap that he's already got already. The battle for second, though, that's the question mark one, though, because he's starting 3rd. We'll see what happens when he crosses the line. I think it would put him joint front row. Yeah, he would still, in Ekmans, would hold on to pole position if he stayed in 3rd, but he's now back up into P2. He's managed to get past Cirelli. So it's all good so far. Plenty of time left to go. We've only had 1 lap. There's a long way to go in this race.
Yeah, Ian Ekmans doesn't need to do too much into this race. As we said, a couple of positions though. 3 positions to lose maximum to be on equal point as Andy Rattel. That would mean losing the pole position to the French driver. We're not there yet. Ekmans knows this, of course. He's made the math, and he knows what the outcome needs to be for him to stand on pole position for one of the super heat tomorrow morning. Talking about the team of Ekmans GP, another driver, one of his teammates got into trouble. Julian Cameron, unfortunately, went crossing the track in the grass outside of turn number 1 at the start. So quite a disappointing turn of event for Julian Cameron, who disappeared into the classification. Sita van Mert is another driver from GP, the same team, who got into disappointments this weekend. But unlike them, Ian Ekmans has been through a good series of results. So let's cheer him up and let's see if that's going to result in a pole position. That's very likely at this moment, as Ekmans keeps on pushing. Matveev is just 2 tenths in front. Then we have Cirelli, Suzuki, Aaron Garcia in P5, Gilter in P6 already, trying to make his bid. And then we have Macedo, Erwan, Sache and Yampu Chu running up the top 10 with 3 laps in.
Yeah, this is that battle that you are seeing. Gilter there, the 2-1-4. No, the 204, I should say. Just in the back of shot there, currently in 5th place, has Aaron Garcia for company just in front. Eyes on these top 2, though, starting to heat up as we go back now to Riccardo Cirelli, who's dropped back into the clutches of Yuta Suzuki, I should say, and pulling out of the slipstream. Here comes Aaron Garcia, and so does Suzuki, but Suzuki now dropping back behind Garcia. This is good for the young driver, like I say, first year in seniors. Fresh win from the IAME I Games at Campos, now up into seniors here at the Winter Cup. Looking like, is he one of the favourites for this one? He's okay in the points, but he's nowhere in the top 8 at the moment.
Lori Sach, the fastest on track, 56. Let's see where she is. Yes, P8 at the moment. What a recovery. 19 positions gain. So search no more about any fresher tires put on. 19 places gained by Lori Sach, up to 8. That's certainly one of the biggest recoveries we've had so far. And we might see a couple of them for this race and the next as well, and tomorrow. 15 places gained by Lukas Fedorovic, up into 15 as he was starting from the last row of the grid pretty much. So these are the drivers obviously that are in much trouble in terms of classification. They might still have a tiny chance to make it to a better classification for the superheat and then for the finals, because 72 of the drivers out of more than 100 in senior get qualified for the superheat, so that's something to take into account, and hence the strong pace, the much better pace than the rest of the field. Zachary replay, fastest lap on this race, 56.5 for the driver in P13 on the chase as well.
Starting to heat up here as Riccardo Sorelli is falling back into the clutches of the chasing pack, really. Suboptimal position to be in, as you want to be really fighting at the front. Unfortunately not got the waft in this later stage. Gilter in front. No, Gilter is, where's he gone? He's fallen back actually. Gilter back down into P7. And there you saw it on screen. Aaron Garcia now all on his own. No one close in front, no one close behind. As again, looking 2-3 wide in towards turn 1, the 3-1-2 getting up into positions. That is Zach Ripley. 10 positions gained, now up into P10. So solid drive here. It's all chopping and changing, and this is probably the tyres that we're looking at here. You know, some of the big names who have been at the front in the early stages of today used their tyres up. Now it's the end of the day, the tyres are dying, they're falling back into the pack now. This is really going to shake it up. Like I say, maintaining your tyres is so key, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Taking into account that the track has been decreasing in temperatures, it's been colder on the tarmac as well, so that's something that will do good in terms of functioning for the tires that have been really cooked up throughout the rest of the day. But even though that means more sliding, less grip and less confidence into the behaving of the kart, and going side by side with Evan Gilter on the right side of your footage, as we have the 32 behind Hugo Herouin, Girelli, Zachary Ripley, the 312 making his way through. Gilter was able to put a bit of a distance. Zachary Ripley, the 312 on the inside, beautifully made. As we're back here with the leaders, as Loris Sach put another fastest lap in this race on fresher tires. In the meantime, Dimitri Matveev, the Car Republic in front, Ian Ekmans in second. Those two still observing each other. This is, I'm gonna say it again, but the quiet face of the battle between those two. But it's only in theory, because the 259 from Birelarte and MDC, the Spanish team, unfortunately having to retire through the scale. But I was gonna say that now. It's all about keeping the gap into a minimum, of course, and Ian Ekman is doing just that, trying to put as much distance as between himself and the rest of the pack, keeping Dimitri Matveev at bay for the charge, certainly in the last laps. Let's see if he's gonna go for it. I'm sure that knowing Ian Ekman, you know, is there for the taking. He wants the win. He wants to establish himself as the top favorite of the class. So, and what better way to do that with a victory on Dimitri Matveev, that he has been fighting against in the FIA Karting Championship before. So let's see, because Matveev is up there and he wants to secure that result as well.
Definitely so. I want to take your attention back to the 283. Larek Sasha, 24 positions gained now in third place. I'm guessing on a brand new set of boots, is 3.3 seconds behind these two, with probably now 3 laps to go. Do you reckon they could close that gap?
Jesus, that's one of the fastest recoveries and most impressive performance I truly have seen. There she comes. Yeah, and we haven't seen much of Loris Sach during the weekend, for a good reason, is that he ran through a set of difficult results. But because of that, he thought that the last heat of the day would be certainly a good idea, a good timing to put fresher tires on and to smash it all out. And he's not quite right now in the picture. 3.2 seconds is a consequent gap, to say the least. But so, you know, finishing in the top 3 over one heat at the Winter Cup is still an impressive achievement. Yet on different tires, yes, but you have to put out the performance still, you know. Fresher tires doesn't do the whole job. You still have to drive the machine, and he's been doing that absolutely brilliantly.
I think the bigger challenge is the fact that you've had to drive through an entire grid of karts without getting a nose cone penalty. That's the biggest challenge. If you can get through the entire grid without getting that 5-second time penalty, you'll be in good stead. This is starting to get a little bit tense now, isn't it? I'm starting to see defensive lines coming. I'm starting to see offensive lines coming into play. I think Ekman's here wanting to try and get that race lead. Where it currently is, he would be fine. He would start on pole position, no dramas whatsoever, and he would get the pole position and it would be fine. He wouldn't gain or lose anything from where he currently stands. But does he risk going for a win? Is there any point?
Is it worth it?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure in terms of points, because it might be, it's enough to be secured either pole position, the group 1 or group 2, so it doesn't matter at this point. But it's about being a racing driver, you know, and as the great Ayrton Senna used to say, if you're being a racing driver means going for a gap. And if you no longer go for a gap, then you're no longer a racing driver. Exactly there. Telling a driver to not overtake someone is, like telling a baby to not cry. They're going to do it. That's the easiest way I can describe it, really. But yeah, is he going to go for it? We'll have to see. Last lap, if he's going to do it, it's got to be this time. Where's he going to do it, though? Is he going to be into turn 7? He is close enough into turn 7 now to potentially go for that switchback. Here it looks like he's lining it up. Tuck it down the inside. No, maybe eyeing it up for turn 10. Again, you can get the switchback move, but it's very easily you can get back on turn 11. So Dimitri Mathiv has learned to defend this one, and it was a very late jolt there to cover that inside line. Now Ekmans is going to try and get the switchback here, but Mathiv is going to just park it on the apex and refuse the chance to go down the inside. Now are we going to see Ekmans go down the inside? He checks over his shoulder and can see there's no one there, so I might as well send it. Is he going to send it? Goes to the outside. Is he going to get the switchback? Cuts through. Both drivers make the corner. No dramas there. Side by side for the race, but it's going to be Dimitri Mathiv who takes the win across the line. And again, the driver deserves that one because he's had an up and down day all the way throughout that, and it has always been kicking off at that final chicane. But Ekmans on your screen there puts it on pole position then for tomorrow for the super heats. No one can beat him, despite the fact that we have got another race heat to go, which is the last one. He cannot win, but there, Dimitri Mathiv wins. For KR Motorsports, he takes the race win in the penultimate heat of the day. Like I say, the sun very much has disappeared behind the mountains here now. One race left to go as the temperature plummets here at Valencia, and the karts make their way into the pit lane, and you can see the crowds there making their way in. One more race to go, though, so do stay tuned for that one. There's a look at the provisional classification results after the end of qualifying Heat A and F. Dimitri Mathiv and Ekmans take first and second place from Larry Sash. Great recovery drive, 24 places gained. Take a bow for that one. Aaron Garcia will finish that one in P4 from Hugo Heron. Suzuki will take sixth place from Zach Ripley. Danny Britz and from Evan Gilter, Hugo Martinello and Lucas Frederick Lennis. Francisco Masidor and Hugo Besson. Juan Pupiu finishes in P15 from Julian Kamen. Marcus Luzio, Bart Harrison, Freddie Allen, Mika Voss and Sam Balota. Maximilian Lodman, Riccardo Sorelli. At the end of that one, dropping down to 23rd place after starting on the front row. It has not been the Italians' weekend here, which is a big shame. Kuho Lee finishing in 24th place from Oliver Martinez, Alex de Shepper, Francesca Queiroz, Ano Malaysia, Will Gottlieb and Enric Oliveira. 3 retirements from that race. The start of the race, 2 drivers going off the track, and unfortunately them retiring, one of them being the 307 and the 282. Those drivers making their way back out, Oliver Martinez as well as one other. Then the racing carried on. This is where we saw Sorelli slowly start to fall down the order as UT Suzuki
tried to go for a move there through turn 1 on Aaron Garcia, but Garcia got the jump there. Evan Gilter getting involved in this mid-pack as Sorelli started to get swamped by the main pack. This was Zach Ripley coming through. Very quick driver in the 3-1-2. 14 positions gained to finish in P7. And again, as the rest of the field slotted in, it was a nice, calm race for the majority of the field, apart from these two, who had a nice little close moment in the braking zone of turn 1. Everyone fighting for that position, but Danny Britt just managing to get the move done. Then it was down to these two all the way to the end. The last-ditch attempt here into turn 10 from Enkmans to try and get that race lead. And again, around the outside here, but beautifully defended by Dmitry Matveev to take the race win in their final race heat of the day. A brilliant result. Like I said, it's been an up and down day for Dmitry, and it'll be good for him to finish on a high here. So down in the pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez has got some of our drivers. Guillaume, down to you.
And this is the man I was looking for to conclude the day. Ian Enkmans, the overall leader in the senior class with 3 wins for yourself. Ian, congratulations after Le Proficiat. There's been a good day at the office, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it was a good day. The first half of the day especially was good. Then in the second to last heat we struggled a little bit, but now we find the pace again, so it's not bad.
Not bad considering that the level has never been higher here at the Winter Cup. So many drivers, so many protagonists, but yet you managed to stay up front.
Yeah, the level is quite hard here. Yeah, it's always fun to race this one. This is my first time I drive in X30 and it's really fun so far.
Yeah, it's true that you've been used to the OK categories and the juniors through the years. So first experience in Valencia, preparing as well for what comes next this season, I guess?
Yeah, we're preparing for the Champions of the Future and the European race, so this is a good preparation now.
One last question and then you can go. The last lap, we were wondering with my colleague Anthony, because you being a racing driver, but you didn't need to go for the gap, but still that's what makes you a racing driver. What goes through your mind in that last lap when you were trying to get past?
I want to pass him always as a racing driver, but in the back of my head I thought like I don't need to take any big risk, and because I'm first in the points, so I don't need to take any big risk, so yeah, I didn't go for the gap.
You are playing smart as well. It's part of the game. Thank you very much. Hartelijk bedankt, Ian Enkmans. You can go and enjoy the celebrations. It's been a busy and very good day in terms of results, but the biggest part is yet to come for Ian Enkmans. As you said, as you heard, is the overall leader in classifications, going to be starting on pole position for one of the super heats tomorrow. For one shiny point on Ruben Moya is going to be the other pole sitter. And he told me that the fresher tires will be reserved, but only for the finals. And that might be the strategy that will be applied for most of the protagonists. There's no need to cook your tires when you can keep them for the most important race of the weekend, for his first experience of Ian Enkmans in X30 category.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez there, down in Parc Fermé, chatting to our penultimate race winner there, or second place finisher. Last race of the day then, Senior X30 qualifying heat B and C. The last race of the day as the sun sets here at Valencia, and here is how they are going to line up. Clément Autran and Hubert Small will start on the front row. Natalia Granada and Daniel Mezia go from row 2. Elio Gonzalez and Miguel Silva, they round out row number 3. Peter Stiller and Jules Caranta go from row 4, with Teresa Babachkova and Raima Blanc rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Louis Lavaux and Yona Luke, they go from row 6. Louis Bird and Timo Galade, they round out row 7. Otto Pukkanen and Andrea Mastinis round out row 8 from Dino Carlsen and Luca Fluchas on row 9, sorry. Dylan Baker and Kalai Atkins, they round out the top 20 on row 10 from Olivan Fayet and Daniel Antonez on row 11. Erharon and Enzo Tavaneshko round out the top 12 rows. Alex Gualto and Selene Canol round out row 13 from Adrian Maggiulio, and Miguel Cardoso on row 14. Angelo Mello, Alex Moore on row 15, rounding out the top 30. Jim Ringelberg and Enrique de Oliveira on row 16. Kiyoshi Umegaki and Ryder Court round out row 17 and 34 drivers, but that kart is not moving any faster than that. It's the 289 that's not left the pit lane, and that's Air Harun, and they're trying to get it started. He's got the starter in his hand, but it looks like he's hitting something at the back, not trying to start it. So I'm not sure what's gone wrong there with Air Harun, but being watched on, and they're trying to do something, and I don't think Wagon's going to roll, and Air Harun gets out of the car, and a huge disappointment. Have to wait all the way to the end of the race, or end of the day, to find out that your cart's broken, and it won't even leave the pit lane. Disaster for the driver. Nonetheless, the rest of the field has left the pit lane, and we still have 33 karts rolling out on track for the final race of the day. Graham, I'd like to say you're being tough out there dealing with the cold, but I checked the cameras behind you and I can see people in t-shirts and shorts. You're in a shirt and trousers, so I can't give you any kudos for standing out there.
I still have to learn from the mechanics, you know. They're the most robust of them all outside. You know, they've been facing, I'm sure, all sorts of conditions in shorts, in t-shirts, but still up there to do the job. So yeah, hats off to them.
Yes, indeed. Lining up on the back straight then, we're nearing the red line, meaning that the drivers will no longer be able to overtake. They'll have to get themselves slotted into position. And we'll get the racing underway. The grid still fairly spread out. The front two are going to have to slow down a little bit more than this to get this race started. Something tells me this is going to be a false start. It is a false start. They are going round again.
Oh, come on, guys. The last one
race.
of the day.
Yeah,
Don't keep us waiting like that, please. We cannot wait for the conclusion of the seniors because we have grids to confirm for tomorrow's superheat. And talking about that in the classification that you can have on the Apex Timing on our official website, Gonzalez Moreno and Daniel Macia are the last ones who can really play along for the highest positions on the respective grids of the superheat, as Daniel Macia will be starting from position number 4 with Eloy Gonzalez on the row just after from position number 5. So those two are split by just 5 little points. Here's the replay of, unfortunately, 289, who was unable to leave the pits. So that's despair for the Spanish driver Aaron, unfortunately. And at least it's not lacking of trying, because in desperate situations you need to give it everything and make sure that your driver at least can take part into the race. But it didn't happen in this case, unfortunately.
Yeah, big shame there. But nonetheless, the race must go on, and this is pretty much taking us to the wire. Like I say, there's no circuit lights here, and where the sun had disappeared somewhat an hour ago. Yeah, we are going to have to get this one wrapped up pretty sharpish. So no more false starts, please, guys.
Yeah, don't forget that each year in Le Mans at the IAME World Final, we'll go through the full schedule up until sometimes past 8 o'clock and until 9. They have lights over there still, but you know, it's nothing compared to what we have over there in terms of lightning and visibility. But still, you know, it's getting darker and darker by the minute here in Valencia.
Indeed, some of the drivers taking my advice on those clear visors, and it's green flag, and here we go, down into turn 1. Clement Autran on the inside, great start. Herbeltsmoor holding that outside line this time. Can he make it work to hold on to P2? Yes, he can. Natalia Granada holds on to P3 as they all slide their way through turns 3. Konstantin Rufek comes up, bit of bunching, but everyone stays on track, crucially, through the tight, twisty section. Now they go down in towards turn 5, 6, 7, and 8, but everyone breaking away nicely, and a clear breakaway for the top 2. Natalia Granada under pressure though, as at the outside there, the 249. Who was that? That was Rema Blanc, who was nearly sent skyward there with contact. Change for the lead though, as down the inside, Herbeltsmoor gets the race lead out of that one. Oh, so sideways out of that. That was Daniel Messia there out of the corner, and now out the inside, sparks flying off as the drivers trying to find any positions they can, maintaining that one. Now they've got clear air as back to the lead goes Clement Autran.
And look who took advantage of the situation, Natalia Granada.
Yes,
Beautifully
indeed.
made, because Clément Autran and Hubels Moore are now pulling away, but Natalia Granada was at the right time, at the right space on track, and now she's in a good bandwagon, the first one, and she's gonna give certainly the two rivals a hard time, starting with Hubels Moore, beautifully made. She just sent it on the inside of turn number 5, and Moore is repeating the move and responding to Natalia Granada. He was gesturing to her. That's a good move. I appreciate that, but stay with me because the gap is increasing. And then she does it again. Beautiful. That's good battle as we like to see it, but it goes the way of Clément Autran.
And look how quickly the drivers behind have closed up. Teresa Babichkova is back there as well now, as well as Elio Gonzalez, who's in this again side by side, going to the outside, completely opens the door and gets kicked out of the train, and two drivers go through. So Natalia Granada here may be struggling with the tyres a little bit there in this later session, because now the whole pack is starting to swamp through. Daniel Mesa goes through, Jules Caranta goes through. She's going to be under attack from Peter Still at any time now, but now Elio Gonzalez is there in P3. Teresa Babichkova right there behind now. More Earlbelts, who has gone down into P4 now. So they chopping and changing. There is Natalia Granada, has got Jules Caranta just behind. This is certainly heating up for this one. We're on lap 2, as this is challenging conditions now, because the air temperature, like you say, is cold, meaning that the wind chill factor that these drivers are going to be dealing with, despite the fact that it has been 20 degrees today, it cools down very quickly out here.
Yeah, it is, absolutely, and I'll be brave enough to do the last interviews for you guys and for you, Anthony, the park family, but after that we're done, because otherwise I'll need 2 jackets. Oh, contact!
Oh,
Unfortunately,
no.
disaster into the chicane. I think it's not gonna go any better. Unfortunately, I think that Natalia was involved over there in a bit of a tussle. Natalia Granada, unfortunately, she was in the middle of the pack. What on earth happened there? She was having such a good pace against Urban Moore. And look at the drivers still fighting and attacking on the curb. The 273 on your footage, on your picture, is further back in your classification. This is Mustienes, my apologies, getting passed by the 230 of Pinkonen. This is for piece number 7, P7. Further back as well with Joel Caranta with the yellow crash helmet, trying to keep an eye on what's happening in front, trying to go for the position around the inside of turn number 11. Beautifully made by the Frenchman. As for the back, we have Silva and Lop trying to get involved in that more than 5 or 6 driver battle. This is within the top 10, as Clément Autran is still within distance from Gonzalez on the way to the chicane. And everybody is still trying, and there's a switch for position. As we were saying, Clément Autran was within reach, and Elio Gonzalez saw the gap. He went for the move. The door was sufficiently open, and he just put himself and Clément Autran just a couple of meters with the fastest lap in the bag. Urban Moore in P3, Daniel Massia in P4. That might have some implication for the overall classification, with Massia still in P4, 3 points shy from Gonzalez. Elio Gonzalez, he has done the job when it comes in terms of results. My apologies. When it comes to picking up the points, Elio Gonzalez has done the maximum he could do into this race to try to get close to Daniel Massia. What he can hope for now is for some more trouble for Daniel Massia to lose positions in order to pick it up in the ranking and take what would be 4th place and a front row start in the superheats.
Yes, indeed. So now it's starting to get a little bit interesting here at Valencia on the last race of the day. Eloy Gonzalez now leads from Clément Autran. Moerbert still there in P3 with Daniel Mesa just behind, the driver who started on 4th, sticking there. Fastest lap of the race, Otto Pukkanen from Finland, the 230, 56.806, currently running in P7. 8 positions gained so far in this race, as once again a chop and change as Clément Autran gets back in the race lead. This is allowing Beltsmoor to close back in. This is allowing Daniel Mesa to get involved. We could have a 4-way battle for the... In fact, no, we're not going to get a 4-way. We have got a 4-way battle for the race lead. Teresa Babichkova as well. Prime location right now. Clear space in front and back down the inside. goes Gonzalez. Gonzalez back to the lead now. Now it's definitely a group of 4. Keep an eye on Babichkova as well, because if anything goes wrong here, she's in a prime position to just sweep round the outside. All of them go defensive, down the inside. Teresa will take the optimal line. She'll be in this pack, and we'll have a group of 5 within the end of this lap. Down the inside goes Daniel Mesia, gets that move done. Beautifully timed, and that's allowed Gonzalez to break away now. You saw how close they were on the start-finish line, but now they've all split up.
4/10 of a second. Will it be enough? 4 laps after this one before the checkered flag. Otto Pikkonen once again pulling out the fastest lap in this race. But that might be a little bit of an advantage for Eloy Gonzalez, considering that those 3 drivers behind are going to keep battling along. But Clément Autran needs to stay focused. He's in front in P2. And he doesn't need to watch over his shoulder, at least to shut the door and make sure that he won't be overtaken again. But his target must remain on Eloy Gonzalez, otherwise he might lose a lot more momentum. Thibaut Guellard is picking up a warning flag on the way to turn number 1. A quick look, watch out! Oh, a big slide into turn number 1. What was that from Daniel Mesia? He was trying to go nowhere. There were nowhere to go actually. The door wasn't opened by Clément Autran. He was really steady on the curb, but still went sliding across turn number 1. It was beautifully made, and the second attempt was the good one. Daniel Mesia is up a place into second.
New race suit for Daniel Mesia after that one at turn 1. I mean, the back end just stepped out massively. That's probably due to the tyres losing their traction. You know, just pushed a little bit too hard going into it, then it just lost track. And the fact that he held it and still got the position a little bit later in the lap. Great driving. Great
piece of driving. That's the skills, of course, that we get to see at this level of kart racing in the IAME X30 classes, and a beautiful demonstration of what it takes to be competitive at this level. Daniel Mesia up into second, and now it means that he's still 3 points away from Eloy Gonzalez, so it's not going the way of Gonzalez, the leader, because all he needs to do is stay where he is, increasing the gap as much as he can, up to half of a second now. Clément Autran still within the mix between Mesia and Ubelsmoor. Still something to say in this race, the VDK driver, former champion of the IAME Series Benelux, Teresa Babichkova, observing what's happening in front of her. She hasn't been too much involved yet, and she's certainly thinking through her helmet, okay, what would be the best opportunity, what best time, because after that, 2 laps before the finish, the last one of the day, and Babichkova has been one of the best performers out of the 3 sisters. Eliska, quite unfortunately, couldn't take part in any of the races today. But let's see what's going to happen. Penultimate lap, and Eloy Gonzalez is really keeping a steady line into the entry of turn number 1. Daniel Mesia was... Oh yeah, there he goes! Into the chicane! Where did that come from?
Straight away, you saw the time he was gaining. I don't think Gonzalez has got tyres left in this one, because now he's getting swamped. Here comes Autran. Autran back as well. Now tries to get the move done, now drops back as Ubelsmoor comes through into third. Now it's Ubel's time to have a go on Garcia, but on Gonzalez, I should say. But down the inside once again, Clément Autran back into P3. We'll have another go on Gonzalez. The time's running out. Back through comes Ubels. So Ubels now back up into P3, chopping and changing. They're losing the advantage of catching these guys who they were line astern with a moment ago. Now down the inside comes Otto Pikkonen. Pikkonen now moving up into P4 as they go across the line. This is great stuff from the Finnish driver, who now goes for P3. He's probably got fresher tyres than most of these drivers, because he's always been around the midsection part throughout the day. Now he's been setting fastest lap after fastest lap. I reckon he's got a better set of tyres than the rest of these, but I don't think they're new.
No, maybe not. And this is a great recovery from the Finnish driver and into P3. More Autran, Babichkova, certainly a trio of drivers with a couple of things left to do into this race. But one thing is for sure, if Daniel Mesia stays where he is and shut all the doors, he's on his way to victory. That would be certainly his first of the day, his second, my apologies, and even his third win of the day for Daniel Mesia. A very good run throughout the afternoon, but he has one more challenge to go through the chicane, and if he keeps it steady on the racing line, clipping the curb, nothing to worry about. In third victory this afternoon for Daniel Mesia, who picks up 4th place overall into the classification. The confirmation, the guarantee to start on the front row on one of the 2 super heats tomorrow, to be confirmed, of course, once the results are made official. But what a beautiful piece of racing to conclude today's big schedule. Elo Gonzalez in second and Pekonen down in third.
Yes, indeed. Great result there for Daniel Maizière. A fantastic day throughout. Like I was saying there, a brilliant result, getting the third win there and collecting quite a nice chunk of points on that one. Finishing the day in P4. He will start on the outside row for the final. Or the super heats tomorrow, we'll say. So your race winner for AC Motorsport, Daniel Maizière, there celebrating as the sun, well, quite literally has disappeared. I've got to say, the cameras aren't doing the darkness justice here. I think they've opened up the filters massively to bring as much light in as possibly can, because I'm looking out the commentary box window, and yes, it looks cozy. It's dark.
It's very, very much dark. It doesn't look quite the same indeed on the stream, but it's very much dark. Here's the classification info, the last one of the day, with Daniel Maizière picking up his third victory in the qualifying races of the Winter Cup in front of Elo Gonzalez. Otto Pekonen, one of the recovers of the day, up to P3 from Clément Outran, Hummels Moore, Teresa Babitskova. Then we have Stilo Peter, Jules Carenta, Adrian Mustanes, Miguel Silva running at the top 10, followed by Lewis Bird, Kiyoshi Umegaki, 21 positions gain up to P12 is worth noticing. Then we have Natalia Granada, unfortunately involved in a bit of an incident, and she is going to have to make do with P13 from Dylan Baker, Luca Flusha and Thibaut Guelade.
Rest of the grid as well going through. Daniel Antonez finishing in P17. Jim Ringelberg 13 positions gained, finished P18 from Angelo Melli. Calai Atkins, solid race, didn't gain anything, didn't lose anything, stays in P20 for the 224. Dino Carlton finishes in P21 from Alex Gualto, Luis Laveau, Jona Lup, Enzo Tavanechkel, the driver, has struggled this weekend, finishing in P25 for the Red Bull Junior driver. Adrian Marguglio, Ryan Blanc, Olivan Fiat and Henrik de Oliveira, Selene Cole, Alex Moore and Miguel Cadasso. Ryder Court rounding out the field. These are some of the highlights from the race as well. And what a race it was. I mean, you've got to give it to Natalia Granada in this one. Really pushing at the start of this race. But unfortunately, just got swamped by the pack. And I just think tyres probably was the factor there. And that incident there certainly didn't help.
Yeah, it didn't help. She was squeezed into the chicane. There was nowhere to go. She got kicked at the front and the rear. And from then on, it was just about surviving into this race. And a very aggressive race with the likes of Jules Carenta and others as well playing at the forefront to pick up the pieces after what has been a long day of racing.
Yes, indeed. Only a few more laps were left of this one. And then we saw this fantastic battle between these two, Gonzalez and Clément. Outran and these drivers just top and tail all the way throughout, and then the rest of the field came through, really, didn't it? But more came back. Then this move here, sideways. Daniel Maizière with that sideways move through turn one, and then went on to win the race. I mean, what does that say? What does that say about his driving style?
Impressive and spectacular, shall I say? And
really,
that's something to be looking for tomorrow.
Definitely so. What can he do with a fresh set of boots tomorrow? We'll find out as he took the race win at the end of the day here. A long old day. Local time now is 10 to 7 in the evening. Some would say that was dinner time. Almost. Myself, Anthony John, Guillaume Alvarez have been glad to have joined you in the commentary box and down in Parc Fermé all day today. It's been a fabulous day of racing. Guillaume, tell us tomorrow, what time do we need people to tune in?
Well, there's going to be a lot of schedule, a lot on the table tomorrow as well for the biggest of all 3 days of competition at the Winter Cup, because we're going to have the first winners of this new season of IAME 30 races on international level. So the warm-up will be picking up at 8:30 in the morning. We will be live for the first of the 10 races that we're going to live together at 10:05, so 10:05 local time here in Valencia, the first race, and we will be live with you everywhere in the world from 10 o'clock local time here live from the Cartodromo of Chiva. You can find us once again everywhere on IAMEEuroseries.com, the official website, on Motorsport TV, on social media. We will be live on YouTube, on Facebook. So we get you covered once again to have the last super heat, of course, because this is one thing for the seniors with more than one drivers involved. We have a maximum of 72 qualified for all the super heats, and we take down from that number the best 36 and the best 36 for all the other categories in mini and junior to make it to the final that will be taking place from 1:30 local time in the afternoon. Quick word, of course, that the warm-up sessions for tomorrow will be mixed up, so the groups will be different than the ones from the classification that we had today, but the super heats and the grids for them have been decided based on what we had on the track today. So a massive schedule, 10 races to live together, and the first trophies and the brand new cash prizes to be awarded to the top 3 drivers on the podium in all classes. So you don't want to miss that, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you stay tuned. From us here at Valencia, it is goodbye for now. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.